matchup. Kongdoo Monster. Longzhu Gaming. KT Rolster. Afreeca Freecs. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. LCK, we're back on the board. Going to kick things off with some matches here today. Kongdoo Monster starting us off, going up against Longzhu. Both teams who have struggled quite a bit, you'd have to say, so far in this season.
It's been 8 days, Achilles. We've been sitting here, been waiting. That calendar was, of course, Lunar New Year over here in this region, so had a bit of a break. We recharged, watched some NA and EU, and I was watching those games and thinking, damn, I could do with some Korean League of Legends, and we get some today, so good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, is Cloud9 playing? I want Korea. If Cloud9's playing, you know,
They've got some Korea. The Impact's there, Korean World Champion.
Yeah, you know, they've been doing pretty well. So far, so good. See if they can keep that up. You know, hopefully they don't pull a TSM from last split and throw it all out the window when it comes to Worlds. I don't know. I'm just being.
I mean,
I'm
just a little bit
joshing
early,
you.
Achilles. We're still spring split. We're still early in spring split. It is week 3 here. Since some hyped matchups have some great ones on the calendar, at least. Everyone's waiting for that first telecom war that's a few weeks away.
Yep, March 2nd, about a month from now. Though we do have a shorter month because it's February. But it's still all the same. A month from now, Telecom War will be coming out.
Twice
We're gonna
in a week.
See, yeah, twice in a week. So that's going to be
clear schedule for that week, apparently.
That's going to be a lot of smab on people's faces, potentially.
Oh, well, that's optimistic man would say that. We'll look over the rankings. SKT and KT in that race to the Telecom War, undefeated even in game score, 3-2-0s apiece.
I mean, I think it'd be great if both these teams could go completely undefeated up until that Telecom War, make it even more hype, just keep inching out in front of each other.
But then you're just putting it all on one match, Achilles. I want to see Samsung steal some wins. I want to see KT drop a game to Afreeca today in what will be our very hyped second best of 3. Looking over at the MVPs, I don't know who this guy at number 1 is. Have you heard of him?
No, I don't know.
Faker?
I only watch Twitch streamers, so I don't know where this guy's
That's true.
at.
I mean, who even is Faker? Well, he's good at League of Legends still, it turns out. Although Tempt has also had a good season, and Deft, who we will see today, has made a great return from China.
Yeah.
Even that Hooney guy stealing votes away from Faker.
I mean, granted, there is like an 8-way tie for 4th place at the moment with 200 points. You just can't put them all in the same graph. But yeah, Hooney's been showing up really well, and you can see that with his KDA.
Yeah, we just about fit his KDA in the graph. 23.7, by far number 1. Crazy. When people are talking about BBQ, and we talk about the chicken, of course, because the free chicken, but in terms of players, this is the guy from BBQ that stepped up the most. Crazy. Didn't look great for ESC ever towards the tail end. Was actually swapping in and out of the roster, but has been picking it up. In the jungle, it has been Haru is another surprise. Feels like Crazy and Haru are the players who have, so far, at least in the season, had the biggest rise. Again, a couple of weeks, so still very early days.
Yeah, I mean, you know, coming into the season thinking Ambition was going to be the starter for Samsung, you would think that would be Ambition and Score, those two veterans. But, you know, the rookie coming in, having him there, and Peanut in 3rd place. So surprises coming out of the jungle. But in mid lane, of course, Faker going to be coming up with that highest KDA. Pawn not too far behind. And Tempt, another member of BBQ, who has had some fantastic performances so far during this split.
80 carry is the one that I love, Achilles, because we're actually going to see number 1 and number 2 play off in our second set, Afreeca. Even though they, of course, have lost a set, they're 1-1, they've played 6 games, so they've been up and down. Kramer has been very consistent, reminding me of spring season 2016. Maybe he's doing a Dade, maybe he's the king of spring, because summer season certainly didn't look too hot. And in the support, someone who only now gets a starter spot after Key left ESC ever, now BBQ, Totoro. Had a good start to the season himself, and plenty of other familiar names there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf bringing up the rear there in 2nd place, and Mata not that far behind. Got to take, you know, the support KDAs. Take those ones with a grain of salt. See how you can't really see how much, how much impact they're having on the game just by that figure alone. But Kongdoo Monster versus Longzhu Gaming going to be our first best of 3 of the day, followed up by that KT versus Afreeca Freecs match that we have ready to go just later on. But this is going to be an interesting one because, again, both of these teams have struggled. Kongdoo Monster, this is their third match. This is the fourth for Longzhu. 0 wins coming through for Kongdoo Monster. Longzhu barely scraped a win out of their match against Jin Air. Going to be looking to put a second on the board.
And the thing is, both these teams actually come off 2-0 losses to one of the big Telecom Wars teams. KT beat Longzhu easily 2-0 in our last matchup.
That was rough.
Kongdoo Monster, lost to SKT 2-0. That was, again, very one-sided. And awkwardly for Kongdoo, they won their first game of the season against Rox Tigers, lost the next two to lose that series 2-1, and then lost 2-0 to SKT. So they're 4 games now without a win. And they looked good in their first series. They also looked good at IEM when they finished second to Samsung back at Gyeonggi last year. Haven't really seen that same Kongdoo. Against SKT, understandable. The performance against Rox Tigers, they were a bit more concerning. If Kongdoo comes out of this series without at least a single game win, suddenly, maybe we finally will have codified one of our basement dwellers, because we've been looking at this league and being like, so much power around. Who's going to be bottom 2? It has to be someone. It's starting to look like maybe that team will be Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, I mean, the big one that we thought was going to be BBQ because, ESC ever historically didn't do that well, but now they've kind of stepped up their game, and we thought Kongdoo would be one of the teams that starts pushing into the middle of the pack after their strong performance in Gyeonggi. But now another team, that was bottomed out for the most part last season, Longzhu, complete makeover coming through, just having Specian and Crash there, but, Fly, Prey, and Gorilla all coming into this roster. And again, we need to see what they can really do, because they have had, 2 tough matchups in KT and Samsung, who they were able to take a game off of, the first one in that best of 3. But the inching victory that they had over Jin Air is a major cause for concern.
I mean, the big thing for this team is that the hype of the super team lineup, or the potential for a super team lineup, when you saw the roster on paper in the offseason, is kind of starting to dissipate. We're now being like, okay, these guys are good, but they don't seem to be good enough to actually come up with consistent play. We haven't seen them play a whole set consistently outside of struggling against KT. So our expectations from Longzhu have gone from maybe 3-5 to now maybe 5-7, which again starts to move them out of playoff contention. Team KDAs have been low. Remember, both these teams have been struggling, especially in their last 2. So no real cause for concern when you struggle to have good KDA against KT and SKT, but no standouts really as a takeaway from the graph. Fly has had some good games where we were kind of putting the micro, just really looking at him very closely after the first set. He did step up. He's had some good games, specifically on Talia, but kind of both these teams were waiting to really ignite their season, and a big win here would start that.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this match, you might not think, oh yeah, Prey and Gorilla, that's going to be the closest matchup as far as KDA is concerned between Kongdoo Monster, but it actually is. The rest of the members of Longzhu have been exceeding that of Kongdoo's. So it's going to be a little bit concerning here. We'll have to see what happens, what Longzhu are going to do, especially in the bottom lane. We've seen Prey try out the Ziggs. Did not work. We've seen some mixed performances from Gorilla as well, where before they were so consistent. That's kind of fallen away from them a little bit. So we'll see. They've had a little over a week off to come back in here. 8 days, I believe. We did see them play just last Wednesday. So we'll see how much work they've been able to put in during that Lunar New Year break.
And it is still patch 7.1, as you can see on the overlay, guys. We're hoping to see 7.2 before too long. I'm guessing next week, given just how the patch cycles are. I guess because of
who really knows?
Because of the abbreviated week. The rule has always been 1 week before it comes into competitive play, but because the week ended at a funny time, starts at a funny time, then we're waiting till next week to get 7.2. And so no sign of Warwick, no sign of the other changes either. And predictably, we have seen a lot of the same bans, those red side bans, LeBlanc, Rengar, and Camille now confirmed. We've seen them in other regions, watching NALCS, watching NACS. Somehow a team in NACS got Camille on both sides, but again, that's Challenger. In Korea, when we have seen LeBlanc, Rengar, and Camille, 1 game of LeBlanc, 1-0, Tempt got an MVP performance. Rengar's 5-0, Camille 2-0. No defeats at all for any of these OPs, and the draft, very familiar. First pick Kha'Zix has almost always been the way when we've seen these red side bans, and the red side Varus as an answer. so far pretty much plug and play.
I mean, as well as the Malzahar being banned away by Kongdoo, so clearly not wanting to go for that as a first pick. So Kha'Zix just becomes, you know, the next best thing that they could go ahead and snatch up. Rise, this would be a really early pickup for Kongdoo if they want to get this. We typically see this banned away in the second round of draft.
I mean, Cassiopeia also is on the line, so maybe they're just happy to take a skill matchup. We would expect that to be one of the things considered by Fly. Taliyah has been his most impressive champion.
They will lock it.
So we may actually just see the Taliyah attempted to play into it. Rise, you know, there are teams that prioritize very high. Again, it was the first day of the season, so before draft was kind of figured out, but KT were first picking Rise in that world. We have definitely seen Rise bans as well. Gugu's comfort is this Tahm Kench. It's actually locked in very early, so a potential answer for the Chain of Corruption. And if we do see one of these red side pick comps with champions like Taliyah and the Elise they're considering, Tahm Kench does have the answer to one of those initiation CCs.
Yep. We'll see very swift lock-in on the Elise as we enter this second ban phase. So Crash is going to be moving over to that one, not going to be bringing out something like the Lee Sin here.
And even though they lost 2-0 to KT, if you remember game one, Crash had a field day in the first 15 to 20 minutes, ganking every lane. We were happy to see the return of the Elise lock, and he was actually showing good performance on it, even though that series didn't go the way of Longzhu. As no AD carries have been selected, they're going to go for the blocker Jin pick. So far, only Ashe remains as one of these first rounds. Jin is also Seoul's
yeah,
historically best champion. Looked great on it at Gyeonggi. He was the first player in Korea to play Jin when he debuted. I believe it was a year ago, around February of 2016, when Jin first saw his entrance into the meta.
Yeah, it's just before I got here. It's almost been a year, Papa Smithy.
A long year, but a good one, Achilles.
A long, arduous year.
We are still waiting on our new caster, who I'm sure is watching this match at home. So excited to have new blood, but for now,
you know who you are.
They know who they are.
I certainly hope they know who they are.
We're doing a good job of not using gender pronouns here either. They definitely know who they are, and yeah, double AD carry ban. So as I was saying, want to focus Sol onto something different. Ezreal to me pops out as one of the champion he'd be comfortable on, but Caitlyn is one that Ghost and other AD carries would move to in this matchup. Reliable wave clear would be at a premium in terms of the AD carries left, but something to consider. Fly's other strong performance was on the Corki, so that's been banned away. Could still be Karma mid, something that Fly has flexed to the mid lane from time to time.
Orianna banned away. This could just lead to a very swift Taliyah pickup here.
Clear or Cassiopeia?
Oh,
no!
Here we go. This is something we've not seen for a little bit. Aurelion Sol locked in for Fly.
And Fly has always been this mid laner whose champion but was slightly left of center. He loved the Zillion mid and got other people to play that. His Aurelion Sol was also the most respected and feared one in the LCK, so cool to see it. I've not seen much. I mean, this is our second Aurelion Sol lock-in of the season from memory, but first one for Fly, so cool to see him bring that back. Expect a lot of roaming. Elise and the Aurelion Sol, if he can get out of lane, cause so much pressure on the side lanes. Maybe we'll see Expression go for a riskier champion into what is almost assuredly going to be a Maokai lock-in for Roach. Also a happy birthday for yesterday, so belated happy birthday for Roach.
Yeah. Turned 20, I believe.
I can confirm that we have our form. No, actually turned 18.
Oh.
2 days ago on the 31st
okay.
of January.
More of a baby than I thought.
Got plenty of babies here. And okay, so they don't go for a carry on the top lane. They are just going to go for the Shen. However, suddenly, Aurelion Sol, if he can push out lane against the Rise, Aurelion Sol leaves lane, Shen riding in, the Elise as well for pressure. Super high pressure. Early comp here coming out, especially at level 6 from Longzhu. And for me, the focus is on Crash. He's had good games, had bad games. That's kind of his MO. Not a farming jungler, which was his style back in summer. If Crash gets out of lane, gets out into an early lead, and they also have the roaming pressure of an Aurelion Sol, the Shen coming in with the Stand United. Longzhu want to snowball and take this early. Had a great snowball start against KT. Couldn't stick the landing. Lower opposition today. Need to impress them. If Longzhu win 2-0, maybe we get some win back into the sales. Because for right now, people aren't looking at Longzhu as a contender for LCK Spring 2017.
Yeah, I mean, Fly, going back to this Aurelion Sol as well, gonna keep looking to add some wins onto his board because he does have BDD sitting in the background, hungry to come in on that starting position in mid lane. So the pressure is on for him especially. We've seen some mixed performances with him throughout the season so far in their 3 matches. So we'll see if the Aurelion Sol is still as reliable as we saw it last season. I think it's gonna be.
Fun matchup against the Rise, who will be able to pressure, especially early. It is going to be that Caitlyn didn't even mention it for Sol, so just matching line wave clear with line wave clear against Prey, but it's away from the comfort. The Jhin would have been the lock-in if not for the double AD ban on the red side in the second round. And spot matchup in general, you have to like Varus Karma against the Tahm Kench Caitlyn lane, but exciting. I want to get back into it. Finally, Korean League of Legends is back. 8-day break, ready to launch into it. Should be a fun one.
Ready to launch in, indeed. Wait no longer, Papa Smithy. Let's go ahead and get onto the Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3. Kongdoo Monster versus Longzhu Gaming. And welcome to Summoner's Rift. I'd say there's quite a few Longzhu fans here today, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, this new lineup has got a lot of fans. Obviously, Prey and Gorilla, one of the most popular bot lanes in Korea. Looking over some of these keystones, Expression. Well, it wasn't the carry champion I was looking for, but when you see further onto a Shen, looking for those early trades especially. Although the matchup has gone both ways, even in LCK this season, Shen with the Q-Max should actually win trades early. It should actually be a pretty good laning phase if he doesn't have to make too many map plays and fall behind in levels.
Well, for now, just going to be starting things off nice and slow, but onus is going to be on Crash to create that pressure, as you mentioned. Had a field day versus KT Rolster, but it slipped through their hands. But going up against Kongdoo, I have to think that things will be a bit more relaxed here for Longzhu.
Especially when the star player from Kongdoo is going to be on the back foot without the Jhin or one of his other patented carries to really get ahead. Sol and Guga looked like a really solid duo lane, especially at Gyeonggi, and Prey and Gorilla looking fantastic on the world stage, back at the World Championships. So
it's just been a bit lacking since then.
Different supporting cast, different jungler especially. When Crash was on form, things looked a bit better for Prey and Gorilla.
That's the big one, when Crash is on form, because he's got that really flip-floppy performance historically. You're trying to get that trade with the Tongue Lash, won't find the damage. You can see Gorilla just hammering right back in with those mantra Qs in the auto attacks. Just trying to chip down that Tahm Kench as much as possible while he doesn't have that gray health.
Just slowing up the wave for now to extend the window, whether at level 2. Mini-map shows not too much excitement in terms of the jungle pathing. That punch probably just going to visit his Crux for now.
Crash still relatively healthy, obviously has that sustain off the W in spider form, so could come down to the bottom lane, but looks like he's just going to go ahead and keep rotating back. Up goes for those Raptors, should be the next stop for him. Prey and Gorilla is still really far forward, so pulling off a gank would still be a bit.
First item buy for Fly should give us a pretty big window into what to expect. Notable that the days of Flash Heal and Flash Exhaust are in the past.
Give me the Proto Belt.
It's not going to be a Proto Belt Achilles. It's going to be a catalyst into the good old GLP 800. But if you remember, it used to be Exhaust or Heal as his summoner spell choice, but Ghost Flash, the mobility duo for many mages, is now what's been picked up for Fly. So if we do see Swiftness Boots, which was a pretty common rush into the Ghost Flash, the map pressure game will start with the Aurelion Sol. Pretty subdued stuff for now. Apart from Sol just having a bad day.
Yeah, even with that big range of the Caitlyn, it's going to be exceeded by the piercing arrow, and Prey showing off his accuracy, something that he's been very well known for on his Jhin and Ezreal, so seems like that translates over to Varus quite well.
There's a lot of matchups where Caitlyn can be the aggressor with her massive range discrepancy, but both Ashe and Varus, the meta AD carries, 575 and 600 range. Jhin is, the Varus is 575 and Caitlyn the Ashe at 600. They both can trade, and in general, a lot of Caitlyn's winning trades are when she has a 50, 75, 100 range discrepancy, and it's an auto attack trade. Varus and Karma both have long-range burst, so Caitlyn really can't hope to win trades, especially with Tahm Kench as a support.
I was going to say you have a melee support, so I mean, maybe if it was a Brahms, you could block things like the piercing arrow, try to mitigate that damage away from your AD carry, but with this Tahm Kench, you can't even really walk up at this point to try to get a Tongue Lash onto Gorilla. who's going to be quite healthy as he has those shields that he can rely on constantly. Looks like we might have our first semblance of a gank, though, as punches roam down to the bottom lane, but looks like Longzhu will sniff this out as Cougar pushes forward. So they say, okay, you know what? Maybe the Kha'Zix is here. Let's go ahead and peel back. Both these junglers going to find each other. Punch would have the jump here, launches in. Gets straight into the cocoon, and Crash is going to try to turn this one back around. Fly's coming in, gets rooted down by the Rune Prism. That's going to be the flash away by Punch. Sun comes out onto Edge, clenches that off immediately. Tries to fire back with a little bit of damage from the Overload, but won't find much. So decent trade coming out from Longzhu, burning the flash, or the Ghost rather, and getting a flash and a cleanse.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in Summoners. So actually for the Ghost is a really nice trade on the side of Longzhu. I'm really liking the red side Aurelion Sol in particular. Because of how you've seen the texture of bot lane, where Varus and Karma have complete control, the way you play this out is that Varus and Karma, they just push up, chip the bottom turret, which of course doesn't have the reinforcements. In the mid lane, Fly takes a lot of damage, he'll be able to back away. But the reason why the red side is significant is that Aurelion Sol can go for that early roam, has the ability to launch into the air, is so good at roaming. He just roam bottom, and as a ranged auto attacker, it's 3 ranged auto attackers against a non-reinforced turret. So one of the really easy objectives for Longzhu to pick up in this game is that first brick gold, because they're going to have Elise as a pick jungler. They're going to have Aurelion Sol roaming first out of lane. There's a lot of options for Longzhu to actually pick up that big burst of gold in the first 10 minutes or so.
And it's working out pretty well. It's going to be about 600 just from farm alone coming through, as we haven't seen a first blood yet. Got pretty close with Punch, but he wiggled his way out of that one. But you can see, so far, Expression having quite a time on this. Shen comes back into lane, has that Spectre's Cowl ready to go, has the Stain from the Doran Shield, as well as the boots for a little bit of mobility. If he has to go in with that Stand United, he'll be able to chase down Soul, chase down Cougar, and lock him up with the Shadow Dash.
There's another person who can enter the bot lane party if they so do decide. Yeah, the big objective for me, the safest one, is that bot lane turret, so we'll keep tabs on the turret HP when we get a chance. Mid lane going very predictably, though.
So you have to think that Longzhu are going to be looking to make a play around this bottom lane pretty soon, while they have that, pseudo TP advantage with the Stand United. So we'll have to keep our eyes out on Crash, but for now, Longzhu's still just going to be sticking with this hard shove into the turret. See if they can reset it, and maybe line up for Crash to pay a visit. If they don't want to just go for a dive, they can be a little bit risky, but they can juggle it with the repel. They have shields to mitigate a bit of damage, but for now, it's just going to be a red buff takeaway. And
we talked about that pressure. Bot lane under turret with a melee support. Mid lane pushed first and roamed. No way for Punch to contest his red buff, and the bot lane play was what we were expecting. Red buff play also makes a lot of sense. So far, very ordered stuff from Longzhu.
Oh, that's going to be Spiderling coming through. It's a nice little burst of damage onto Cougar, and Longzhu, they just shove him off.
Consider what's happening here. The jungler had to recall because he couldn't get to his own red, so it's a fresh red onto Crash. Aurelion Sol roams first. Shen can teleport down. Really like Longzhu, understanding their win conditions. If I can see it as an analyst, Longzhu clearly picked into it. It's an Aurelion Sol standby, especially on the red side. Nice stuff from Longzhu, and already more strategically advanced than a lot of the stuff we've seen from Longzhu so far this season.
Yeah, for sure. Paying off quite well. They didn't quite get the turret, but they got it low enough. So a couple more pushes, a couple more auto attacks, and they will go ahead and claim that first brick gold. And that'll be a really nice little bump up for them at the start of the game. Mountain Drake is there. Could be soloed out by Crash. Figure he might pay a visit to that within the next 3 minutes or so, if they can find safety and vision around the pit. Which so far, Longzhu's been pretty much dictating. You can see those deep wards inside the jungle of Kongdoo Monster to have no way of really knowing that the wards are there, no way to clear it out yet, because there's no sweepers, just one control ward picked up at the moment.
Is that first brick, Kilios?
Yep, that's going to be it. Turret going to be going down.
On time as well.
9 minutes, beautifully done by Longzhu. So like you said, really just able to identify this win condition and play to it.
And even though, we see the Kha'Zix again, remember, first pick Kha'Zix, the win rate for Kha'Zix is off the charts. I believe it's been around 68% worldwide as a pick, which is insane in competitive play. The thing about Kha'Zix is if his lanes are weak, or if his lanes are always going to be second to react, especially pre-6, he's not very strong at 1v1 duels or, 2v1. Sure, he has an escape, but we already saw Kha'Zix realize what was happening and have to recall instead of being able to contest at his red. So because that dueling isn't so powerful in the early game, if if you pick those losing or lanes that are going to be pushed in, especially like a Tahm Kench bot lane, this is kind of a reality you have to agree with, is you have to stay back. Sure, you eventually will be a relevant Kha'Zix in the mid game, but if the early game is weak, there's a potential that you miss your timings and don't have that same impact. So nice to see also an answer to a Kha'Zix pick that's been first pick without much thought for basically every draft in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, could just fall off before you really get any traction at all. You can see now it's going to be struggle street even further for Soul. Comes back in, has that BF sword, picks up 2 daggers on this last recall, but it's going to be going up against that tier with the Caulfield's Warhammer and the serrated Dirk from Prey. So he's got plenty of damage, going to be stacking up for even more in the long run with that tier of the Goddess into the Manamune. And a Longzhu, they're going to be looking for more damage onto monsters and structures as they go ahead and pick up this first Mountain Drake. So only took them about 2 minutes. And they'll be able to go ahead and snatch this one up. No one from Kongdoo wanting to even mess with this take.
They have vision, but because it's double control ward on that side, they know what the HP of the Drake is at, but they don't know where all the setup members are at. Karma was out of vision. They were ready to react if there was a collapse. You can't just go for a suicide Realm Warp from the Rise. You definitely will be punished, so Longzhu played around the bot side expertly so far, but they had a similar early start against KT and then just kind of fell off a cliff in terms of being able to translate early pressure into mid-game advantages, into late-game advantages. So far, so good. VOD review at this point, like, yep, we're good. Pat on the back. The next step, though, that's the one we'll have to track.
Yep, getting the closeout going to be the most important part, but they are in a really good spot. As you can see, still just prioritizing really deep vision inside that bottom jungle. And now Prey going to be moving over into mid, help shove this up and maybe find themselves a second turret. Rumdown's coming in from Roach. They haven't spotted him yet. Special goes back to Mace. Has that Stand United ready to go. You have to expect he's going to pull the trigger on this one pretty soon. Fly gets jumped on. That's going to be Stand United coming through onto him. Still relatively healthy. Here comes Expression. It's a Shadow Dash onto Roach, and they take him out. Kill picked up by Expression. First blood goes to Longzhu.
And Kongdoo have to be faster on the rotation when they're against a Shen. Caitlyn was out of position. Soul slow to get to mid lane, so wasn't there for wave clear. Maokai basically gives up his life to buy time. So many ranged auto attackers, 4 ranged auto attackers and a Shen. Means that they're going to get a lot of chip damage in. Shen zoning as well. It's going to be 2 turrets super early.
Yeah, 2 turrets in under 13 minutes. Longzhu, they just have their foot pressed against the accelerator at the moment. You can see just keeping the heat turned up against Kongdoo. And, you know, you get a lead like this very early. If they can just keep rolling with it, maybe knock down that tier 1 and top, Kongdoo aren't really going to be able to extend past their tier 2s. They won't be able to contest for many objectives or get vision to even know that a Baron's going down.
One of the reasons you don't see Caitlyn, despite her laning strength in a 2v2 laning focused meta, is that the item build doesn't get there till 3 items. You know, 1 item, very weak, 2 items, decent with Infinity Edge and the Hurricane, but very expensive dual items. Consider the lineup. You'd be like, okay, in the late game, I'd take Maokai. I'd probably take Kha'Zix, at least isn't powerful in the late game. Ryze will scale, Caitlyn will scale, Tahm Kench scales very strong. The scaling isn't going to matter if they keep watching turrets being taken in front of their noses. And because they were denied those early spike champions, the Essence Reaver, Hurricane champions like the Ashe, for example, or Jhin with a lethality build, even the Caitlyn isn't going to get a lot of work done and basically has to watch as objectives are taken away. So because the scaling isn't going to come in, we just got Rod of Ages complete at 13 minutes, Longzhu is so much more powerful across the board at 2 items that, you know, Kongdoo has to hope that Longzhu loses their, you know, takes their eye off the prize and makes some mistakes of their own, because otherwise all the power spikes working for Longzhu.
Yeah. And I mean, the vision is also a major concern if they can't push forward and get vision. There's such a strong pick comp here from Longzhu. You have that, you know, Chains of Corruption coming through. You have the Cocoon. You have the Shadow Dash that can lock them in. Hell, even the Tether from Gorilla can lock someone down long enough to get them. And Tahm Kench, she's not going to be able to save you from all of those things. So it's going to be really tough for Kongdoo because they can't face check
They're forcing
anything.
something here.
They're going to try to. It's just the Abyssal Voyage down to the bottom lane, but you can see Prey and Gorilla not really even scared. They just fire back with a couple arrows.
Oh boy.
Damage him, but here comes Fly. He's pressing the go button. He'll start floating his way down bot. Chain of Corruption connects onto Cougar, but he numbs up Punch and will spit him out to safety.
Because the vision is so deep as well, they had a very good idea that the Abyssal Voyage was coming in. No benefit whatsoever there. Edge, watch.
Crash, though.
DPS him down. Probably can't solo him, though.
Gets him down to below half HP, but still a lot of damage coming through from Prey, just firing off those arrows time and time again. Chunks out punch. Crash going to stick around, just clear out that ward, but looks like that'll be the end of the aggression from both sides as long as you decides to peel out. Don't want to overstay their welcome.
I really like that you mentioned the vision, Achilles, just because who on Kongdoo Monster is actually going to put wards down, given that Maokai is going to be splitting. Maokai's the only person who can actually walk up to a CC like the Cocoon, put down a ward and not die. Kha'Zix's one weakness is that very risky for him to ward, especially as a lot of Kha'Zix's don't get the evolved wings till level 16 now. So can be picked, is very squishy. No one can really walk up and put down wards, so anyone on Longzhu's side is roaming first, is putting down deep vision, and there's no one really on Kongdoo to answer that play, and then they get stifled out of their own resources.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even try to pull the Maokai away to go in and face check for wards because this Tiamat build that comes through from Shen's, every time we see this matchup, he's just going to keep out-split pushing Roach this entire time, so Roach cannot leave the lane.
Yeah, between the two items, the Spectre's Cowl and the Tiamat, you'll both win trades and have a split push advantage, so gone are the days of Barmy's Cinder into Sunfire before the Tiamat, especially if you're not being harassed at all, which is, once you get the Spectre's Cowl, laning phase, pretty comfortable for the Shen.
Yeah. I mean, we saw how ready and willing Expression already was to dive underneath the turret with no armor items whatsoever, so he's going to be in a really good spot going up against Maokai. You can see just stretching that CS lead at the moment, about 20 up over top of his counterpart.
And I'm just psyched to see the return of the Aurelion Sol from Fly. Talia, a champion he made a name on, looked good on that this season. Aurelion Sol, all-time 7-4 on that pick, and really a feared one. He was definitely the best Aurelion Sol player we had in Korea. There was a time when it was just Fly and Huhi, it felt like, across the world playing that Aurelion Sol. And Xiaohu played a couple of games, but those two were the most proficient. Gugu's first Abyssal Voyage didn't get much. He's still level 6. He hasn't even hit level 7 in the interim. They're going to try again. Yeah, a lot of members top.
Coming in straight in underneath the turret. Roach already has the aggro. Expression, he goes low, gets a big triple Shadow Dash, but Ace in the hole comes through. Don't even need it. Roach is just going to pop with that Vengeful Maelstrom. And Kongdoo, they'll put a kill and a turret on the board.
Let's see what they get, though, because clearly you can see the pings in bot lane. They're going to look to try and trade. Speaking of trades, Edge doing decent damage, but I don't think he actually has the ability.
I think they're going to lose this.
Yeah, this is just the inside track that they have. Because you've focused all the vision on bot, they'll get it first, but it looks like it will be answered cleanly.
Does this turn into a base race, though? Fly is keeping Edge away so he can't, TP up to the top to try to continue with the push or go down bottom to try to clear out the wave. Looks like they're just going to let that wave shove in, and then Longzhu rotating up into the mid lane. Might
so
want to
far,
get some damage onto this.
So far, it's won by Kongdoo because they got a kill and 2 turrets. And they also ended what was an awkward laning phase in bot. But this would be the difference if they can actually get this 3rd turret. Teleport coming very deep. 2 members of Kongdoo behind.
Yep, but Sol is nowhere to be found. It's all 5 members just about with Longzhu here as the Stand United and Teleporter available from Expression. Looks like, Kongdoo Monster, they commit the TP, but they can't even find an opening. They can't chase Longzhu into the darkness of that jungle.
Yeah, really bad communication between Kongdoo members. The teleport looked good, but because Sol was just walking and ambling through the Longzhu red side jungle, he was never going to be in position to do damage. Therefore, the teleport is wasted. Now double global advantage for Expression alone, with Shen having teleport and Stand United. Trade markedly won by Longzhu, but I like what Kongdoo did. They were dealing with a situation where they're farming under an inner turret with a red side jungle they had no control over because Longzhu spent the greater part of 15 minutes warding up their red side. They ended that laning phase. They got 2 turrets. The bonus objective went to Longzhu, but the bonus objective often does go to the team that's ahead.
Yeah. And I mean, that's just going to exacerbate things here. I mean, Longzhu have 2 Mountain Drakes now. Cloud Drake will be our 3rd, and we'll see spawn in just a little bit of time here. But bottom control of the map, that red side jungle, is pretty much all in the hands of Longzhu. At the moment, there's some good control wards there for Kongdoo. I mean, they have 2 almost overlapping each other, one in the Raptor Pit there. So a little bit awkwardly placed. But even so, once you go beyond that red pit, it's nothing but darkness.
The big story for Kongdoo here is they need double control ward in their red side jungle, which, as you mentioned, is there. But they need to have one basically at their red and also in another choke so that there's space to farm basically where this Maokai is. Maokai is actually unsafe where he's farming on the map right now, but Varus is Envision in the top, they need to have safe farming, at least in a vertical line around their red buff, because if they have to give up minion waves that push out past their red buff, they're going to lose out on significant amount of minions and fall behind on a scaling comp, which we mentioned needs farm, needs kills to get to the point where it can fight against Longzhus.
Well, unfortunately for them, that's really already started to happen. Still that 20 CS discrepancy in top lane. You can see an even larger one in bot. Prey has gotten 30 plus CS over top of Soul, who just looks so uncomfortable on this Caitlyn at the moment.
The KDAs haven't been great for Prey, but if you remember, his CSDs at 10, especially laning phase, has been good outside of one of those games against Deft.
Yeah, he had the highest differential.
He had a massive CSD. I think it was 32 after 2 series, which was insane. That wasn't even 2-1 series. Went down a little bit against Deft, but still had a good game 1 if game 2 struggled a bit. Especially has full Titanic Hydra, so he's against a Maokai who has no armor, so trade's going pretty well.
Yeah, rushes that before getting the Spirit Fist. It just doesn't have to worry about that damage coming through at all.
Won't work on armor of his own for a while, and again, against Caitlyn, who has a BF sword to her name for AD.
Well, this Chain of Corruption thrown out by Prey. Didn't connect on the Soul. They still chip him down a little bit, but it's going to delay them pushing in for this turret. Line of traps also not helping out very much for Longzhu.
More trades between Fly and Edge. A lot of the nerfs were on the Celestial expansion, so killing people as the Aurelion Soul quickly without any allies. The solo kills very, very difficult for the mid lane dragon.
Yeah, mid lane matchup right now looking a bit like a wet noodle fight that we typically see in the top lane.
I come back to the draft. I was already excited about the Aurelion Soul last pick, but Shen going Titanic Hydra and not building armor really is behooved, because against Maokai doesn't need the armor, and against Caitlyn, they forced the Caitlyn pick for line wave clear with the double ban on Jhin and Ashe. Suddenly, you don't need early armor. You're against a Caitlyn that doesn't really do damage till 3 items. So you're quite comfortable going Titanic Hydra, building magic resist, and not actually being squishy at all in team fights because Caitlyn's not doing damage yet.
Well, things have been slowed down a little bit. See Longzhu, they don't want to slip up. That's where things get a little bit complicated, because you don't want to, misstep. You don't want to give a bit, any more gold back over to Kongdoo. But at the same time, when you have a lead like this, you want to be, continually applying that pressure to really expound on it and just snowball your lead as much as humanly possible. But you see that they've slowed things down, so that could be an opening for Kongdoo if they're able to play properly, but it still seems like they're scrambling a little bit. You can see Soul took that massive chunk of damage from Prey as he hit him in the face with the arrow. I think it's just a matter of time before we see that tier 1 turret knocked down in top.
Yeah, Prey's actually missed his Chains of Corruption under turret twice. They're trying to translate their bot red side jungle control to top blue side jungle, and not quite as clean. You can see Control Ward is sticking so far from Kongdoo. They're also being able to come through the river, take out some control wards. They haven't been as clean controlling the blue side, because if they control the blue side, suddenly outer and inner turret in the top lane is so much more difficult to control.
That's a good takeaway.
Fall back to Baron, feel good. That hasn't been done as well. So good stuff so far from Kongdoo in terms of holding ground, and that's more time to farm and more items on those carries.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that, but you can see the recalls had to come through from Soul and Guger. They're running their way back up, but there's no way they can clear this out in time unless they want to go for a massive play, which they do. Drone warp into the back line, but Edge gets locked down, immediately goes low, but Punch goes in, finds a kill onto Prey, the first one to fall in the fight. Fly roaming his way up, the Celestial expansion not yet thrown out there. It's going to be, but can't get in range of anybody. Especially arriving with the Stand United, just wasn't enough to help keep Prey alive. So Longzhu actually don't get the turret, and they lose their AD carry.
Yeah, the turret falling low actually was a bait in the end. Nice realm warp from Guger. It's been 5-6 minutes where Longzhu haven't been able to get that extra objective, and now Kongdoo, for a second time, pick up a kill. They won't get any turrets because they already took the top 2 turrets in the trade for the bottom mid lane turrets 5 minutes ago. But this is what can happen. A low turret is sometimes a bait where you defend it and you get turret dive. This is the reverse, where a low health turret, they're in position for the Abyssal Voyage. Prey is killed through Stand United and also shielding from Gorilla. So a lot of good focus fire on that fast roam. Fly's not in position. Was a 4v4 that Longzhu couldn't win. And the game continues to be extended by Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah. was looking really good at the start there for Longzhu as they chunked out Edge when he came into the Realm Warp, but was able to get himself out to safety, making use of that cleanse and flash combo to just eject himself from the fight. And Prey ends up paying the ultimate price. They'll keep the waves crashing into the turret, but they don't really want to push forward to try to knock it down manually yet.
I want to note that Prey has gone for the caster build. Back to the Mana Moon, no Essence Reaver. Means that the team fight damage will be lower, poke will be stronger, but they were playing a rotation poke game. You understand why the item build was elected for. But when they start to take these turrets, and if they haven't closed the game at the speed they wanted to, we will reach a point where Varus doesn't do damage to the Maokai especially. And that's probably the point where Soul, he's going for the traditional AD carry build that no other champion really has the breathing room to build anymore, apart from a couple of Ashe players that skip over the Essence Reaver. Longzhu need to continue to hit those timings because 2 items are now in for Kongdoo. The 3rd item is in and the gold lead is still sub 5k. Things start to look pretty good for Kongdoo Monster.
We've already seen some pretty substantial comebacks. Jin Air almost pulled one off against Longzhu in their series. For now, looks like we might just say, yep, it's going to be the Dragon started up. Prey, he'll go low as he doesn't have any lifesteal yet. And that's going to be the swoop in from Crash. So they go ahead, they put a 3rd Dragon on the board, and that's where the Elder Dragon starts becoming a big concern if you're Kongdoo.
And what I want to see from Longzhu is, again, love the draft, love the early game. What they need to realize now is to play to their win condition, which is sieging, which they now have double mountain drake to buff up, but also send in your members. We already talked about how difficult it is for Kongdoo to clear vision, to place vision. Send 2, 3 members into that blue side jungle, clear out the control wards, put advanced vision down, and you have double mountain drake to turn on to Baron if the inner turrets prove too difficult. So all the setups, barring Expression in the bot lane, need to be around the blue side of Kongdoo, and Kongdoo do have the struggles to wave clear quickly and counter that vision. So if Longzhu can control the vision game on this blue side of Kongdoo Monster, that's what they need. That's what they really need to be shooting for. If they can't, and they just end up passing over minion waves, trading farm between a caster Varus and a traditional build Caitlyn, that's where they really fall behind.
We'll see. You can see the members of Longzhu are pushing out, getting rid of that control ward, as you say, but Crash up is able to turn around and get that last auto attack in time.
So 1-man invade 2 there by the Elites. Doesn't have any backup, didn't have the karma even for movement speed, so gets the minimum, which is the first control ward, but we know the second one, which was just now replaced.
They'll get rid of a little bit more vision, so at the moment, Longzhu, they have the outskirts of this jungle warded. The very entrances taken care of, but they can't get any real deep vision. Cocoon's going to go wide as Punch desperately tries to clear out that ward. He's going to have to abandon it, though, as he gets knocked down to about half HP.
Longzhu need to make the big balls call, Achilles. They need to actually go in deep because consider what they have. They have level 16 Shen. They have Aurelion Sol who can fly in with CC. They can basically bait a fight around a control ward and initiate on the blue side. If they just end up trading and don't get any further advantages, then they're just losing all the momentum they built. So this is the safe play, but they need to make the decisive play, which is what we're waiting for.
I mean, but they just need to go in as a unit. They have to, be ready for Expression. He has to be ready to pull the trigger on that Stand United. As we learned from Deficio, if you go in deep, you need protection.
Good old Deficio. Hopefully he's watching somewhere in Europe, probably in Germany.
I would imagine there's only really one place that he'd be watching from. Guger, though, does go low. Mantra Q won't connect, but even then wouldn't have been enough to take him out. He blows the flash, so that's potential. Oh, wow. It's a potential chase summoner that he could use to really stick on top of somebody, get a Devour, but turns out Longzhu still do a lot of damage.
It might actually be Bloodthirst to 3rd from Sol. He notices that it's only the Sunfire from Shen, nothing else. Abyssal Voyage is pretty aggressive given the game.
Hello, Guger. You have no flash, no way to get out of here. Pops the shield, but it doesn't even matter. He goes down. TP comes through from Expression, still has the Stand United. And with him out of the way, Longzhu say, well, screw it, let's start up the Baron.
That's an individual mistake as well as, wow, I guess just a random poke caught the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and now no Smite available to try to steal this one. No chance in hell of it going over to Kongdoo. Gets taken out. Crash picks that up. Roach doing his damage to try to take this up, but flashes away with the Maelstrom still ticking. They'll stick to him like glue, however. as the Shadow Dash comes through, and he's going to pay for this one with his life. 3 members fall. A Baron gets picked up by Longzhu, and you have to think that the door was just shut in the face of Kongdoo.
And we were waiting for that decisive play from Longzhu. It ends up being a decisive play from Guger in particular. Remember, he flashed away.
Here we go. This is
the first time he came through as we catch. Well, that was a max range Q from the Vesper. Remember, Guger flashed away the first time he face checked. He then ulted in with no flash into a Varus who just killed him the second time around. And then all the rest of this crossfire comes because Guger donated over first his flash, then his life. Baron as well, we know, multiple members. I thought it was going to have to be Longzhu making the big initiation. Ended up being Kongdoo handing them the game and the control on a silver platter.
Just filtering in one by one. A poor Punch trying to get off the ground, but that piercing arrow clips his wings and he falls flat.
Yeah. Big mechanical, big macro mistake, I should say, from Kongdoo. Game 2 of their first series, actually, they showed this as well when they were doing very well against, I believe it was MVP, or I might be missing, no, against the Rocks Tigers, and then in game 2, dived too strong when they were massively ahead, threw away the momentum. They didn't have a lead here to throw away, and now they find themselves 7,000 behind against Baron, against Double Mountain Drake, and a very powerful poke comp from Longzhu. And yeah, even though Maokai's hitting his items, the timings are coming through from Kongdoo. It might be too little too late.
I mean, you also have to take into consideration this third Mountain Drake that's about to be spawning in less than a minute. And with no vision around that pit, and now with Roach getting caught out, you have to expect that could very easily go over to Longzhu. If they even really need it, if they can't just end it on one big push right here. Soul, eats the Voice of Light straight into lockdown from the rest of the members of Longzhu, and Prey finishes them off over the wall. That is going to be a lot of the safe wave clear going away from the side of Kongdoo Monster. They'll lose their first inhibitor here at 31.5 minutes. And Longzhu, they might just be looking to end the game.
Yeah, the catch there onto the AD carry was massive. Soul has not looked the same on the Caitlyn compared to his Jhin and Ashe performances. Should be the game ending. That's going to be the first Nexus turret.
Can they get the second one? Edge, if he can lock somebody down, still could potentially burst Prey down to half HP, something like that. I don't know. Roach goes in, though. Trying to lock someone down as long as he can. He's going to die. That's the GA available for him. He'll come back up. Edge almost falls to that piercing arrow. He'll be able to make it out in time. Cougar comes up with the Devourer, but just going to hand a double kill over to Fly in the long run. And yep, that's going to be the game. Here's the last Nexus turret falls. Soul not able to do anything. Cocoon lands onto Edge, flashes into the fountain. Can't get out. And in just under 33 minutes, Longzhu, they keep the ball rolling throughout. Had a bit of a slow little bit in the mid game, but they turn up the heat yet again. They close it out very cleanly against Kongdoo Monster.
The grand return of the LCK from the Lunar New Year wasn't a bloody game, only 9 kills in 33 odd minutes, but it was a good one in multiple different ways from Longzhu. Like the draft, like the use of red side, the Aurelion Soul opened up the roams for the very early first brick at 9 minutes, and sure, they maybe slumped a little bit in the mid-game, didn't quite know how to close out. When you haven't done a lot of winning, when you haven't played a lot of competitive games, closing out a mid-game advantage can be one of the more tricky things for a new 5-man unit to do. But then Kongdoo kind of just gave them the reins. They're like, okay, you're struggling. They gave him a hint, it was like a cheat code came to them, like, here you go, here's something to work with. And from there, closed the game cleanly. So, in general, happy stuff from Longzhu Gaming. This is what I would have expected before the season start, the level of play to see from Longzhu. But we haven't seen this level of play for a whole series. They've played 2 3-game series and were crushed by KT. Let's see if they can take a clean 2-0, as was shown by their first game performance.
Yeah, Longzhu though, that's going to be the bigger concern. It's not so much how hard can Longzhu throw. It's going to be how much can Kongdoo step up coming back into the second game, because they looked completely lost. 5 games, 5 losses on the trot for Kongdoo Monster. High hopes preseason, but start of the season's been pretty rough for these guys, even if they do look dapper in their shirt and ties. Now it's 6 losses.
5 games in a row.
Oh, sure, yes. You are correct.
They did win a single game.
Yep.
First game against Rocks Tigers. Probably not going to be any changes for either lineup, though. BDD hopes perhaps need to be dashed for another week. But Fly and his Aurelion Soul in particular look good.
Yep, and now this is going to be Kongdoo going over the red side. They can't really afford to ban the Aurelion Soul, so it's going to be even rougher for them coming back in. But we're going to get ready to throw over to a little bit of a break. And When we come back, we will have that game number 2. We'll see if Kongdoo can bounce back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a nice little look at total damage to champions. And
Nothing
needless to
little about the
say,
Varus, baby.
Frey did some work exceeding the second highest member on his team, which was Expression on the Shen by over 10,000 damage.
Oh, if he just put out another 8,000 damage, he would have more than all of Kongdoo Monster combined. So, slacking off there, Prey.
That is such a disgusting figure.
I mean, this number is actually inflated because of the 80 caster Varus build, so it's even more poke damage, therefore even more DPM, and he wins the MVP as well. So good job, Prey. You did lots of damage.
Oddly enough, 100% kill contribution, something I didn't even notice during the game, but 4-1-4 on the scoreline. Almost perfect CS. He was off by maybe 20 or so, maybe 30 at the end of that one, but he'll knight himself his second MVP nomination, and that is going to secure him in a now something like 9-way tie for 4th place.
Less of the zigs for Prey, please.
But they'll put him right on the top of the board.
This guy is super good at putting out the damage. 80 carries, you know, the marksman. Please no more of the bot lane zigs. And there was a lot of people here, honestly, that deserved a nod in the MVP. It was a very much team performance that we haven't really seen all 5 members of Longzhu fire on the same game. So that was a good thing to see. Gugur did not fill himself with too many plaudits that game. And then look at this. I did not think that that particular arrow would hit, but just the tip did. As Soul also got deleted.
Sometimes it's all you need.
Just the tip.
Gets the job done. Can't argue with it. But Longzhu, they push in, they're able to get the win on the board, and now they just need one more to close this out, and it would be their first 2-0 victory, their second victory so far this split.
Yeah, it's the 2-1 over Jin Air, which to say it was hard fought was an understatement to that 70-odd minute game 3.
That was just one of those games where you feel bad for both teams for having gone through that.
I mean, we saw 10 shattered players at the end of that game. No one was happy at the end, but Longzhu will look at the first game and think, okay, clean. We basically did what we set out to do. If they could have a series where they look like that, finally, that would be a starting point. 4 series in for this new Longzhu organization. As always with Longzhu, is it a super team or is it a team that doesn't meet expectations? We were starting actually to fall into the second camp. Good game 1. Let's see if they can pull it off in game 2.
Yeah, and if they can do that, definitely could reinvigorate the squad, not just for the players, but also for the fans who have, still stuck with them. Very packed audience now as we move later into the day. Still just about 6 p.m. here in Korea, so people getting off of work, getting out of school. Sometimes you have those night classes that kids go to, and they make their way over here to the studio.
And another stat that Longzhu actually managed to improve. Previous to the last game, they were 1-5 without Rengar in game score. They had 2 games, 2 wins with Crash on Rengar, but otherwise it struggled, moving up to 2-5. So not many teams going to be getting Rengar, especially on patch 7.1 or indeed 7.2, where the Were-Kitty wasn't hit too hard. Blue side bans. Edge has been playing a lot of Cassio, again played a lot of Gyeonggi, so that's why it's one of the blue side bans for Longzhu. Looks like we're once again setting up for a first pick Kha'Zix.
Definitely be suitable to Crash, but I mean, still looks really comfortable when it comes to that Elise. Rengar, of course, going to be the 3rd final ban, and Malzahar taken away yet again by Longzhu.
So will we see a first pick Varus instead? I just locked in as I say it. The reason why is, as you point out, his Kha'Zix games actually were losses. In general, he struggled on Kha'Zix. His Elise has looked good. So the Varus, to me, was kind of what they've diagnosed as the champion that swung their momentum the most. So they actually will first pick the Varus away. We'll see if Kongdoo remembers what happened on the blue side, where they took 280 carry bans and were forced into the Caitlyn. I'm expecting Kongdoo to select that 80 carry with their final pick of the first round, but action onto Longzhu, and wow, that's actually going to get Kha'Zix as well.
Interesting, though. They decided to go for the Jace. They ran this in mid versus SK Telecom. Didn't go so hot. Faker knows how to play Corki, as it would turn out. So they will revisit this, but Kha'Zix and Ryze potentially going to be picked up here on the side of Longzhu.
Jace hasn't had the highest win rate so far in Champions. I believe it's 1-6 so far at the start of the season, and Longzhu's just stacking power picks. I can count on one finger, or maybe even one hand, but probably more like one finger, but one hand maybe globally, how many teams have gotten Varus, Kha'Zix, and Ryze in a draft, but all taken in the first rotation. Let's see if Kongdoo do take that 80 carry. Both Jin and Ash available now, may not be in the next round.
I think you have to, but looks like they're actually going to go ahead and pick up the Elise.
Interesting. So let's consider where they're at. They've got a flex pick, but probably a mid laner. Roach could play Jace, but it's not really what you'd consider in his wheelhouse, more of the tank role player. So let's consider it being a mid support and jungler in the first round. They need top and 80 carry. I don't really know what top laner they could be angling for, because they're going to have to expect double 80 carry bans because it worked so well for Longzhu in the previous round. So maybe they get a Maokai as their first pick. To me, Maokai would be something that would fit the Longzhu comp super, super well. You want a powerful tank to combine with the Kha'Zix. That's your KT and you run 5 carries.
So far, the 80 carry bans are going to be eluding us. Syndra and Poppy taken away by Kongdoo. So, I mean, that could show that maybe they want to play the Jace in top lane, getting rid of Poppy. Or maybe they just want to get rid of that busted Yordle.
Syndra's win rate hasn't been high, but it's champion that Edge has played. And when you see the Poppy ban, as you say, it does seem to telegraph, or at least mind game, that it could be a top lane Jace. Support hasn't been taken by Longzhu, and Gorilla was the one to innovate the Misfortune support back in the World's semifinals. It's one of the stronger laning choices against that Karma.
I feel like you have to ban the Jhin out here if you're Longzhu. It just doesn't make sense to hand that over to Soul when he's so comfortable on it, but it's going to be double mid lane bans trying to keep Edge pushed out a little bit here as they take away Orianna.
Mind games get intriguing, because now, to me, it's all about where is this Jace going. Ryze versus Jace. A comfortable matchup for Ryze, but usually one he can scale through. Soul, the Caitlyn didn't impress us in game 1.
I think this would be really ill-advised.
He would have a Karma support this time, so there wouldn't be necessarily the pressure problems.
There we go.
It's just going to be the Jace. So Jace Karma is what we're expecting to be the bot lane.
Jhin.
So yeah, you're correct. Jhin, Jace.
We've seen Jace ADC.
Got Jhin, Jace, Varus. I got it so far. I'll remember that for the game. But that does pass over the Maokai. So I thought that Kongdoo were looking for a Maokai takeaway. Maybe they're telegraphing it will be that Jace top. And finally for support. We certainly have not seen a lot of Nami this season. I believe there's only been the single game.
They'll lock it in.
1 game, 1 victory so far on Nami this season.
So, wanting to stick with the range supports, don't want to get harassed out by the Karma. And now, hovering over a top laner, this very well could just be a Jace in the mid lane. Gangplank being hovered. This is what we saw picked into Kongdoo Monster by Huni when they played against SKT. Roach was playing the Maokai.
Also, historically, it's the one carry-minded champ that Roach has looked good on was the top lane Gangplank. So they will lock it in. I was on the money. I was expecting Jace mid just because it's so far away from Roach's comfort picks in the top lane. Double physical damage laners, but they do have the Elise for magic damage. Karma also will do a decent amount of magic damage from the support role. Interesting stuff here. So they will have a pressure lane matchup in top. Talked about the jungle matchup being important, Crash in particular in game 1. Now the Elise is on Punch's side. I think Punch's needs to be the one who steps up in this game, because the composition in terms of a 5-man unit from Longzhu is very, very powerful.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, yet again, we saw Crash getting ahead early with that Elise. Granted, having that CC, that reliable CC with the Cocoon, is a bit different than when you're playing the Kha'Zix, but we know that when this guy gets rolling in the jungle, not often does it stop. So now going on to the Kha'Zix is going to be really heavy snowball potential for him. And if he can get the Rise ahead, get Prey back to a similar spot where he was before, having an early back like that Tear of the Goddess with the Serrated Dirk and a Caulfield's Warhammer, things could just completely unravel for Kongdoo yet again.
Top lane is so predictable. Gangplank does win this matchup against Maokai unless there's significant jungle camping. Kha'Zix's not really a champion to do that all the time. Let's see if Crash varies up his pathing to be able to help the Maokai. If Maokai gets ahead early, he actually does do pretty damn well in that matchup. Not the least comfortable matchup for Ryze either, who will take the ranged harass from Jace, but otherwise will be just fine in the top lane. And then the return of Nami for the 2nd time this season in the bot lane. Longzhu didn't prioritize Soul, and particularly shutting down his champion pool. So it is Soul on his comfort Jhin, and Jhin Karma definitely better 2v2 than the Tahm Kench lane in Game 1.
Yeah, I think aside from the junglers keeping track of where they're going to be going, Punch especially, I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on that bottom lane and see how Soul fares when he's on his comfort champ. But let's go ahead, get onto the Rift, and see if Longzhu can close this out, or if Kongdoo will pick one up and send us to Game 3.
Pawn, Mata, Marin, Deft. We'll see all those in our second series of the night, Achilles.
There we will. No Huni today, though. Gangnam Studio does get SK Telecom this weekend as they square off against MVP.
Even though I'm super excited about our second series, I keep looking at that calendar for the first meeting of Afreeca and SKT a week today, I believe. It will be the first meeting of Marin and Faker for the season.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about so many notable names coming back. The storylines, the history, the MVPs, the championships. So many different factors, especially when we see the first time meetings. As very full house now, even for Kongdoo Monster versus Longzhu. We're showing fans instead of trades.
Definitely is quite full, and you have to expect that it's going to be even more so. Like they have to stop some people at the door for a second set, as KT and the Freecs, what Marin being back in Korea is a very popular squad. So it should be a very full day of League of Legends here in the OGN East Stadium.
So many big names returning that they just couldn't all fit on single squads. That's why we have superstars in 6 of our rosters, you'd say, at this point. So it's very hard to find games where there isn't big fan favorites on at least one side of the Rift. Gorilla on this Nami. And Nami was one of the picks that was very big around Worlds time. It felt like ranged supports were very much in vogue the first couple of weeks of Worlds. It went from the Tahm Kench meta to the Nami meta. Nami famously does very well against Tahm Kench. First meeting the junglers in an isolated Punch.
Yeah, Punch gonna go ahead and repel away. Hits the blast cone. He will be able to take himself out to safety. Meanwhile, Edge trying to lay some pressure down on a fly, but you can see he's trading back fairly evenly so far on that rise. But close call for Punch, but holds onto the flash. Didn't have to use that summoner spell quite yet.
Nami, one of the Korea most played for Gorilla. 42 games of Nami. Most played is Alistar, which if you watched Spring last year, would certainly have been cemented, but only 5 more games of Alistar than Nami in his career.
See though, this major communication disconnect so far from Gorilla and Prey, double warding the lane brush. Worrisome trend.
I'm not sure about the synergy between Prey and Gorilla in 2017.
It's all out the window. It was the Rocks Tigers. It was, they need Smeb, they need Peanut, they need Kuro to hold it all together, or Cry, depending on if they're playing Faker that day.
I mean, Cry's doing well as Zet over on EDG. Back in his original role.
That's right, I forgot he changed his name.
He used to be an AD carry before he filled in mid. We thought it was just going to be nominal, but actually ended up on that Casper Cup squad. Bash is higher level than Punch.
Yeah, he says, hey, I'll just take some of these Krugs, but fast track will be there from Roach if he wants to pinch in, but knows that you get that Kha'Zix and the Maokai together, it's going to be pretty hard to come up with a kill and not lose one. So they will go ahead and heal back. Looks like Crashy's going to exit safely. Still poking around though. Some damage from those Spider Link.
I'm liking this Varus Nami lane. Usually Nami was just picked for a laning strength and sustain. Soul has to flash away. But the pick power of the Aqua Prison, you think about it, Chains of Corruption makes it very easy to hit Aqua Prison. Talking about 3 seconds of CC is fly.
Nice reaction. Flashes away from the cocoon.
Took Exhaust, so he does have the trade for the all-ins from Jace, but doesn't have Cleanse or Ghost, which have been more popular summoners on this rise.
I mean, that's another thing. I mean, Cleanse is there from Edge. If he can get rid of that, if Crash can show some face, get rid of the Cleanse immediately, could just make for a very easy return gank, lock him down with the Root Prison. No, Kha'Zix jumps straight in onto his face, and then he tears him apart.
I'm actually not a huge fan of the Cleanse on Jace. I understand what it's for. It's for the Root, stop the Kha'Zix from getting the kills, but since it's only a single CC, and if it's for Maokai, then probably bad things have already happened.
It'll take him through the late game too with the
I think
Chain
it
Corruption,
exhausts, because if you remember, exhaust against Rise is a very common summoner spell, especially on the previous, before the mage rework of Rise.
Yeah, for sure.
But Cleanse seems just too defensive and then not necessitated either.
Wait, which rework of Rise?
That was the previous rework. We've only had one rework in the last year.
But many over time.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's going to be a flash cocoon for it on a fly. Looks like he may go down. Heal coming through from the Navi, trying to keep him alive. And he's actually going to live through it. Gorilla comes up with first blood, takes out Edge in the end. Didn't get a chance to use the flash to try to get out of there. Summoner spells used on both sides. Punch had to flash to try to get that cocoon, and he's going to exit, hightailing it back towards that tier 2 and bottom lane. And now Longzhu just pushing forward. He can do so fearlessly. They'll get some wards down, and Crash will even be able to take away some of these camps. Oh, that one completely sideways for Kongdoo Monster.
That mindset of Aroma, all those Alistair games, doesn't matter if it's Nami, a lane-focused support. Gorilla first to roam, in the right spot. Fly on such low health, got the shield, just lived. And suddenly, first blood over to Longzhu. Looked like Kongdoo wanted to set the pace of this game, and denied by a nice roam from Gorilla.
I mean, technically, they did set the pace of the game.
Sure.
It's just whether or not Longzhu want to go along with it after they get those kills handed over. But I think they'll be quite happy with that one coming through.
6
Giving
minutes.
the first blood to Gorilla, maybe not the best allocation of that first blood gold, but all the same, they put one on the board, and that's going to help them stretch a little bit of a lead, almost 1,000 gold up at the moment.
Yeah, 6 minutes and a half, though, for Catalyst and Tier. Sure, no boots, but
Oh, man.
that is some fast scaling on the side of Rise.
Absolutely.
Let's see if we see the wraparound, though, because Punch now knows that both summoners are down and no boots, so could be some nice catch onto the Rise.
We were talking, right before the fight broke out, we were talking about the rework on the Rise. Apparently, Urgot is going to be the next one on the board for Riot.
I noticed that. Very difficult to work out what to salvage from Urgot. I imagine it's going to maybe be the lock-on mechanic.
I would think so.
His most trademark thing. The damage reduction passive could go. The swap was always a bit wonky.
You don't like the hyperkinetic position reverser, Papa?
Oh, I like the ability. It was one of my favorites back when I played original Dota, but in terms of Urgot's kit, didn't really make sense.
I'll see where they go with it. I forget which other champions are on the board. I think they said Evelyn might be in there.
It was one of the ones.
And then I think Galio.
Yes.
Are like the next 3.
That does make sense.
So supposedly we'll get Urgot before the next champion comes out. I think is what the official statement said.
I'm excited to see how much Warwick we see. You have to imagine next week, or maybe
true.
the week after, he'll be available. So we should see the Wolf that we haven't seen since patch 420. Blazing the Rift.
Yeah. I'll admit, I didn't get to see much of the NACS today, but it was on 7.2, and I believe Warwick was available. So I'm not sure how the drafts went. But, I mean, you kind of hear mixed things. A lot of people saying, like, oh, he's busted, but then it seems like the general consensus is that he's quite strong, maybe not quite broken. He's not Camille level on 6.1. But still, I mean, if he is as strong as some people allude to, you have to wonder how that's going to, shake things up when it comes to red side bans moving forward.
It's going to take, I think, 7.3 to shake specifically the LeBlanc, Rengar, Camille trio. Going to need the more heavy-handed nerfs that come in 7.3 to really displace those. I've played quite a bit of solo queue recently, and Warwick seems good, but not necessarily broken, so it's not quite Rengar levels of power. But when things hit the competitive realm and you have perfect communication, stuff that seems a bit strong suddenly becomes very strong. So, as you say, waiting to see some of those hit the Rift. Someone will try it.
I mean, with that ultimate, it seems like they just kind of made him like better Zac, because he can just drive by the Baron and just completely smite that away. Not quite as tanky, but still can get that massive amount of sustain. I've had a couple Warwicks absolutely wreak havoc in my solo queue game so far.
We can have that fun game where you have to decide whether to call him Warwick or Warwick. It's a difficult one.
Warwick.
The British person, the British side of me definitely thinks of Warwick, but Warwick is probably the league accepted term. I'll have to ask for more. I'll ask some other casters, see what the Brains Trust says. Shaco or Shaco is the other famous one. Everyone settled on Shaco for that one.
I mean, we had Talia and Talia. So there's been a couple ones we gotta figure out, investigate further.
Pretty obvious dive coming through, especially as she takes turret aggro. That's awkward. Loses 300 health for free, and nice reaction from Kongdoo. See multiple members top, and they're starting up this Drake.
Yeah, will be spotted by Longzhu. They do have that ward sitting.
Timing's good though. Rise had just bought for very early. It's worth noting. Rod of Ages completion at 10 minutes.
Yep. And you can see Prey not even going to try to roll him over and go for a steal with a piercing arrow. Just wants to focus on farming. So Longzhu are just going to have to write that off. Cougar definitely can't walk into lane through the river. Has to wrap around. So he'll be disconnected from Soul for a little bit.
I'm going to back up on Fly, so the wraparound gank won't be as straightforward as it would have been a couple of minutes ago.
Do they really want to stick around for this? Punch looks like he's in this one for the long haul. Fly pushed up pretty far, but Punch, he walks out of the brush and he'll get spotted.
The moment you walk up for auto range of the enemy turret, that's usually the go button for a jungler. But when they communicated the summoners were up, it became a much lower percentage chance of being successful.
Punch is still here. But you can see Fly, he's just cheating to the the top side of the wave, keeping himself behind there. Edge goes forward. Just gonna smack him back. He takes a lot of damage in the trade though. Fly having that power already. Punch is gonna get spotted as they throw out the scrying plant. Punch goes up with a repel. Prison does come in and he gets locked down. That's gonna be a second kill on the board for Longzhu. Edge tries to get a little bit of damage, and Cannonball Barrage was thrown down by Roach, but no real hope of coming up with an answering kill. Punch just sticking around for way too long.
Yeah, I said Voilings were meant Spiderlings. Both were dead, so he was actually isolated. Ended up falling very quickly to the Kha'Zix, who was power farming and has a couple more camps, and now also was already half a level up, probably even more so than that now, working towards level 9 as Crash. And Punch went for this Elise. It was a bit of an Elise takeaway. We speculated. And so far, certainly seems to be harming more than helping Kongdoo Monster's early game.
Yep. And that's a really rough spot to be in. I mean, considering Punch was one of the gems for this team when they re-qualified into LCK during the summer promotion. But just not able to have that same impact, it would seem.
He was a level above, a step above. Step ahead of other challenger junglers. Looked really good on this re-promoted Kongdoo lineup. Looked good at I Am Gungi as well, but out of the season, cutting his teeth with some of the superstars we have in the LCK. He's been left wanting a little bit. Long season, so chance to rehabilitate his reputation, but for now, has been on struggle streak. Even the game where he got way ahead, chain ganking Mickey on the Cassiopeia in that game 2 of Rocks. He then was too aggressive, gave away his lead, and Kongdoo went on to lose that game.
Just a rough spot to be in here for Kongdoo. Had a nice trade with the Dragon, but have since suffered some more losses. You can see Soul building his way towards that Infinity Edge start by the look of it. But the Ghost Blade is already done for Prey, as well as the Tear of the Goddess stacking up. Can't quite see how many stacks he has. But now blue buff maybe going to be stolen away. Fly comes in, but yeah, look at that burst off the Shock Blast. They'll actually hand this one over to Prey. So he'll be quite satisfied with that. More piercing arrows coming out, faster stacking or more reliable stacking on the Tear of the Goddess because he doesn't have to worry about his mana management at all. And Soul is just going to keep getting pushed in. 27 CS discrepancy, yet again, having a really rough time.
I guess that's why they weren't so worried about handing over something like the Jhin, given that Jhin will always get outpaced in speed of wave clear versus a Varus. Is the true AD carry, the AD caster build, so mid lane Varus in the bot lane from Prey, especially with the blue buff rocking on him.
Even the shields from Cougar are not enough to keep up with this damage that's coming out from Prey already.
I mean, the Nami also, Nami has the pick all-in potential of the follow-up with the Q after a Chain of Corruption, but then has the sustain to be topped up compared to Karma.
Well, Prey does get locked down. That's going to be the current call opened up. Throws out the Chain of Corruption. Does connect, and he's going to flash away immediately. Meanwhile, TP coming through. Joining the fray. Locks him down, and Prey snipes out Cougar right off the bat.
They want more.
With Crash, the Realm Warp coming in from Fly in the back line. He can jump straight in onto Soul with the help of the Kazakhs and take him out. He'll pop the heal. He's trying to limp his way out. Flash forward. Flash followed by Fly. And they will go ahead and finish him off now. Punch and Roach alone under the turret. Now it's just Roach. Another sniper prey. Let's go ahead. Can we make it a third? No, the cooldown's not there. But that's going to be a near ace as Edge, the only one that did not participate in that fight. Couldn't even roam down in time. 4 members fall on the side of Kongdoo, and this turret is likely to follow.
Yeah, super clean rotation. Longzhu, it looks like they were on the back foot. Prey has to flash away, but Expression teleports onto a minion, means there's minions alive at this point. Really nice snipe, just like game 1 from Prey, vindicating the first pick Varus, and then they're just so much faster in the rotation. Fly, level 11, gets the nice Realm Warp into the back line, and Jace, starts to cheat over to bot, realizes they're going to lose, goes back to mid to wave clear, now comes back bottom. Basically, the indecision there from Edge means that Jace is a complete non-factor. They can afford to tank turret, even though it's Kazakhs of all people tanking the turret. And suddenly, what was a nice early game has become a mammoth early game for Longzhu, and they find themselves 5,500 gold ahead at 16 minutes with a scaling comp.
I mean, this is just a nightmare if you're Kongdoo at this point. And it's just, you have to be racking your brain. What can we possibly do to swing this back in our favor? Because right now, the only thing that Kongdoo have going for them is an Infernal Drink, and Longzhu are more than making up for that with their gold lead.
Yeah, free-farmed Gangplank on previous Gangplanks would have been relevant, but I don't think it's as relevant these days. It's a bit of a weird build from Roach. He went Jerom's Fist into Trinity Force, so slower Trinity Force means less cooldown reduction early. Jerom's Fist almost certainly going to be turned into Steric's Gauge, because Black Cleaver is not a item that we often see Gangplanks picking up. And that extra Sheen and the base damage bonus from both Sheen and the Jerom's Fist into Steric's Gauge can make for nice Q trades.
Now Expression alone underneath this top turret.
That was
3
cute.
members. Just
he actually W'd the cocoon onto a minion of all things to dodge that. Meanwhile, Longzhu brute force down the inner turret.
So, yeah, I mean, Longzhu just turning that play from Kongdoo on its head where, we saw Crash show into the top lane. They netted themselves the Dragon. 3 members show up top, and they get themselves a tier 2 in bot. Maybe another one in mid. Can't finish it off quite yet. Edge will get the recall off, and the turret will still stand, but you can see Longzhu, they're going to be sticking around. They pretty much have nothing to fear on the side of Kongdoo Monster at this point. They'll clear out this vision of the wall.
They don't have vision of the top side jungle, but because they saw so many members, they could chunk it very safely. Now it gets a bit more risky to walk up, so they back away. They know that the Cannon Barrage is still on cooldown, and as you say, should be Maokai. They're starting to whittle down the turret. Soul is there to pick up the farm.
I mean, Soul can't even try to walk up to save that turret because I'm pretty sure Expression could kill him quite easily at the moment. Has that Sunfire cape to mitigate the damage coming out, so Soul would just be scratching at the surface, scratching at the bark, I should say, of that Maokai.
Yeah, Longzhu. A lot to like about them today. Have to talk about the opposition. Kongdoo certainly haven't looked too formidable throughout the course of this series, but let's focus on the positives for Longzhu, where they have been that much smarter in their drafting. Their Game 1 draft made a lot of sense on red side. They're playing to their Game 2 draft as well. It's good to see them first to move. They were definitely much more reactionary on other champions, but first the Aurelion Soul and now the Realm Warp usage by Rise. It's been good to see Fly get out of lane and rotate first.
I was going to make a reference, but I can't because you haven't seen the Prestige.
I have not.
And I also don't want to spoil it for anybody that's in the audience that hasn't watched it, so I guess I'll have to let that one go, but it was pretty damn good.
The only movie spoilers that are acceptable on this stream appear to be Star Wars movie spoilers. But neither of us, it shows the sign of the times, neither of us have seen Rogue One.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I would think in my head that I would be going to the movie theater more often because it's cheaper in Korea. As opposed to when I was living in LA and it's like $15 to go see a regular screening. It's like $8 here. So it's like, it kind of makes sense that I would be going more often, but for some reason I just haven't made the journey to the CGV.
I recently moved and have a cinema pretty close. But
I still haven't seen La La Land.
Really?
Yeah.
The film buff yourself, that's probably poor, as Cougar is going to take almost his whole health bar.
It's chunked out pretty low. And Roach, well, he's dead.
Yep.
Nothing more to say about that one, but yeah, no, I haven't seen it yet. Definitely need to catch up. I'll do one of those days where I sit down and I watch a couple of the Oscar, Best Picture noms, and then go through them throughout the week.
Is it so you can have your meme tweets ready for the Oscars and actually have watched the movies?
I don't think I'll be awake during the Oscars, depending on.
I know what your sleep schedule is like, Achilles. Don't pretend.
It's been good lately. I woke up at 10 a.m. today.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It was 1 p.m. yesterday, but that doesn't matter. Keeping it on track. But anyway, at the end of this, the entire point, Papa Smithy, is that you need to watch The Prestige.
Okay.
Everyone out there that has not seen that movie needs to see that movie, because think like, what's Christopher Nolan's best film? A lot of you probably say Memento. Some of you are superhero fans might be like, oh, it's The Dark Knight. But it's The Prestige, hands down.
Inception would also get a lot of fans.
This is way, way better than Inception. I do love that movie, though. First time I saw that, I was so confused. I went back and saw it, I think, 2 days later, and then I was able to wrap my head around everything. I went to the midnight screening as well the first time, so I was, a little bit tired. So, tired mixed with Inception leads to a lot of confusion.
No confusion necessary for this series. It's honestly been very simple. The kill scores have been pretty low. We only had 9 kills in game 1, 7 this game, but
Kongdoo are probably pretty confused.
I mean, it's not going to be a perfect game, given that a single objective has gone to Kongdoo. That was the Infernal Drake, but we're getting pretty close to perfect game territory, Achilles.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you almost, give them the honorary perfect game.
No, the problem with honorary perfect games, then you just say the words perfect game too often. I feel like even when you utter the words as a point, it's a pretty big compliment, especially for a team like Longzhu, that perfect game has been very far away from describing their previous attempts to the Rift.
Sure. Oh, might have a fight break out, so I'm going to hold that thought. Punch and Cougar both just going to get absolutely melted off the face of the planet. And that should be a Baron going through to Longzhu. I was going to say, not that I'm saying that they get an honorary perfect game. If there was such a thing, this would be the context.
Well, I prefer to live in a world where there are no honorary perfect games, no participation medals, only real victories.
Good for you, because that's where we're at.
Okay. Well, it looks like Longzhu are going to be able to punch the 2-0 in this particular series. So far ahead. Roach will just try and take a second Infernal Drake for a scaling win that will never come for Kongdoo Monster. 16% of nothing is still nothing, turns out.
Yep. Hooray!
Definitely the Gangplank Nasus thing of guys, I'm stacking, I got my items, bonus gold's coming in. Meanwhile, multiple members' health bars are exploding in half a second.
Boom, yep. Oh dear. Poor Kongdoo. 9-0 at the moment.
And awkwardly, they actually play in our first game of tomorrow.
They do. Yeah, they follow up. They have 2 days. They have. They and the Freecs have back-to-back days this week, so they play against BBQ Olivers, who, honestly, who've been looking pretty good. So that could still be a tough ask for Kongdoo to come out on top of that matchup.
If you don't take your victories over teams like BBQ Olivers, you got difficult matches coming up in the calendar afterwards. So certainly won't be playing themselves into form with a series like this.
And then Freecs tomorrow do go up against Jin Air Green Wings, so they have to buckle down, get ready for the long haul. Jin Air is going to try to drag them out as long as humanly possible. But for now, Longzhu not dragging out a damn thing. They're going to keep this short and sweet. I think we had about 33 minutes on the clock in game 1. Now 25, maybe looking to break that inhibitor line. Cougar's going to flash away, but he still gets locked down by that Chain of Corruption. No follow-up is going to be coming through. Prey actually goes low, but Soldiers has no idea where he's at, so he can't hit him with the curtain call.
Nami still does have the ultimate, which with its range is available to interrupt Soul's ultimate, which was what happened there. We'll go back to the rotation game. Nice damage from Soul.
Yeah, he's going to get flashed on. Gorilla out of mana, will flash away. Soul getting exhausted. It's enough to keep the Nami alive for now. Meanwhile, Crash, he just flashes straight into the face of the Jin. Takes him out in an instant. The tier 2 turret in top goes down. Wave getting ready to crash in the bottom lane. Longzhu pushing forward onto this inhib turret. Bray is low, has to be careful, has to dodge out these barrels, dodge out the shock blast. Won't flash away in time, still gets chunked low. And he is going to have to hightail out of there. So Kongdoo Monster will be able to hold onto these inhibitor turrets for a bit longer.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage still, Kongdoo, even if they don't have necessarily tankiness or an ability to start a meaningful fight. So the moment they chunk someone out, Longzhu have to reset. The turret dive will be definitely... The all-ins will look very strong for, specifically if Expression takes turret aggro on the side of Longzhu. They haven't broken the base, but in a meaningful way yet, but otherwise, full control for Longzhu.
And look at this, Gorilla just shoving them off the blue buff, throws out the tidal wave, pops up Edge, but Fly's not able to get there in time to really follow up.
Some of the item builds getting creative. Got Rylai's onto Rise, which has been in and out of Rise builds, but I think a sign of just having the right gold value in this game. On the side of Varus, we have a Death's Dance, which no one builds ever, except for Graves sometimes.
I really just love that Fly has not gotten the Archangel staff yet. He's still just holding on to that Tear of the Goddess.
More fun items to be built, I guess.
It's like, I'll just sit with this on max stacks, I guess. I just want the mana, really. I don't need the shield at this point.
Let's see if Longzhu kill the game in the way we're expecting. They didn't need to kill the game in game one. I hope they would, and in the end, Kongdoo made the mistake. I want to see Longzhu understand how far ahead they are. 13,000 gold at 27 minutes is just a mammoth gold lead. As long as Expression is the one to initiate, they can easily turret dive. But if they're just poking from range, you know, something hits from edge, it's something they have to reset. So they can kill the game in the next 5 minutes. That's a good sign for Longzhu going into more tough opposition in the future. They just end up slowly wave clearing and wait for a mistake. Not as positive a sign.
It seems like they're a bit split in their decisions at the moment. You can see the 1-2-2 coming through as Fly and Crash hover around mid. Era of Corruption comes down on the edge. They get rid of that cleanse, as well as the Cannonball Barrage.
The Chain of Corruption accuracy has been super good from Prey.
Yeah, I mean,
vindicating that first pick, Varus.
It was pretty good in the first game, aside from those couple times he missed underneath the turret. But now Expression going in on the Roach. It's going to be the Realm Warp coming through. Crash and Fly arriving, and in an instant, Roach just disappears.
Expression's taking the turret. I had to point it out because he wouldn't have noticed on his health bar.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the turret health in mid is going down as Prey and Gorilla knock this out. So inhibitor exposed now. Expression going to keep maintaining that pressure in top lane. Actually going to go ahead and recall at the wave crash. He has TP. He is not worried about anything at the moment. Oh, never mind. Changing his mind. Says, you know what? I can stick around. I didn't lose nearly as much HP as I thought I did. Third call gets opened up by Cougar. Tidal wave thrown out to interrupt it. Won't be able to get that fourth and final shot off. Meanwhile, Chain of Corruption comes through, followed up by the bubble from Nami, and Cougar goes down. First inhibitor to fall comes through for Longzhu, and they're going to tack a second one onto the board. You can see Edge just aimlessly throwing out these shock blasts, not able to come up with any significant damage to dissuade them. Longzhu, they take what they want, they do it with force, they'll back out, and they'll get ready, likely for that Baron in just 50 seconds.
Yeah, the Baron not necessary, but would be
the icing on the cake.
Absolutely. The cherry on top even. I don't even know if the cake is part of the Baron at this point. I think that very much the game is being played around Kongdoo Monster. We could have seen Maokai recall, teleport in, and look for a fight, but instead we see Maokai recall by another one of those creative item choices in the Haunting guys. Don't know if you see that one. Maybe that's a Mobifier build right there, but regardless.
Could be.
This is,
but now it's going to be on pro builds. Oh, no, that's only solo queue, I think. I don't think they take it from a...
It's going to be on LOLesports.com.
It'll make it somewhere. Somebody is now going to be replicating this.
I could tell you what it does for Maokai, but I'd prefer to tell you that it's a confidence choice from the Maokai. Something, something, high base value, something, something. No, actually, they're just winning by so much that buying a Haunting guy is fun, so that's why Expression did it.
I want to do more damage. Oh, wow. Edge almost just trolled the hell out of Cougar. If they jumped on him after that blast cone went off and he died, that would have been... That probably would have created some inner turmoil on the team.
You know, I don't know if they need too much more for inner turmoil.
That's true.
They don't even need Maokai to tank up when you have Fly, enough cooldown reduction, and the shields and heals coming in. How many does it take to knock down the tree, Achilles?
More than Kongdoo have available to them is the answer. You can see he has taken no damage.
Oh, the
He'll
Haunting guy's double kill.
As he gets rid of Edge and Cougar. Meanwhile, Roach goes down. It's just a lonely soul all by himself, running aimlessly down the bottom lane. And Expression's like, you know what? I got some time.
Wants to pad that kill score. Looks like it won't happen here. Expression's having a jolly old time. And the minute he flashed over, come back here, Soul.
Oh, dear. Well, looks like Soul's only victory here will be that he didn't die at the very end of the game. He'll be the only member alive as the Nexus crumbles, but Longzhu returned to form, you would have to say, for some of these players. Fly, Prey, and Gorilla especially having very good series, and they will put their first 2-0 victory on the board.
And then a complete obliteration in Game 2. It wasn't competitive. Looked like a good team versus a desperately poor team, and
what a bad birthday present.
Yeah.
Poor Roach.
It's a belated birthday present, so I guess you can pretend it's not one, but there's a lot of schadenfreude going on among the minds of these Kongdoo players. Not a lot to be happy about. Didn't really show up on the Rift in this series. And that's 6 games in a row. Game 1 victory over Rocks Tigers, and then 6 losses in a row. Looking like a long season for Kongdoo Monster. Maybe they will have to play in the promotion tournament again. But Longzhu looked really good in Game 2. I think Crash in particular, his pathing this series was so much better than what we've seen from him ever since he debuted on the Nidalee back in spring of 2016. Everyone's smiling on Longzhu. For at least a day, they've got it all together.
I mean, you say a long split, but it could be a very short season here, Papa Smithy. As you mentioned, they could end up back in the promotion tournament, and it could be going up against CJ Entis, the team that they replaced in LCK.
That'd be
poetic, if nothing else, I suppose.
Poetic for sure. I think Kongdoo has still potential, but that potential becomes less and less relevant when the results just don't happen, because as good as your players might be, when you're 0-8 on the season, which is where they may find themselves, picking it up from there, having the support structure, having the mindset to improve is so much harder. Playing when you're winning, we've seen so much in the past where teams win, everything looks great, they start losing, roster swaps come in because you paper over the cracks with victories. Well, guess what? When you've lost 6 games in a row, the cracks are very apparent for Kongdoo Monster. And for once, Longzhu, there's no issues really. I think everything was pretty clean. Sure, could have been more decisive, but we're talking about going for an aggressive 60-40 rather than just waiting and playing a controlled longer game. Happy times for Longzhu Gaming. Not so happy times for Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, just those slight little dips here and there. I mean, that's not going to punish them too much until they go up against those big teams. Already lost to KT Rolster, but SK Telecom still a team that Longzhu is going to have to play against as we move forward in this season. So when it comes down to that, I think that they won't be able to afford those little missteps or just, momentary moments of silence.
Next Wednesday, actually, BBQ versus Longzhu. One team that's exceeded expectation, one team that's, I guess, after this win, starting to get back to expectation. I think the winner of that series is shaping up to be the team to come 5th. That's the 5th spot seems to be about where those two teams are realistically targeting themselves. So that'll be a fun one to catch next week.
Yeah, for sure.
But man, Kongdoo having to play in less than 24 hours is pretty tough stuff.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned BBQ. Again, a team that's exceeded our expectations. Now Kongdoo will have to face them, but yet again, Prey does a lot of damage.
Now this time Kongdoo had more members doing damage, so we're not talking about hilarious numbers.
Edge did a pretty surprising amount on the Jace. It didn't seem that much. He had a couple big shock blasts where he knocks people down, about half HP, and you're like, oh wow, okay, he does do some damage. But Your MVP here for Game 2, alongside Prey, is going to be Expression. Gets himself his first win, 2-0 and 8 on the Maokai, completely unkillable.
And he's kind of the fly of the top lane in that his champion pool was always a bit left of center. Loved Echo even after Echo was out of the meta. We saw some good Singed from him. Maokai, sure, he can play it, but it wasn't really a champion you'd associate closely with him. Good Maokai performance here. Even after he started getting a bit silly with the item build, that was well and truly after he decided the game. And in a tough laning matchup, you know, had no struggles with the gangplank. Gangplank didn't get any help from his jungler, so securing the kill was not something he was able to do. And good target selection from Expression. Happy times all abound. There's 5 members of Longzhu that feel pretty good, and BDD on the bench probably happy to.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, probably wants to get some play time in there, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that because it seems like Longzhu have finally found the right mix. And, you know, have identified their win conditions very clearly, at least in this series.
But you're never sure. Have they found the right mix, or did they play Kongdoo Monster? That's, you know, where do you tip the scales? Hard to say. With Kongdoo's struggles,
We definitely need to see a lot more from this team.
when they start performing against BBQ and then the big teams, that's when we can really get excited about Longzhu. But you can only beat the team that was put in front of you, and that team today was Kongdoo Monster for Longzhu.
Yep, well, we have an interview with our MVP, so let's go ahead and throw over to Joel for the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here with Longzhu Gaming picking up a win against Kongdoo Monster in a 2-0 fashion. And we are here with today's MVP, Prey and Expression for the interview. Prey and Expression, congratulations on the win. Would you like to say something about the win, Prey? I think I'm back, guys. I think I'm back to where I was before. And you know, ever since joining this new squad, Gorilla and I, we really had the thought of really starting over with this new team. But I'm glad I got the MVP today. Currently, it just seems like the ADC trend is with Varus right now. Do you have any comments regarding the champion? Yeah, with the ADC tier right now, it's all about how much you can contribute to your entire team with your position. But something that has less risk and has more benefit potential is with Varus. Especially I thought you just played perfect today with your position. And a lot of people really remember back the old Expression days when you were dominating the game. We really saw a piece of that today. With my TP timing, my coach has really helped me out with that. And I was really, following the right shot calling really helped me do the right plays at the right time. If there's no comments from the coaches regarding my TP timing, it's a decision that I have to make on my own. But just having to adjust between my own decision and theirs is really comfortable for me. It seems like a situation where I'm always ready to have the shot calling called on me. Prey, your Varus play was once again very, very precise with the sniping. Do you have any tips regarding the champion? It's a champion where you can just shoot wherever you want, just spam the skills and hope anyone hits the target. That's my tip for you guys. So we have another video clip that we want to see with the interview. Did you mean to do that? It was exactly what I wanted to do. It was a situation where I wanted my jungler to take the Baron comfortably, so that's something I did for my jungler. Seems like a Varus is like the go-to pick now. It is a good pick. But it should, if it's proven to be OP, I'm sure Riot would nerf it. But as of right now, I think it's okay pick. Especially you showed a very good matchup playing against the Gangplank today. How was the matchup? Yeah, my teammates were worried about me going up against Gangplank but I told my teammates that I had the Maokai Gangplank matchup, so I told them that I was very confident. You went with the Haunting guys later on in the game. What was that all about? It wasn't supposed to be a troll thing, but it was a situation where I had no other items to buy anymore, and we all thought that he would go with the Guardian Angel, but it doesn't matter because no matter what items that go, it would have been the end of the game anyway. And so that's the reason why I bought the Haunting guys. I feel like that kind of earned him the MVP a little bit more. It seems like Gorilla really helped you guys throughout the team, contributing a whole bunch to the team victory. What do you want to say about that? Gorilla really hasn't been practicing the Nami very recently, but he felt like that was the pick to go in this round. But I'm glad he did well. But him being a veteran, he's always ready for any kind of situation. That was his example of that today. So now you guys got the MVPs and you got the victors, so you should be very happy. So you want to say anything to your fans that came out to cheer for you guys? We're just gonna practicing hard. We're gonna be practicing hard to reach higher levels as a team. So keep supporting for us. So that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, for the translation as per usual. So yeah, I mean, definitely got to feel good about that win. It was pretty concise there from Longzhu overall, and they finally put a 2-0 victory on the board. Their second win. So they'll be 2-2 overall as far as their matches go.
Help them rise the standings a little bit. Good clean stuff. Kongdoo really need to kind of throw out what they've done in their first 3 series and start something new. They were dictated to in this game, dictated to last time out by SKT as well. They moved down.
You mentioned 5th place, Papa. There they are.
And I think on the other side of the coin, I think Jin Air have looked significantly better than Kongdoo despite having the same overall score. So really interesting to see. SKT, KT, Samsung pretty much locked them in for top 4. Afreeca, Longzhu, BBQ MVP to me is the really interesting race for those last 2 spots of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Afreeca have been pretty up and down. I mean, losing to MVP. Now we're going to be going up against KT Rolster. They had some time to put in work, so we'll see if that's paid off for them. Just as a warning for you guys, you can see on the bottom of your screen, we are going to be back at 8 p.m. Korean Standard Time. So unfortunately, that's going to be in about an hour and 15 minutes, so we will have a break. But you have plenty of time to go ahead, use the bathroom, play a solo queue game, get some food, drink, whatever you need to do. You have time to do it.
And they got to cool off. I mean, we're going to have a hype second set today. Smeb versus Marin. First time since the 2015 World Championships. Marin since then, downward trend. Smeb since then, way up to the top.
Yeah, so go to your local gas stop, get some energy drinks, chug them down, get hype, because we're going to come back with that series. It's going to be one to behold. Marin versus Smeb, and we'll see how that matchup goes. We'll see you guys in an hour and 15 minutes for more LCK.
Just need a little something to hold on to. Another day at the puppet show. Now I'm heading back to you.
Coming up next, KT Rolster, Afreeca Freecs, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The duffel bag and let's roll. grab the duffel bag and let's roll. clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
あの日星が降った日それはまるで
夢の景色のように美しい眺めだった
They have a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty.
2017 SK 이적 시장이 활발히 움직이며 각 팀들의 판도가 완전히 뒤바뀐 가운데 이적 시장을 주도하는 우선 시스템가 있다는
Tigers fighting for their tournament life here. Baron taken. Oh, it's taken by Smeb. Oh, stole the Baron. Smeb stole the Baron. And Rox Tigers.
시리아 셋째 탑은 누구니?
This is Smeb style.
동호야 이번엔
마선 실세
지금까지 많이 봐드린 거 아시죠?
박살을 내면 좋을 것 같긴 한데
그래도 이번에 제대로 보여드릴게요.
Today's matchup. KT Rolster. Afreeca Freecs. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that elongated break, but we are here and we are ready. It is time. KT Rolster versus the Afreeca Freecs, and one hell of a matchup. You saw that anime intro video, Smeb versus Marin, a matchup that Smeb has historically not been on the better side of.
I mean, the layers of this storyline we'll get into over time, but it just keeps on giving. Really exciting, hype top lane matchup, and across the rift, it's a really interesting one between KT and Afreeca. KT obviously who had the fastest start, 3-0, 6-0 in game score. Afreeca, good start, and then came crashing down against MVP, but they beat Samsung, which was a pretty big win in its own right.
Yeah, you saw the rankings right there on your screen. In case you missed our first match, Longzhu was able to close out over Kongdoo Monster with a 2-0, but now we get to the featured match of the day, KT versus Afreeca Freecs, and there's not enough hype for this. I mean, I keep trying to build up as much as I can, but there's just more and more, Papa Smithy.
And that's the fun thing, is that every week, even before the Telecom War in March, you circle a match and you're like, this is the one for this week. And this is certainly the one. Really fun levels of emotion and history between these two. On the left side, we do have KT Rolster, no subs. You know the starting lineup from KT Rolster. Superstars in every role. And Smeb, he's up against the one opponent that you'd have to say historically he has never been able to beat individually. Marin may not have had the level of performance on average in Korea to match his Worlds 2015 performance, but he always beat Smeb, and that's kind of the thing that kept SKT in front of the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, so now time for redemption. You heard the quote right there in that video, wherever you are, I see you. And Smeb, he is out for blood. He wants redemption. And we're going to see if he can find it right here, right now.
But the sweetest thing is they're actually good friends. After that World Final loss in 2015, they became good friends. There's whispers around the League of Legends scene that Smeb's Rumble performance, and the fact that he really leveled up in Rumble, was from him talking to Marin when Marin went over to LGD in China, so they often meet up outside of the game. Clearly, they have a lot to talk about inside the game. 2016 was the year of Smeb and a year to forget for Marin, and now Marin on the Afreeca Freecs, clearly the captain, clearly the star, has a point to prove.
And you mentioned things to talk about, and we have to talk about this right here. Starting in the jungle for Afreeca Freecs, it's not going to be Spirit, it's actually Mowgli, their rookie, coming in over top of, the veteran.
18-year-old jungler, as you say, Spirit not playing at least game 1, worth noting he could sub in for game 2.
For sure.
You gotta say, though, the best name possible for a jungler is Mowgli. If you're not familiar with the Jungle Book, that's the name of the young kid that grows up in the jungle. So we're gonna have a young kid, 18-year-old, as of this particular match, come into the jungle. Is he gonna fly through? Is he gonna have Lee Sin and do some sick moves? That's what I wanna see. Achilles?
I think now that he's 18, he probably needs to change his name to Tarzan. I think that'd be a little bit more fitting than Mowgli at this point, since he was such a young boy.
He looks like a young kid as we now look over to Marin, the man with the steely gaze, waiting to take on his good friend in Smeb.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that, the Rumble right there. Marin has been the only one to play Rumble so far this split.
And when you mention KT, you say win, 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 apparently, because they have not dropped a game, and I agree with that. I mean, both these teams, if you look over the stats, one of the most banned champions in the second round is Rumble, and that's because both these teams draw Rumble bans in the second round because they're happy to blind pick Rumble and deal with it. It's actually only been a single game of Rumble this season so far.
See that really big spike, and then a pretty massive drop. So this is looking something like, the NASDAQ, Dow Jones-esque on the stock market here for Afreeca Freecs. But it's been a bit of a rough ride for them. And,
I love when the graphs just, they're just so lopsided. Deft has the second highest KDA behind Huni. I'm looking forward to some of those Huni versus other top laner graphs they'll keep giving this season. But Kramer's number 2, so shows you that there's just not enough scale to represent how good these guys are doing relative to the average KDAs outside of that role.
And I mean, we kind of touched on that before the first match had started, how well Kramer's been performing. This is really kind of harkening back to his performance from Spring last year, where he was a staple member of CJ Entus and oftentimes one of the ones really helping them win their matches as they would push into the late game. We really lost that from him as they entered into summer, and CJ inevitably got knocked out of LCK. But Kramer definitely back on form so far. But Afreeca Freecs overall, it's been a little bit shaky. They had a 2-1 victory over Samsung. Started off really strong. Like, wow, this squad, put together. Kuro in the mid lane, Kramer, Tucson coming in. This looks good. Maybe these guys can have some success and compete for the top 4. And then they lose to MVP in a 1-2 loss. And that really kind of halted the hype train for Afreeca Freecs. But this is where they have the opportunity to get it back on the rails. They can get it going again, throw some coal in the engine, and start steamrolling down the line.
I mean, look down the two teams. One player played for this org previous this year. It's only Score. Afreeca, completely new lineup. On the side of KT, only Score retaining his spot. So these are a lot of people with points to prove. Afreeca feel like they're also one of these teams that have put together a superstar lineup. They've crafted a lineup. But it felt more when you were tracking the offseason that they got the best available when the superstars had already gone to KT, gone to SKT. They have a point to prove. Basically, everyone hitting the Rift here has a point to prove, whether it's historical or that they're still relevant today. None more so than the top lane matchup. The top laner who killed 2016 and the top laner who took down that crown for SKT at 2015 Worlds. Hype across the Rift, Achilles. Let's get into pick and ban.
Yep, you can see right there at the bottom of the screen, most banned by opponents for Afreeca Freecs. The Rumble is right there ready and waiting, but already KT coming out with some interesting bans. Maokai and Varus off the bat.
Marin, very well known for his Maokai win in Korea, was 29-1 on Maokai on SK Telecom S and SK Telecom after the system teams were eradicated. My thought with the Mowgli move is that, as there's an interesting ban, as the on-hit Kennen is banned away from Marin. Smeb, also a known Kennen player. He mentioned in his
everyone
last
remembers
interview,
that play from Worlds.
He mentioned that interview that he wanted to get his hands on the Kennen, but it won't be in this game. But expected bans on the red side, but just touching on Mowgli. The thing to talk about with Spirit so far is that when Spirit has played Olaf, he's looked great, but he's had very polarizing performances on some of the meta junglers, and I just feel like this is them trying out something new to Mowgli's champion pool. On his interview, he talks about playing the meta champions, the Elises, and the Rek'Sais of the world. Let's get to the draft, though. First pick is the Jace. It is a flex pick, but you know that Smeb wants to... But you know that Smeb wants to take this into the top lane, because now you're like, okay, I'm in this matchup, I've got a point to prove, and I'm taking a laner that doesn't lose to anyone. Sure, Poppy can get items and get there eventually, but early game Jace is as oppressive as can be in the top lane.
But a very fast snatch up there on the Ashe for Kramer.
And I want to see if we see Malzahar here, because Malzahar's been flexed by KT a lot, and Afreeca, Tucson in particular, has been the best Malzahar of anyone we've seen so far. Specifically, his play around Baron has been very powerful. They don't prioritize it above, I guess the Ashe is the bigger surprise, above Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is very much a first rotation champion. Ashe taken with a Varus ban tells me they want to get that pushing advantage in bot, which, you know, we're in a standard laning meta, so it can't be that surprising.
So they will go ahead and pick that one up for themselves. But very well could see the Malzahar, but it looks like it's actually just going to be the Zyra coming through from Mata. So they leave this up, and a Caitlyn will be coming through for Deft. So not even going to worry about 80 carry bans in the second ban phase. Just going to go ahead and snatch that up, keep the rest of this composition a bit ambiguous, so we don't know where that Jace is going.
Yeah, Zyra's been a pretty frequent ban, but surprised to me that, especially if this Misfortune is locked in, it looks like Malzahar will be completely skipped over. KT between mid and support with 3-0 Malzahar, and Tucson's best champion was the Malz, but I understand taking Ashe MF, very, very powerful duo lane. When we first saw that MF support from Prey and Gorilla, it was this lane, all about securing kills in the 2v2 at level 6, and guess what? Does that very easily against either Zyra or the Caitlyn.
But now, where do they want to go with the bans? Afreeca have the first one. KT don't have a jungler yet. They can start kind of pinching down on that pool, but it's actually going to be Syndra banned away.
I don't think banning junglers from score does anything. This guy can play all the meta junglers and also has the pocket picks like Kindred that sometimes work out and sometimes have 2 HP remaining on Baron. I think top lane pool is a really interesting one. You see the Kha'Zix, so you're expecting that Afreeca will need a top lane tank. There's going to be probably plenty of them available. The Maokai off the board. They don't have anyone right now who can place wards safely. Misfortune certainly is not going to be doing that from the support role. So some sort of beefy frontline, unless they want to take a leaf out of KT's playbook and go for a high damage comp with Kha'Zix, which is certainly risky to say the least.
Yeah, definitely need to get something as far as a tank line is concerned. Elise ban will come through for Afreeca Freecs. Still a few things on the board there for score. You mentioned the Kindred can come out. Graves is also
something. I like
something.
the Nautilus ban. So now only Poppy really exists from the very safe top lane Courage the Colossus abusers. Afreeca will probably want to leave their mid lane pick for last just because Kuro has struggled on some of the meta champs. His last game out on Katarina was certainly not one to be remembered, and we were hoping for a rumble between these two. Probably going to be in that matchup against Jace, which certainly is not fantastic for the Rumble, but can be doable. But taking Rumble against Smeb, he does it. Okay, we're getting personal now, Achilles.
Yep, they are really getting down to brass tacks. Now we just have to wonder, where is the Jace? You mentioned the Malzahar, something that we've seen Pawn play in mid lane. Could go for that. Offers the Ahri. I would really love to see this champion come out.
Blind pick Ahri. It was definitely a meta Season 3 where that was a safe thing to do, but the Rise makes a lot more sense. Back in the first set that KT played, first set of the season against Rox. Oh, baby!
Hot damn, here we go.
We have not seen very much Ivern in Korea. Saw some of it at Gyeonggi, but here we go. First Ivern of the season. This is going to be an interesting one. Suddenly the whole game is warped because the play style of Ivern is so specific. And Achilles, Ivern is a pathing jungle, literally because of the way that he has to prep camps. Score is the best pather we have in the league. Very much living up to the standard that Cacao set 2 years ago. 3 years ago, I guess, almost at this point. First sighting of Ivern this season. Okay, we're going interesting.
All right, and Orianna, just to go ahead and top it off there for Afreeca Freecs. So a decent ball delivery system with the Kha'Zix. He can leap in, but again, pretty squishy front line here. From both sides, really, they don't have a true tank on either team. So this could be a bit of a brawl.
I mean, we had a series 1 where we had 9 kills in a 32-minute game, 16 kills but no kills on one side in a 30-minute game. We're going to see a bloody one here just because there's no health bars to stop anything. You know, there's no frontline tank. It looked like Afreeca needed one, but they were like, well, they're all banned and it's Marin, so he's playing Rumble. This is going to be a fun one. It's going to be definitely Smeb in the top lane with the pressure advantage early, but you get an early gank onto the Rumble, and all-in potential is certainly there onto the Jace.
It can unravel pretty quickly, but observers, if you can hear me, look at the top lane, please. Normally we say the opposite, but I think it's time to go ahead and take a peek at
But they can slow down because Ivern, of course, has the most creative options at level 1 in the early pathing. You have to think that KT are going to be looking for the 3 buffs, so we might have to skip out on listening to the crowd intros just because we need to really track how they open this game, because both teams are aware that Ivern is going to want to really try for the 3 buff, and the defense and also the offense in terms of pathing early will be really fun to track.
Oh boy, well this just turned into a pretty spicy one here, Papa Smith.
Isn't
we
it
knew
fun?
that this was going to be a very hyphy
Exactly.
set, but this just blew it out of proportion.
When the history is working with the current storylines, working with the champion select, everyone's hyped.
The stars have aligned, but let's not waste any more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you want to see it just as much as us here on the desk, so let's go ahead, get onto the rift. KT Rolster versus Afreeca Freecs, Game 1. All right, and here we go.
Welcome to the LCK. You get to jungle against Score's Ivern.
Oh boy. Well, you mentioned, Score playing all of the meta junglers, and lo and behold, here we go. One we have not yet seen.
It's going to be a really intriguing one. Everyone in the crowd is just super hyped for this game. As you say, hype is not going down from seeing the champion select.
You can see some Afreeca signs out there showing their support. An org that, last split had a decent amount of fans, but it's definitely grown with the return of Marin, with Kuro coming over from the Rocks Tigers.
I mean, Kuro and Spirit
as well coming
Kuro
back.
and Spirit contributed, but Marin is a superstar in Korea, oldest current player.
Look at Smeb.
Oh,
he got the red buff! Oh, what a devastating start for Marin. The harass is going to be insufferable.
What
for
about the
Rumble.
start for Mowgli, who has no first buff? Score is going for the predictable invade, started bot side. They didn't scout the brush, they didn't check for it, and now, well, no buffs unless he goes for the invade. So it might be a single buff for Mowgli. Good adaptation from him. Remember, he has to try and take blue buff with no smite and no leash. That's going to be a low health Kazi. He's going to have to recall after just picking up the enemy blue.
Meanwhile, Score, being a friend of the forest, just going to be snatching up these buffs as he works his way through. But man, that
watch
is
Mowgli
devastating.
here. I think he'll just get it. 200 HP.
He doesn't have the smite, but he's got Taste the Fear coming up here in a second, so he will be able to take that out. Now, if Smeb had roamed down to counter the invade, that would have been a first blood.
There wasn't really a pathing for Score to do so. As you say, Smeb could, but he's got red buffs, so he just wants to auto-attack.
Oh, he's perfectly happy.
Marin as much as possible, and already Mowgli is, we just mentioned the spot he was in.
Oh my god, look at that.
Speaking
just
of spots.
So oppressive coming out of Smeb.
But debuting against Score, against the first Ivern we've ever had in Korea, his whole blue side jungle is now gone. Smite onto the blue and then prepped both camps. Score's Gragas was the champion. He showed it the best pathing at. That was another thing that looked great at 2015 Worlds. And not getting your first buff. Good luck, Mowgli. It only gets worse from here.
Good luck indeed. Good lord. And I mean, we already talked about how bad of a matchup this is going to be early for Rumble survivable, but combined with this red buff, Marin just can't safely walk up. Look at this. 21 CS to 5. He's just desperately trying to, Flame Spitter and use the Electro Harpoon to get these last hits, but he can barely do so.
And this is such perfect play from KT. The moment that the start happens, it's now Ivern's dream because all 3 lanes are pushing. Orianna Shaw around level 9 will start to push back the Rise, but they have 3 pushing lanes and an Ivern to counter jungle. Winning lanes in an Ivern was always going to be devastating, but standard lanes in Ivern, in a situation like this, Score's already had the bot side jungle as Mowgli walks in and realizes he has no camps, and he's going to see what else he gets on the top side now.
From the veteran to the rookie, welcome to the LCK.
And then the only option for Mowgli, who's still level 2 at 4 minutes, is to counter jungle against pushing lanes in the mid lane.
Yeah, getting jumped on. Mowgli is waiting here in the
level 2,
wings,
though.
but that's going to be the throw out on the root caller. Will not find it. Pun goes slow, might actually die. There we go. That's going to be the dissonance coming through from Koro. Comes up with the first blood. Meanwhile, Mata roaming his way up. Score's going to find an answering kill. Gets a bit of health back and will be able to lumber his way out. But good first blood coming through from Koro, but pays for it with his life.
Pawn there. Outplayed himself, it felt like. He missed a lot of spells. They weren't on the same page. Didn't pull out either. Didn't flash. And ends up giving first blood. And crucially, the experience Achilles. We just mentioned there were no camps to get. Mowgli can't counter jungle on Kha'Zix when he doesn't have pushing lanes. Him picking up a kill involvement when he was level 2, 4.5 minutes in, allows him to just catch up a little bit on the experience war and not fall just desperately behind.
Well, already KT, despite giving up that first blood, going to find themselves in a very nice position here. 10 CS lead for Def in the bottom lane. And Smep being as impressive as ever. Marin gets overheated. The Shock Blast not going to connect. That would have really chunked out the Rumble, but now Smep's in a bad position.
Level 3 versus level 6, remember?
Yeah, goes into the hammer form, wants to jump in onto Mowgli, but he's out of mana. One more hit would do it. He has to flash away, but the jump comes in, and Mowgli comes up with the kill.
Yeah, the mana was the big story there. Achilles couldn't turn it around, and now it's another profit from Mowgli. The balls to go for a gank at level 3 against a level 6, even with the mana bar, even with the health bar. Good pathing from Mowgli. Now he's up to level 4. Now he can finally start to steady himself. You know, he's probably kind of pinching himself about the scenario he finds himself in, but it's gotten better after it looked so desperate with the counter jungling at the start of the game.
Score continuing.
He's level 6.
Yeah, he's
the highest level in the game next to Smab.
He has gotten that pretty quickly, stacked up those levels. And I mean, when you can just free invade onto your enemy, especially with the amount of clearing that comes through with this Ivern, it makes it so easy.
I mean, is it really an invade when Mowgli's never had a camp in his blue side?
Yes and no. You know, it's like he's
those lines. It's not tennis. It's not like it's either in or out.
The line is definitely blurred between the two.
In tennis, it's either in or out. We can do the replay and see that the ball did in fact go over the line. But in League of Legends, when you've had no camps, it becomes a bit more of a blurred line, like you were saying. Well,
and he's just going to keep rolling with this one. Goes in for the red buff. Ward comes over the wall from Mowgli, so he spots it, but it's too late. Score can just throw down the brush, hide himself, and takes the red. He's going to go ahead and get ready to snatch up all these Raptors as well, unless Mowgli has something to say about it.
It's kind of amazing that Mowgli has 29 CS. That was some lane CS there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, brush gets thrown down.
He can throw down Daisy
roaming
as well.
Around. He gets spotted out. Mowgli's going to leap away. Smeb doesn't go for the Shock Blast with the acceleration gate, but that's just going to be the Raptors moving over to the Ivern as he continues to oppress.
It's what he does.
And he does it very well.
He's so much stronger when he's in the enemy jungle, running the pace of the game, shutting down the enemy jungle. A bit like Nidalee's playstyle was about being the battle ward and having kill pressure. Not the same kill pressure from the Ivern, but suddenly every camp becomes a struggle for the enemy jungler to take in the face of the Ivern.
Koro trying to get a little bit of damage in here. Daisy comes out to say hello. And she's just going to go for a stroll into the river.
So this is not a question we've had to ask many times on the LCK stream, but how do you feel about rotations, Achilles? Because when there's no tanks, the teamfight phase is not really going to be a teamfight phase. And when KT have been pushing up, counter jungling, they have Ivern, Jace, and Caitlyn. This game's about rotations. So the Realm Warp, you know, we saw the big Bjergsen Realm Warp over in North America that caught a lot of eyes. The Realm Warp is so useful because remember, Daisy comes through the Realm Warp as well. You get them a minion wave and Daisy in a Realm Warp, you can go for pretty crazy rotational plays. You can switch onto the Baron like Bjergsen did. KT just want to take as many turrets as possible, as quickly as possible, and with this lead especially, and the Daisy to tank it up, they have a lot of rotational options as we hit the mid game.
Nicely done there. You can see Score handing over that blue buff, so just sharing with his friends. Mowgli does go for an invade onto this red. He'll be able to take that one away by the look of things. Mata is roaming over towards the mid, trying to spot out the Kazakhs, but won't find him yet. He roams into that brush. He could find the control ward, but you can see he's just too scared. Doesn't want to face check a Kazakhs that's hit level 6.
See Marin getting back into lane.
Did you spot him out? Smep coming here on the backside. Here comes Score. Marin, how does he play this? He's already overheated himself, and Pawn is in tow. Came in with a Realm Orb. Going to lock him down under the turn. Smep tanking up for now, swapping over to Pawn, and there's just nothing you can do in that situation. Marin knows better than to blow the flash, so he'll just go ahead and die, but that does give first Dragon over to Afreeca Freecs, albeit a Cloud Drake.
And it's more, I think, from Smeb's side of wanting to get Smeb ahead and giving him solo kill potential onto Rumble. Rumble's build...
He's already got a Hex Trigger, so...
And Rumble's build is very well-traveled territory. He's going to build a cheap 2-item Magic Pen build and also fit in some armor to deal with Jason lane. He's got a cheap build, so funneling gold onto a Rumble's not that critical, especially in the teamfight phase. KT don't want to play a teamfight phase. They want to take turrets. They want to keep the pace of the game high so there's never any jungle camps for Mowgli to pick up. Speaking of Mowgli, both Score and Mowgli do meet in mid lane.
Just hovering around, Score shows himself. They don't know that Mowgli's there, as the control ward was already thrown down in the brush. So he will go ahead and just go back to farming where, you know, despite the start, as you mentioned, he's been able to crawl back into this fairly well, has that kill and assist in his pocket. So we'd have to take a closer look at their exact goal, but you have to think that he's going to be relatively close behind Score.
I mean, if Pawn didn't misplay and give over that experience, it was still a level 2 Mowgli. He would not have been able to counter jungle. He wouldn't have really had the tools to complete camps.
Probably
the
wouldn't
game might have been
gank.
over, Achilles.
Oh boy, it's going to be a shockwave. Pawn doesn't take much damage from that, has to flash away as Marin roams down, so look at the summoner spell out of him. But meanwhile, in bot lane, Score.
Daisy!
Oh, he's got to flash over the wall. Daisy's here to help. Heal comes out from Kraber to try to keep him alive. But Daisy, she can take up that turret for quite some time. Score comes up with the kill. The assist will go over to Deft and Mata. Meanwhile, Pawn still getting paid some attention here by Marin. Won't come up with much of anything in KT. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they'll go ahead and knock out that first turret, get a nice burst of gold.
Seems like Score has a very good rapport with Daisy. We've definitely seen Daisy do some derpy things in other regions, but so far, Korean Ivern, and specifically the Ivern-Daisy relationship's been a higher level than we've seen elsewhere.
Score is definitely in her favor at the moment.
We'll wait and see, though. Daisy can definitely have some wayward team fights where she just gets confused.
I need to attack this dragon right now. No, Daisy, there's 5 members.
This small raptor really is interesting. Daisy, we're fighting over Baron here. What the?
She's got a mind of her own. That's our Daisy.
Korean debut of Ivern. So far, doing well.
Doing quite well. 2-0-1. Even in CS at this point, again, Mowgli, got to give the rookie a lot of credit for how quickly he's been able to bounce back in that CS figure.
He was more bold than you'd expect. Rookie junglers this season. Remember, Umti in his debut against SKT was making big moves, got the kill on Faker in the mid lane on his Lee Sin. Didn't go on to win the game, but asserted himself well. Now Mowgli, another rookie jungler, making his debut and had everything go wrong. Nothing is worse than losing your first buff while your blue buff is stolen away, and he's still in touch. It's the same level. That's some impressive pathing. And the ability to go top at level 3, pick your spot, listen to your laner. Mowgli's played very well, given the hand he's been dealt.
Look at this, though. Marin having to get that big overheated flame spitter to clear out the wave. Is able to do so very quickly, but just needs to keep this turret alive for as long as possible.
He needs to back away, because the problem is that with the root caller from Ivern, Jace gets a free gap closer if the Q registered, and he's not been able to put down a ward in that most advanced brush. So difficult for him to walk up, even with Kazakhs. Not many screens away, trying to relieve pressure for Rumble.
Yeah, you can see the swap being initiated here by Pawn as he goes down towards that bottom lane. And they will send Deft and Mata into the mid.
Nice wards do spot Kramer.
Kramer's looking for an arrow, but he's right on top of a ward, as you mentioned. So if this comes out, they will be able to spot it. There it is. And it will go wide. So just good heads-up warding coming through from KT.
Hitting an arrow on Deft is already a difficult endeavor, but with the vision, it's impossible. Big investment, though. Afreeca did rotate their whole team there. Worth noting there wasn't much of an opportunity cost. The lane was so pushed in bot lane that there was no way to really push on to Rise or go for any pressure. They didn't have the warding to do so. So They didn't lose any minions, so nice idea to try something, as the top lane turret was always inevitably going to fall.
Pawn trying to come up with a steal onto the Grump, but a bit too late on the overload. They'll miss out on that one. Meanwhile, Mata maybe prepping some of these little raptors, as you can see. Pick up a couple for himself as well. Nice little consolation prize for being such a good support so far.
This is where I have to contact Riot and ask for a percentage of enemy jungle CS that KT picked up, given they've been farming every lane.
Going in. Oh, gets popped over the wall by the blast cone. Wards come down. Mowgli's here to try to pick him up, and looks like Pawn might just be way too far forward. Doesn't have a flash. He's trying to kite back as best as he can. He'll get that shield coming through from the trigger scene. Now, Smep TP's in, looking for Mowgli. Already used the hop, knocks him back down the lane at an angle. Takes him down to half HP. The root caller comes through, and Pawn will pick up a kill. 4-2 KT. Starting off very strong.
Yeah, you have to always be so on point when you go for one of these flank Jace ganks, because you don't have the CC. That's why he had to flash, reposition the hammer hit was enough to push Mowgli into the rest of the team, and they want to parlay this into the outer mid lane turret, because Marin will have free time in top, both to pick up some CS, close the distance, but it doesn't look like he's actually going to get any turret damage because the minion wave is very far away.
Yeah. Get a little bit, deny a couple creeps, as you can see. Pawn rotating up, so he's just going all over the map, just taking a grand tour of Summoner's Rift at this point. But he'll be able to keep that lane extra safe against Marin. Both will have some pretty significant wave clear, the overheat flame spitter, not speeder, as well as just Ryze's kit in general.
Not familiar with Ivern builds. Redemption first is a very common one. Upgrading your Smite item is actually a very low priority. Often a lot of them just stay at the 350 starting item and never actually finish the trackers, but trackers has been picked up for wards.
I'm liking the Dark Seal with 4 stacks. It's going pretty well. Mata gonna have to flash away from that arrow. TP coming through from Marin. Dragon goes low, and Mowgli will be able to pick it up. Second Cloud Drake for Afreeca Freecs. Shock Blast connects onto Kha'Zix, but he's already leapt his way out to safety. So 2 dragons picked up for Afreeca, both of them Cloud. We're gonna have a third one in a row. But if Afreeca keeps stacking those up, it doesn't really matter which dragon it is, the Elder will become that much more deadly if they're able to acquire it in the late game.
And the war right now is KT trying to take, crucially, this outer mid lane turret. That's the objective they're really fighting for. Jace can just push up against Orianna in the side lane. Pawn's now hit level 11, so he has got decent range on the Realm Warp without it being a true global or semi-global.
Def whittling away at the turret, but he'll lose the wave. But seems like KT might be okay to go ahead and keep stuck up into this mid. Snap going to get jumped on by Mowgli. Big isolation damage coming through, smacks him away. Ace of the hole comes through, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. The command protect comes through from Koro, and he'll stay alive for a bit longer. Kramer does get rooted over the wall, but it's enough, not enough to take him out. He will stay alive. You can see Afreeca, they have to expend a lot on this wave to keep the turret up. Bullet time down for Tucson.
Yeah, double ultimate. Bullet time and also the equalizer used just to clear waves.
And Mowgli had to use his to escape.
One thing you'll learn about Daisy is that the cooldown is really short. If Daisy doesn't die, the cooldown's about 20 seconds to have it back up again. You go in such a cooldown focused build with things like the Redemption. Fiend's Unholy Grail is actually another common Ivern pickup that we haven't seen at least so far this game, and CDR boot's already completed. And Daisy's great for tanking up objectives, which again, objective game here from both teams, honestly, but certainly from KT Rolster.
If she wants to tank up the objective.
She doesn't get that distracted. She doesn't normally move out of range of turret. Let's give Daisy credit where credit's due. And that's not a lot of credit to give, but that's one scenario she does all right.
Well, now it's all about this mid lane for Afreeca, their last tier 1. Desperately want to hold on to this, and that's why they're just allocating pretty much everybody on the team into mid. You can see Smeb will start splitting in the bottom lane. We'll see who they want to send to try and deal with him. Because at the moment, without some jungle help, it seems like no one can really go toe-to-toe with this Jace.
I mean, the wards tell a story. Consider the line. If you draw a line vertically through control wards, KT are literally playing this game on the enemy's half. That's why you saw Def put down a control ward in the middle of mid, because they're not interested in anyone walking past that side. Pawn's a level under Marin, so I think trying to kill him is optimistic. Pulls away. Here's Turbo Daisy.
Oh yeah, that's going to be Daisy coming out. Gets onto Mowgli. Trade back a bit of damage onto the Golem, but it's not enough to kill her.
Yeah, and Smeb with a big bit of damage onto Mowgli. Chunks him out.
So yet another recall coming through from Mowgli. I would like the stat to see how many times Mowgli's had to recall.
The moment they committed to the Rumble, this is a playstyle you can play as KT with a poke comp because who's going to flank teleport? It's not going to be Marin on the Rumble. He'll die instantly.
Boy. Ash Arrow misses, and I think that's the opening for the turret to go down. See, Kramer was able to exit safely. Daisy's going to go in deep underneath the tier 2 turret. Won't get taken out. And they won't come up with a kill onto Kramer, but he had to use the flash and heal. Now Pawn maybe in a bad spot. Isolated damage coming through. Mowgli in stealth. Trying to hunt him down as best as they can. Let's get a nice chunk off of Ivern's little friend, but overall won't find much. Big redemption heal will come through. Pawn back up about 50%. The bull time's going to get opened here by Tucson. Caller connects onto him, but they don't want to dive underneath the tower. Now Mata going low. Equalizer coming down, burning away his HP bar. Realm Warp comes through, and looks like Smeb's the only one to take that one out.
Yeah, such an oppressive siege, and it's ult dependent for Afreeca stopping these sieges. You're going to have bullet time just to clear out minions, equalizer as well. They don't have a flank teleport option. There's no Maokai to get in the back and punish these sieges. And because they lost lane and because the pressure and the game has been played completely on the side of Afreeca, they're having a hard time picking up minion waves and their own jungle camps, let alone putting down the items they need to start a fight. And when it comes to starting a fight, it's literally Ash Arrow and maybe the ball onto a stealth Kha'Zix. We were talking about pretty weak initiation. So it was always going to be a snowball game when you have such squishy lineups. That snowball's with KT, but it's not decided yet. It's only 4,000 gold. The lead was 4,000 gold very early into the game.
And now it's kind of stagnated.
Yeah, we've stabilized a little bit.
I gotta say, I like the item priority coming through from Deft. He knows that he doesn't have to be the one to deal the big damage. Nope. He's got Pawn, he's got Smeb there. So goes for the Hurricane so he can keep pushing these waves and maintain that siege.
And that's not an exciting one. We saw Caitlyn last game, the same BF sought into Hurricane. To me, I think the more interesting pickup is the Vamp Scepter, just because they want to be there for that extra minion wave. Yeah. If Caitlyn takes, let's say, some equalizer damage when it's being used to clear minions, back away, Vamp Scepter, continue on. You don't need Critical Strike to take down turrets, and Afreeca really don't have the tools to fight, so lifesteal is very, very valuable in this situation. And when they cheat between camps, it's Smeb and Marin are fighting.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be the Zonia's coming through. Smeb jumps over the wall, but Mowgli follows suit, and he'll come up with the kill. This is tacked on for the Rumble. 0-1-2 so far for Mar. 2-1-1 for Mowgli. Very strong debut for the rookie, and that's really been the tale here for our rookie junglers so far this split.
As I said, both and Mowgli had a really good start to the year. I think Smeb's in his own head at this point. Every time he sees Marin pushed up, he's like, I'm going to kill this guy, damn it. Not respecting the fact that Kha'Zix is actually doing pretty well after the start of the game.
Oh, chunk out onto Tucson. Def doesn't want to go for the ace in the hole. Actually just got it back off cooldown.
Daisy's here.
Yep, she's hunting. She's stopping.
I've got to say, again, Score and Daisy on this. Maybe the problem the whole time was that Daisy only speaks Korean.
I think if Daisy might work like Pokemon, and you basically, it's like you need an X number of badges for this Pokemon of a certain level to follow you. And Score's the veteran right now, so maybe that's why Daisy listens to him.
I mean, Score's definitely high level. I don't know if he has that many badges. He hasn't won that many tournaments, but he's certainly been around a long time.
He's getting the participation badges. he's got so many participation badges that Daisy will listen to him.
I don't think the runners-up badge. I don't know if Daisy cares about those.
Oh, good check from Smeb. Waiting for the bushwhack there. And that certainly would have been a dead Jace, but his sixth sense was tingling. And he spots them out, so there's good game sense there. Daisy just coming to say hi yet again.
The uptime on that Daisy, as I said, is crazy. Oh, Daisy finds Kuro.
That she does. Didn't she get much done?
Nope. Oh, knocks her up. There you go. Good job.
Now she's out of it for 9 months.
Quite a few League of Legends games.
Red Buff going to be taken here. Looks like they were able to hand that off to Kramer. Or no, actually, Score might have taken that one away. Hard to tell.
It's getting free time in bot. Marin decided to come in and see if they could force something. Weren't able to. We all know how quickly a Jace, who's got a nice lead, can shred turrets, but doesn't really have the ward coverage to be auto-attacking a turret.
Yeah, there's not much vision. Pretty much no vision inside that blue jungle of the Freecs. So,
but now we reach a standstill. This is a bit of a standstill here. Smeb doesn't have enough coverage to wail on this inner turret. The control wards have been sticking from Afreeca in the top side, and across the whole game, the only person who can face check to ward aggressively is Score. And he can only be on one side of the map. He has to relieve pressure from his squishes on the top side. So how do KT problem solve a scenario where Afreeca are happy to let them take whatever they want, you know, within reason. But for now, KT haven't been able to take the big objectives to actually open up a true lead in this game.
You can see they have that double front push going on in the top lane. Pawn jumping in, getting a little bit of damage in onto the turret. Smev will actually peel away from bottom lane, wants to be able to join his team. He does have the TP though, so I'm surprised that he's not sticking around.
Wall coverage, I think, again, is the issue.
Yeah. But like you said, KT, they got the ball rolling early, but the lead has not grown.
Now, they do have double control wards on Baron, and Daisy can tank Baron for a long time. So...
Oh, Smev looking for that blast onto Kramer. If he had found it on the Mowgli, he could have come up with a kill potentially there. Or he's forcing to jump out over the wall. Recaller connects with the Kramer. Bullet time yet again going to be used by Tucson. Clear out the wave. KT, how long do they want to stick around? They don't see that many members of Afreeca in mid, so they just have to go ahead and peel back.
So, they return to the minion wave pushing. Playing between top and mid just hasn't gotten the reward for purchase that KT were looking for. Smev now has a control ward and some vision, so perhaps he can move a little bit more aggressively around the bot side. But otherwise, trading farm is not ideal for how big a lead KT had.
Caller onto Mowgli. Or doesn't want to follow that one up by himself. So Daisy might just be paying the ultimate price. She's not interested in the Scuttle Crab. Oh, now she's interested in Kramer. Now she's not. Now she's, and then she's dead.
Riveting, Achilleos. Just riveting play-by-play.
I know. You know, it's play-by-play Daisy all day.
It's all that was on the screen, so you did it justice.
She's just so indecisive. It's like when you're at the store and you're like, what flavored chips do I want? Do I want to go?
Can you imagine Daisy in a grocery store?
She'd never leave.
Well, also, the collateral damage, if you gave her one task, you're like, okay, Daisy, I know that you get indecisive, just get me some tuna. Like, how many different things would she knock over before she got to the tuna aisle? She gets very, very confused.
Like, oh, I'm in aisle 9, tuna's in aisle 10. I'll just smash the shelf and walk through.
I mean, that's an option. Someone has to pick up that bill, though. It's probably Ivan.
I mean, he's a friend of the forest. I guess he's not really a friend of the ocean, so he'd be fine with, you know, eating some fish. Just
walking around, but they're not getting anything done at this point. You can see they're not setting up under turrets with some of the brush and Daisy to help tank it out.
Oh, dear. Well, Pawn doesn't want to commit too hard for that one.
Can't. The vision line again is now completely absent. So while they traded vision bot for vision top, they need to get a turret to really vindicate.
Smeb's on the he's on the task. Likely going to have to be an equalizer thrown out by Marin. He wants to try to hold on to this one, but there we go. Yeah, gets the W out of range, jumps into melee, and is able to smack down that turret.
But that was by far the last easy objective. That was one where if they actually put the power into setting up for it, i.e. committing to only being able to get vision around one lane instead of two, they would inevitably get the outer turret in bot lane. This mid lane one is the one that's eluded them. Bullet time's up, equalizer's up. It's getting low. There's equalizer.
It's going to be the Ash Arrow coming through. Finds Score. He gets jumped on immediately, flashes away. That shield coming through, and now Mowgli gets caught. I believe that was by the root caller right there, and he goes down. A kill picked up for Deb.
And
now they're going to try to trade this one back. Pawn comes in, but there's no wave underneath the tower, so he has to peel back slightly. Looks like Afreeca might be able to hold on to the turret for even longer, but KT, the pings are coming out. They're moving over towards the Baron because Mowgli's dead for another 20 seconds.
They have to trade tank. This is no Daisy, but they're going to try for it anyway. Remember, you can put Brush on top of Baron, and even a ward will not spot that HP bar. They don't have any idea of the HP, and they have to come in now.
We're seeing it in action right now, but Marin, he's going straight into the pit with a rumble. Equalizer not available, doesn't have the charge to get overheated. Pawn goes low, though. Sonya's coming down from Marin. Can he find anything? Has to just flash out the backside of the pit to keep himself alive. Tucson as well on the run. Shield comes through the command protect, but it's not enough. Depth snipes him out with the ace in the hole. picks up another kill. KT 6-3. Gold lead now blown open, and they have a Baron.
Yeah, decisive Baron calls are so straightforward with Daisy, and specifically the Ivern being able to brush up. As here's Smeb looking 1v4.
Ash Arrow not going to connect.
He's
Goes
going
in
in.
under Kramer, trying to find the kill, but he flashes away too late. And that is going to be a kill coming through. The fadeaway from Kramer, able to find it, but KT deft. And Mata, they push back down here. Score waiting in the wings. They come up with the Infernal Drake. So Smeb trading his life for that objective might be decent at this point.
I mean, Smeb is just so hyped up for this game. 1v4, whatever. Half the game he's playing around Vision, then he sees 4 low health members and thinks they're going to try it anyway. They forced the teleport because no way to know what HP Baron is at. They didn't have a smite of their own, looked for the contest, could have gone anywhere, fell down to about 300 HP. No one dies on the turn except for Tucson after the target was acquired with the blue ward coming through.
Yep, good scrying orb.
And then Afreeca went for that particular Drake, ended up going 1-for-1 because the Drake took down Marin on the back end. The lead is there though now, 9,000 gold. Risky to start the Baron, but good understanding of the Ivern mechanics and the upside of the champion around Baron. Gives KT that objective, and now Afreeca, they're really kind of out of luck.
Yep. Almost 10,000 gold now at this point. Baron's still there for at least 4 members of KT. And now an Infernal Drake to stack onto these triple item builds that have come through for a couple of the members. So these structures, the lives of Afreeca, are going to be in a pretty bad spot. Tier 2 turret in top, the only one remaining outside of the base for Afreeca Freecs, and KT definitely want to knock that down. You can see Depth, Mata, and Score already roaming up to the top. Smeb kind of cheating up that way through the jungle, but there's not a lot of vision. He doesn't want to walk up through the darkness. So for now, he's just going to get that mid lane wave pushing forward.
And to me, the draft is what really held back Afreeca. The Rumble pick, given the scenario, was a bridge too far because they kind of opted into, well, if we win early game, we can do what their comp does as well. But Orianna and Rumble in the last rotation, they have no synergy between the two. They don't have a true ball carrier apart from Kha'Zix, who was always going to have a tough time against the Ivern. That last round, the second round of the draft on red side, I think really cost Afreeca because, okay, the worst happened. They had their red buff stolen and their blue buff stolen at the same time. But basically, the moment that happened, Afreeca's chances of winning the game were at, let's say, 15%, literally a minute and a half into the game.
You can see right now the siege coming through in the top lane. Daisy already chunked out, but Pawn
No
splitting
good
in the
options
bottom
here.
the entire time, and Afreeca, they are just scrambling as their base falls apart. Huge burst of damage comes through onto the Rumble. He's going to have to go back to the fountain, and likely will be losing this inhibitor as they lose this top inhib turret as well. Depth, a couple more shots. There it is. It does go down. And now, can they net themselves this second inhib? Ash Arrow comes through, finds Smeb, but he gets a nice shield coming in, the heal from the Redemption to keep him alive. And it looks like Afreeca Freecs with Pawn just pushing forward onto these Nexus turrets. They're just going to have to give this up.
There's nowhere for them to go. They don't have the initiation. One Ash Arrow, and that's on cooldown now. They can run after Guardian Angel Rise, but I don't know what that really achieves with their base and
see how much
tatters.
damage he's pushing out onto Pawn. Might be able to come up with the kill. The shield comes through from the scrap shield, but they're already ready for him, and he is going to fall. No GA for that Rumble. Smeb yet again going in. The Shockwave comes out, but he's got the shield for the Maul Malmortius to keep himself alive, and now this might just be the final push here, but several members of KT are dangerously low, so it looks like they're going to go ahead, peel back, and finish this game another time.
They do have things like the Vamp Scepter onto Deft. They could have continued to stick around, but Smeb being out of the fight, Pawn being out of the fight, percentage move is to go back. They'll heal, buy items, 13,000 gold ahead of their opponents. And yeah, with a draft like this, there's no window back, Achilles, and you're trying to fight fire with KT Rolster, Smeb, Score, Pawn, Deft, and Mata. I don't need to list their accomplishments. They are all hugely accomplished players. And from the early game, this one was kind of over, unfortunately, for Afreeca. There weren't good options left.
Well, now, likely just have to be looking forward to game number 2.
And will Spirit play is an interesting question.
Mowgli honestly, I don't know.
But it's kind of an interesting point, because you're like, well, Mowgli played really well in the scenario he was in, and you can be like, well, Ivern's oppressive, blah, blah, blah. But consider that it was a rookie mistake not to have anyone in the red brush that allowed Smeb to just casually walk in and last hit. They could have smited it to secure. They could have done a lot of things. There was some rookie tendencies shown between Marin and Mowgli when they took red on the top side. They didn't goal keep for him. They didn't secure it. Mowgli played very well given how far behind he was, but is that enough to try him a second time? I'm not sure.
Either way, he has to feel decent about his intro performance here in the LCK, despite the fact that KT are looking to stomp out the rest of Afreeca Freecs' base. Super Creeps pushing into the bottom lane. Top already, the way is paved for them. Spawn, nice flash away from the Ash Arrow. Still has that Guardian Angel, and that's enough of a distraction for the turret to go down. And likely the third inhibitor to follow. Deft completely uncontested here. Kuro doing his best to move the ball over to him, to threaten him with the dissonance, but he still has that life steal. He's got so much damage. You can see he jumps on the Tucson. Won't get the headshot from the 90 caliber net yet, but doesn't even need it. Just wants to go straight for the Nexus turrets.
No minion wave, but soon to be 3 crashing in, 3 super minion waves, no less.
So much poke. And any chip damage that comes through is just going to get healed right back up here from that life steal. Nexus turret number 1 going down about half HP. Here we go, that one will fall. Second one will follow suit, and it looks like the Nexus is just going to be shattered here. So pre-35 minutes, KT. Such a strong game. This is the last hurrah here for Afreeca Freecs, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus gets taken out before they can even take action. And KT up 1-0 in this series.
And it felt a bit like the Rocks Tigers from KT. The swagger was back. Clearly Smeb was super hyped to be playing against Marin, but they brought the new pick. They executed it well. Nice level 1 from them to really punish. Just not dotting the I's and crossing the T's, specifically around taking the red buff. And then they stuck the landing. Very, very clean stuff from KT. We had questions over whether Longzhu could do that in the previous series. Those questions don't exist for KT Rolster. Still, now 7-0, undefeated on this roster. Still some smiles on the side of Afreeca Freecs, but the draft needs to be different. I think the second half of their draft, specifically drafting the Rumble with what they had, and then the Orianna, no synergy between those 2 solo lanes, the potential for the game to snowball away from them. The game went as expected given the start. Credit to KT, but let's see if Afreeca can come back.
Yeah, I mean, we can expect, or at least hope, that the Afreeca Freecs won't have a similar start to the game here as we move into game 2. So
couldn't be any worse.
Yeah, that was pretty devastating. They kind of screwed it right from the. They were kind of screwed right from the start there. So now they get a clean slate as they move into game 2. Basically, just need to win that, force it into a best of 1, and then try to take the series. But KT, they still just look completely surgical throughout that entire game.
And that's why it's such a privilege to watch KT. They played 6 games, 6 victories, didn't really show us anything. Now they showed us the Ivern. You know each of these players has something they've been workshopping in solo queue, in scrims, something special. First Ivern, big victory. Let's see what else they've got for game 2.
Yep, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game 2.
To believe that I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fall. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't just say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want say you do. Days pass since I'd seen a trace of your face towards some new young things caught your attention. How they just be honest? You said that you promised, my disbelief lost its suspension. I was good on my own.
gas, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
あの日星が降った日それはまるで
まるで夢の景色のように美しい眺めだった
They have a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty.
2017 SK 이적 시장이 활발히 움직이며 각 팀들의 판도가 완전히 뒤바뀐 가운데 이적 시장을 지나고 우수한 의미가 있다는
Fox Tigers fighting for their tournament life here. Baron taken. Oh, it's taken by Smep. Oh, Smep stole the Baron. Smep stole the Baron. And Rock's Tigers.
시리아 셋째 탑은 누구니?
This is Smep style.
경훈아 이번엔
마선 실세.
지금까지 많이 봐드린 거 아시죠?
박살을 내면 좋을 것 같긴 한데
그래도 이번에 제대로 보여드릴게요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a look at the damage charts, and Smeb did a hell of a lot of it alongside Deft. You can see just completely annihilating.
But Ivan did none of it and still decided the game in a lot of ways. Achilles, first Ivan we've seen so far in the LCK.
Hopefully the first of many.
Well, I don't know if the enemy junglers will feel about that. Mowgli made the best of a bad situation. Jace versus Rumble ended up being the battle between Marin and Smeb. See who took the MVP for this game. It is Score.
All right, Deathless on the Ivern, 63% kill contribution, and he will net himself his second MVP vote. And again, the tie just keeps on growing.
I mean, pathing junglers and Ivern go hand in hand. You think of people that would be good on Ivern, you think of Nunu mains, someone like Bengi, but also someone like Score, who really ripped himself away from a lot of the competition last year, especially with his smart jungle pathing. Some great pathing here. This wasn't great by Pawn, so that's a bit of a low light clip in this particular one. But regardless, Score really set the tempo of this game. Exclusively played in the enemy bot blue side jungle in the early game. Denied so many camps away from Mowgli. And was the big factor. The Ivern pick here was genius given the comp they had with winning lanes and an Ivern. And level 1 going just as good as could possibly go. There was almost no road back, even theoretically, for the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, I mean, they tried their best. They got, the double Drake coming through, but having it beat Cloud Drakes definitely wasn't the most profitable thing for them. But Score constantly applying pressure on the map, being able to, completely just get rid of the Baron, make it so Afreeca Freecs had no clue how low it was after eliminating Mowgli, so the chance of a steal almost completely non-existent. And time again, KT, they put on the pressure, and they were able to close it out pretty clinically. A couple dry spells in there where it seemed like they might have been struggling, but they're able to get it in the end.
I mean, Smeb went Rambo mode a couple of times, but it wasn't really a big factor in the texture of how the game went. So first Ivern, big success, and well, we hear the music, so I think it's Spirit time.
Yep, we know what that means. So looks like the rookie will just go sit on the bench for a little bit longer. They're gonna bring in Spirit. But you mentioned Spirit has really excelled on the Olaf. It's one of the most banned against Afreeca Freecs so far in the 2 series that they've played. And will we see that get through? Because you'd have to think they would have to take it in the first round of picks on the blue side now that they're over there. KT won't be able to ban it out until the second round of bans, but if it makes it that far, they're likely going to take it off the board.
And we embrace the storylines with Smeb versus Marin in particular. Now Spirit against 3 of his old Samsung buddies, played on teams with Pawn and Deft, on Samsung Blue, obviously, when they were there. Marta in some Club Masters games back in the 2014 OGN Club Masters days, so still going to be a bit of feeling between the two. And Spirit, his Olaf games in particular, were a level above some of his other performances. His Kha'Zix has been pretty forgettable, so let's see how we go. Score himself is 4-0 on Kha'Zix, and now pick and bans will be very intriguing. Will the Ivern be a blue side ban for Afreeca Freecs now that they're on blue this time? Because it's a headache they didn't seem to have the answer for.
See Pawn there on your screen, having a strong performance on the rise. And it seemed like Koro was a bit of a non-factor. We didn't get to talk about him much in that first game. Had a couple shock waves that were well placed, but the damage wasn't there. So he couldn't be that turning point to try to bring Afreeca Freecs back in. So we'll see how he's going to fare this time around.
I mean, the draft of the Orianna, I think, was a mistake because you look at the comp you're against, they're never going to clump, they never really want a team fight. Basically, no one was ever in range of Shockwave, and he was behind it, didn't have a ball carrier. So hard to say. I assume it was Kuro that drafted the pick, but as you say, non-factor on the back of a Katarina performance that was one to forget. So Kuro's best champion by far has been the Cassiopeia. So if he can get his hands on that this draft, maybe even in the first round, instead of holding that pick for the second round, that would probably behoove Kuro quite a lot.
So LeBlanc, of course, banned away. We have Kha'Zix and MF coming out from Afreeca Freecs. So getting rid of the Kha'Zix, showing that they don't want to first pick that. Do you think that that is going to lead to the Olaf?
As a first pick, it seems like a reach. Score can clearly play it, but given Spirit's been so good at it, maybe Score takes it as a takeaway pick. I think that's kind of pie in the sky. I don't believe that will happen. They looked over Malzahar completely in the first draft. I feel like KT will take it in the second round just as a flex pick, given the Pawns played quite a lot of it. So first pick, Malzahar has been a big pick for Afreeca. But we'll see if they've really dissected any other champions. They don't want to take Zyra either.
Maybe they take the Malzahar for themselves.
I think that will be a smart first pick for them, but there's other champions potentially. If they have one of the AD carries they feel strongest about, Varus, for example, was first picked in our first series. You could understand it, but I like this. Malzahar, you wouldn't think there are a lot of Malzahar mechanics to discuss, but Tucson has been really smart around Baron with the Malzahar. He was very smart at basically always being there to stop the enemy jungle coming in. Flash into the suppression to stop any sort of smite hijinks. He's been on form with that, but it gives across the biggest siege power possible. But here's a fun stat, Achilles, before we get further into the draft. Afreeca's win rate on blue side is 100%, and their win rate on red side is 0%. First game they were on red side. Very strange thing to consider, but at least the previous stats from their 2 series, and they played 2 3-game series, remember. They've completely had the advantage on blue side, and first pick Malzahar into that Olaf we talked about. They're getting some extreme comfort on all their members.
Yep. And the Ashe yet again coming through for Kramer. Didn't see that many Ashe arrows connecting it. Oh.
He's not going to do it. He's got 3 AD champions.
Yeah, this would be going in blind on the Talon. And, it hasn't been something banned away, so they can certainly save this for the end, but just going to be flashing that at us for a moment. Will be the Karma and Varus. So lots of wave clear, lots of safety in that bottom lane, as well as some added mobility for the Varus.
So I want to see KT ban away the Kennen unless they want to take it themselves and flex this Jace. You really think that if Afreeca are forced to blind pick their top lane, it will be the on-hit Kennen? They ban away the Maokai, so maybe they themselves are setting up for taking Kennen as the first pick in this next rotation. Smeb just showed an excellent performance on Jace. Kennen versus Jace is a bit of a skill matchup. It's Jace favored, but Kennen does have some all-in options.
Yeah, once she gets that Proto Belt, she get right on top of you, get the stun off before his burst comes in. Could come up with a kill.
But that's kind of the AP build. You'd expect the on-hit build, which you kind of have less options than a Jace if you go on-hit. You're kind of a poor man's Jace in that way. Rumble banned away, so they're trying to really remove good laning, top lane options, focusing on Marin in particular.
Could see him flip over to the Poppy. But final ban still waiting to come out here for Afreeca. It's going to be the Elise yet again. We saw them ban this on red. They'll do it here. And now we'll see where KT want to go. Looking for a jungler and potentially a mid laner here.
Gravespeed, a lot more physical damage. I think they need either a tank, something like the Ivern, in fact, could be considered. But Olaf is very good at chopping down that tree.
And it will be the Rek'Sai, so they'll go ahead and bring that one out. Score, of course, going to be very familiar with this pick. And this just gives him more scouting options, as he can use the Tremor Sense to try to spot members of Afreeca Freecs moving around the map.
Oriano has a good ball carrier this time in the Olaf. There was that. They do show in the replays the Olaf when Spirit got ahead and the synergy he had with Kuro on that day. So the Oriana makes more sense this time. Will it be the Kennen as the pick for Marin, or something like the Poppy that most teams would consider in this particular round?
Either way, they're taking their time with it, letting the clock tick down a bit. You can see Marin discussing with his coach, trying to figure out what the best pick.
Nautilus also an option.
Yeah, Nautilus is on the board, but
whoa, he brings it back.
All right, Renekton going to come through for Marin. A really bold pickup.
Renekton was such a big pick in 2015 Worlds when these two were facing off. Remember the days of the Renekton, Fiora, all the other matchups, but such a risky champion. If you get the ganks, if you set up the Renekton, he can have basically full kill pressure onto the Jace. And it's going to be Azir in the mid lanes. They're going to go for a very oppressive siege comp with the Azir basically to both poke and have the disengage with the ultimate. Interesting stuff from KT. KT really aren't that interested in tanks so far this season. They have Rek'Sai to be a pseudo tank, but flavor of the comp is the same from KT. Fast push, rotations around the map. The ball carriers are there. This time Afreeca has tools to try to punish what KT have been playing this season.
Yeah, but Pawn definitely going to have a bit of an earlier spike here compared to the Rise can consistently poke out with those Sand Soldiers. But, I mean, come on. Renekton versus Jace in the top lane. This is one hell of a match.
And this is definitely, Renekton gets ahead and can crush, or Renekton just has the worst time possible. It's a matchup we've seen for a long, long time. Spirit back on the Rift this time on the Olaf that he's by far looked the best on. Will be the ball carrier for Kuro's Oriana. This is a fun one. Game one, it felt like Afreeca ran out of tools.
This is a fun series.
Ran out of tech very fast after the early start. This time, you have to feel like Pawn. You know, we saw Bjergsen playing this Azir over in NA. People have been talking about Azir being back. It's a very old matchup, Azir versus Oriana, very wave clear focused. Azir needs items to really be relevant, a few items. National's Toothrush is not the one item power spike it once was. But our first sighting of Azir, at least on the OGN stage, for quite a while.
I mean, we've seen the hovers over it. It's been on the cusp of the meta, and now finally, they're going to bring this out Pawn with the Azir. But let's go ahead and get onto the Rift for Game 2, see if KT can close this out, or if Afreeca Freecs fire back. A lot of fans on both sides. A sold-out audience here at the Seoul East Stadium.
Well, sold out a week ago, Achilles. People were hyped, you know, not just for the top lane, because there's so many stars on the Rift whose paths haven't really crossed outside of international tournaments in a few years. Well, it's further Renekton. We know exactly what's happening here. Level 3 is going to be the pain train. If Spirit goes top, which you have to imagine Spirit is going to have to try and get this Renekton going, Marin's Renekton was something to be feared at 2015 Worlds, but his reputation as a player took a big dive over in China, didn't make much happen on LGD, and Renekton is seen as too risky to make work in most matchups. So let's see if the Master can make the Apprentice finally respect him, because it was Smeb having a field day in Game 1.
Just going to go ahead and start this off. Of course, sporting the SK Telecom skin. Because why the hell not?
He earned that skin.
They all did.
His MVP skin from Worlds, so, you know, now's the time. I'll look to try and put his team on the back, put his team on his back, but tough ask against Smeb's Jace.
We'll have to keep our eyes on that matchup yet again.
Korn's using Easy Hoon as here.
Yeah, you get the double SKT skins coming through.
On both sides, on different sides, sorry. So that's fun.
So we'll see who is better, Easy Hoon or Marin. But already just going to be some light trading back and forth in the bottom lane. Like he's mentioned, that level 3 is definitely going to be the interesting spot here for the top lane. Score maybe looking for a roam up already, if not just the Scuttle Crab.
Well, he wants to relieve pressure from his Jace. He knows the only way this goes bad for Jace is that early all-in and early gank, so Scuttle Crab vision will certainly be another factor to deter the Olaf from coming in.
Not sure how long Marin has left on his ward coming up. Kind of faked down into the river to make it look like he placed one, but Score's coming up. Marin doesn't see this yet. He's on the opposite side. He gets smacked back, dashes through, won't get knocked up by Score. They get on top of him, flash forward, the knock-up comes through. One more hits, flash to the side. Smeb comes up with the first blood, takes him out with a shock blast. You can see Marin. He's getting all hyped up here. He's like, all right, that's how it's going to be.
But it's just too easy, Achilles. Marin and his overextending at level 2, level 3 is legendary. The matchup dictated that he wanted to get a big early start. Didn't get it. Teleports in, sure. Doesn't miss a lot of minions. But you can only fall so far behind as a Renekton before you're literally useless. So see if there's a return ganks. They now know that summoners are down for Marin.
I mean, nice times here for Smeb. Comes back, second Doran's blade as well as a long sword. Both will have refillable potions, but Marin, it's going to be quite some time before he can even try to optimize for any damage. Def, though, going to be taking a lot. He has to flash away. You can see those Void Links really hurting him.
And the solo queue Malzahar supports need to take note that Exhaust is by far the best summoner spell you can take on Malzahar from an offensive point of view, just because you exhaust the enemy AD carry, you guarantee the Voidlings get in and multiply, and his Spirit is trying on Smeb. Remember, Smeb no flash.
Yeah, Smeb's going to go ahead and get locked up by the stun, trying to trade some damage back, but can't do a whole lot. He will go down, so another kill traded over in the top lane. This time, Freecs put one on the board.
Such an important one, the steadier for the top lane. Renekton desperately needed to be on the board with some sort of advantage. We'll also be able to push in the minion wave, and actually over the course will win out on this trade just because he teleported in and got the experience under the turret. Smeb teleported in to continue to try and run the lane and will thus miss many more creeps than Marin.
For now, though, looks like all the lanes having a considerably better time on the side of Afreeca Freecs. No real CS discrepancies coming through. Big wave here available for Kuro that he can pick up. That'll pretty much just equalize the CS count, if not give him a little bit of a bump. Looks like he might just be down by 1 at the end of this, but I mean, even Kramer in the bottom lane having a much better time. Dodges out, piercing arrow, still gets hit by that Mantra Q, but again, seems like things have steadied for Afreeca Freecs. So,
and we kind of gave Tucson and Kramer a free pass for losing lane in a good matchup in game 1. It's a tough ask against Deft and Martyr in particular, but want to see them at least go even in this matchup. Early game, Varus and Karma will always beat out this Ashe and Malzahar duo, but level 6 is when all Malzahar lanes turn.
See Score kind of fishing around for a gank in mid. But
it's the ultimate farm lane.
Yep, just going to be a lot of back and forth. Double Doran's blades for both of them so they can maintain their spells. So not going to be looking for any real aggression yet. I mean, we could see a Shrima Shuffle come through into a pushback and have Score follow up with a knock-up, but won't be there quite yet. Score roams up to top. It's warded out, so Marin will see this one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, started rushed boots too as well.
He's going to go forward. He gets onto Smeb. It's a little bit of damage in. Smeb's low on mana, and the wave's pushing up, so he won't be able to get into melee form to gain any of that back.
So the theory there was that Smeb wanted to test if there was a ward because he knew that if there wasn't a ward, the second dash from Renekton would have been aggressive. He would have gone for the all-in trade with the Fervor. But because he went for a trade and then went out, it basically guarantees there's a ward there. Otherwise, he would just not have played so passively, just given the opening that Jace gave a Renekton.
See where they want to go. Marn so far is going to be opting into armor. You can see the Ninja Tabby is there for him. Smeb likely going to see a Black Cleaver come through. Could be the Yomo's Ghostblade, but I feel like he'll want a little bit of extra meat on his bones for that health he'll get from the Phage.
Yes, lead opening up in bot, but nothing to write home about just yet. Much more muted start, which suits both teams, specifically Afreeca, who just want more time on the Rift before things are taken to 11 like they were in Game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, you really have to wonder, thinking back to Game 1, how would that game have transpired if it wasn't for that red buff steal coming through from Smeb right at the start?
It's certainly been a lot more resistance at the many invades made by Ivern, that's for sure.
Maybe we would still see Mowgli here in Game 2, you never know. This could be KT fighting from the back foot, but either way, Afreeca having a considerably better time at the moment. But KT, they want to be able to close this out at 2-0 so they can keep ahead of SK Telecom in game score. So far, it's been nothing but 2-0 victories for both of them.
We didn't put a foot wrong, for sure, Achilles. Nice trade for Marn.
He got the Q at the end, but he does sidestep the Shock Blast. Won't get caught by that. Smeb was mostly in it for the minions, so he'll be all right. TP's coming back up. Likely will have to pop that to get back to lane so he doesn't get denied any CS. We'll see if he wants to run this out. Looks like he actually will.
And how KT play out a comp like this when they don't have an early lead or even a pressure point in any lane that you could point to is a really exciting thing to track. We've seen them play these poke comps from ahead. They get the aggressive vision in. They take the shorter distance between turrets because they can move aggressively through Fog of War, and a big gold lead erupts. We're not seeing that in this game. They're 500 gold ahead. The start has been a lot more muted, and you're seeing defensive itemization. It's a Merc Tread rush by Pawn, just so he doesn't get locked up. A bit more resistance to magic damage as well. KT feel the pinch this time. It's very much more of a slow start. So it's just really exciting, even just as an analyst, seeing how you play out a comp like KT's when you're not with a big snowball.
Still is this Renekton factor, though. Kind of wait him out until he's not as impactful as he could be.
He's a good backup ball carrier, irrespective of how much damage he's doing.
That's true. Could dash, double dash through. But so far, it's just been slow and steady. Wins the race, and at the moment, Freecs are inching out very slightly, likely due to this slight CS lead coming through for Koro. But so, game is very close from both sides.
It's fun to see Marn just play the champions he's known for. Rumble, Kennen, Renekton, returned to his 2015 champion pool and made it work in the new meta. At least survived laning phase. Thanks a lot to the nice gank from Spirit, which stopped the snowball from happening in top. Orianna versus Azir is complete non-interaction. Azir being out of the meta took away these farm lanes, but...
Oh, he's going to go in for it. Misses the ultimate. Flashes away from the shockwave, and that went completely sideways for Pawn. Still gets a bit of trade damage back onto Kuro, but misses the scoop.
He basically donated his flash to the Afreeca Freecs for no gain whatsoever.
Oh, but now Spirit walking in. He's going to pop the Ragnarok, trying to get on top of Pawn as best as he can. He goes low, throws one more axe. That'll be it. Kuro actually finishes them off. But here comes Bada. The tether will be flashed away by Kuro, so will not connect. And now the Nethergrass comes down on his score, flashes up the wall, but the Malefic Vision still ticking. And Marin here is trying to pick him up. Score. Can he make it out of there? Hits the blast cone, but it does not matter. Tucson comes up with the kill. 2 more on the board for Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, they managed to aggro the wolves, which might have actually got the last hit. I don't think the last auto attack did enough. Regardless, kill comes through. 2 for 1. Slight advantage, Afreeca.
Take a look at this one. So Spirit does pay for this with his life, but
I mean, he saw Pawn use everything, so he's like, all right, this is the time when we can finally kill the Azir. The teleport looks good, but it's cancelled by Jace, and that's why Renekton showing up is actually a big factor. Smeb incorrectly thought the fight was completely over. Would he have got anything done? Probably not. Yeah, they aggroed onto the walls that did the final bit of damage.
And, you know, he had a tunnel right there, but he couldn't. He just, I guess he couldn't see it. He didn't know that it was there already. Could have just taken that for a ride over into the blue pit, but instead, score goes down.
Health bars were such that perhaps a Jace teleport wouldn't have mattered. It was just very clear in that replay that the cancelled teleport and Renekton being in the right spot meant a lot for Afreeca.
Yep, and now things looking quite good for the Afreeca Freak squad. If they can just keep this rolling.
The comp has clear win conditions. The one in game one we mentioned from behind couldn't really do anything because he didn't have a lot of initiation. Now you have 2 ball carriers for the Orianna and an Ashe for the ranged initiation. Plus, Kura's done well, 11 CS up. Has kill involvements as well.
And Kramer as well. He's also been swinging a bit of a gold lead, or CS lead rather. Oh, and Spirit gets the Scuttle Crab.
Forced Deft into very defensive itemization. QSS is his first real completed item next to the Serrated Dirk. Almost certainly going to be the same build that Prey was running in the Longzhu series that we had first, which is the pure AD caster build. So we start off the season with Essence Reaver into Hurricane being the standard.
Oh.
Well, Marta's dead.
All right, we'll have to get a replay of that one to see how this transpired, but
Marta thought he could ward and he could not.
We could take a, an educated guess.
Feels like the pure caster build that we saw in other regions now become the popular one for Varus.
Yep. Vision cleared out on the blue buff. Looks like Spirit and Tucson will stick around to take this away. Score is waiting in the wings. Can he get the smite is going to be the question. Spirits is just now coming off cooldown. Could be a little bit of a smite war. Goes low. Looks like Score is going to come out on top, but yeah, not going to pursue any deeper for that kill. Spirit will just go ahead, cut his losses.
See up top, Marin's doing very well. So, you know, basically neck and neck with Smeb's Jace. Kramer and Tucson camping the brush. The Malzahar has given a lot of value to bot. The early exhaust blowing Deft's flash meant that he had to play so much more defensively in lane than he was able to in game one. Straight up Essence Reaver for Kramer, no other items.
Neither team looking to commit too hard because they just don't want to. I mean, KT especially don't want to give up, you know, any more of a lead. And yeah, Mata just trying to walk into enemy territory.
I mean, game one that was fine. They had enough pressure that you could make those warding plays, but it's just disrespectful play in an even game like this one. The moment he saw Olaf, he knew he was dead. Didn't matter what summoners he had up.
Well, KT now fighting for the back foot.
And is it enough to justify the Renekton pick that Marin has managed to go even in lane with a Jace? Because Poppy, theoretically, sure would have had a CS discrepancy, but is Poppy in the late game, which is something to be feared. Poppy was available. Went with his own wheelhouse. It means that early game they're not bleeding gold, and they just lost a game where they bled gold and the game was thusly decided. But we have to keep track, because again, it is still Renekton in the late game, and approaches may vary on whether that matters at all in terms of team fights. Unless you're just monstrously ahead.
Which at the moment, the Freecs are not. I mean, they're comfortably ahead for 15 minutes, but not to the point where they can, you know, really be comfortable with the Renekton and feel that satisfied over it.
I mean, the counter argument is that the enemy team has Jace, who isn't a team fighter in his own way. Does offer more options in Siege. So if they get a pick and then have the Jace wailing away on a turret, then certainly you get a lot of value there. How the Renekton is played is going to be very, very interesting.
I mean, in short-range skirmishes, he dashes forward, he gets that W stun out. Could be a guaranteed Ashe arrow.
But you look at the enemy team, who is in range of even a flash dash W? Talking about Jace, who's off the screen, sure Rek'Sai, but Rek'Sai is whatever. Azir, Varus, Karma, like all of these are very long-range champions. So
true.
Seeing Renekton close the distance, unless they're so far ahead that it doesn't matter that the enemy has to face check. Just trying to quantify what Renekton brings to an Afreeca victory, I think, is a very interesting thought experiment. So far, it's meant that the turret HP for Afreeca in the top lane is higher than most champions will be able to do against a Jace. It's almost full health, which not many champions can kind of hope to do in a Jace lane.
KT fighting from the back foot. We'll see what their next move is going to be. We can see Pawn walking forward, standing on a ward. Tucson and Kuro. Do see him. Flash is available with the Nether Grasp. But looks like they might have been spotted walking into that brush.
For Marin to maybe flash over as well. Nice, spotted out.
Yep, score coming through. They'll see Marin. So not going to be finding Pawn this time around. Smeb will just keep the waves moving up. He's got a little bit of a lead back. Albeit a small one. But hasn't been able to get on top of that turret and really hammer it down.
And the item build's pretty much the same between Marin and Smeb. Smeb will from here itemize more into armor, whereas it's going to very much be the standard DPS build from Smeb.
Oh boy, here we go. They did find him in the end. Shockwave comes through. Spirit arrives right at the end to help take him out. And that is Pawn going down. So patience pays off for Afreeca Freecs. They invested a lot of time into getting that kill, but they got it in the end.
So they basically had Deft go the super respectful build of QSS before any completed items. And Pawn is saying, okay, in a team fight, I'm never going to be in range of Malzahar, so I can't afford to build QSS because our item times will be so far behind. But the penalty is nice rotations, and now Score eats an arrow.
Arrow comes through, Score getting locked up, and that's going to be Marin dashing in. Shield comes through, trying to keep him alive, and now Marin's going to have to head for the hills. Deft trying to cut him off on the backside. Blast
Big Chains of Corruption.
Done, but the Chain of Corruption connects onto Kramer, but he doesn't suffer much damage for it. Piercing Arrow does come through. Score dashing over the side, looking for an in. Has the flash, but he's still really weak, and Spirit is just zoning back the Rek'Sai. Turret goes down. Afreeca Freecs will go ahead and profit for that one. First brick picked up.
Deft actually looking for an exit kill on Tucson, doesn't find it. There could have been so many casualties for Afreeca if they overstayed any more than they did. With the numbers advantage, they were able to hold true. KT will get an Ocean Drake, which is not a massive factor, but given that we might have some very drawn-out poke wars, the regen could be relevant.
Yep, you can see Smeb and Martin kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie for a second there, but Smeb says, you know what, I'm probably not going to kill you. I need to get the CS. You are free to go. But Afreeca Freecs, they push forward. They net themselves a turret. They get a kill on Pawn. They just keep the ball rolling. And KT just have to react. They can't make the plays. They have to respond to the ones that Afreeca is pushing onto them.
They're going to continue to wait. They continue to let Azir get items. I don't think it's a mistake not to go QSS by Pawn. A lot of people be like, he's been caught now twice. Why no QSS? Going to go over the back end of this fight where multiple members from Afreeca could have gone down, but they ended up getting the turret. The reason why I say that is that I don't think you can afford to have two people go QSS. You just need to play more defensively as Pawn to justify your more offensive item choices. So the mistake is more stepping up when Malzahar is off the map than not rushing the QSS.
Just an Ocean Drake for KT so far. Only objective they've been able to net themselves. Pawn, of course, turret goes down, but he still has that passive that he can kick in. Try to keep himself a little bit safe.
Makes the map more narrow. And we talk about the advantage of getting the outer mid lane turret is that you open up the map and vision with those minions pushing in for invades for both blue and red side vision. But the Azir turret negates all of that, at least temporarily.
Definitely a different Afreeca Freecs here in Game 2, especially due to Spirit being able to get onto that Olaf that he is just so comfortable on. 1-1 and 4. He's got 100% kill contribution at the moment. And Score, that's going to be another grass coming through onto him. Spirit trying to lock him up, has a Ragnarok. Score, he's going to have to flash the wall. The Malefic Vision ticking down. The Axe connects. Can he make it out of here? Big shield and move speed burst to try to get him to safety. Axe will barely miss, as will the volley, and it looks like Afreeca is going to have to go ahead and peel back off of this one. TP's used by both top laners, so they will not be able to join the fray.
Such a different game when Afreeca Freecs in many lanes do have, at minimum, equal pressure, and in some places are actually winning the pressure game. It's only now that Smeb, for the first time at 21 minutes, is being able to auto-attack his enemy top lane turret. There was very, very early turret takes in Game 1 where KT were able to pick up the pace. Now they're getting punished whenever they try to make map plays that were so clean and easy with the lead they had in game 1.
Yep. Definitely going to be, the toughest game that they've played through so far. Games in the past that KT have played, 2-0 over Rocks, over BBQ, and then Longzhu, who were definitely struggling at the time. They showed a bit of a firmer form in our first match of the day, but those were easier matchups for KT Rolster. Everyone's still been saying, best if not second best team here in Korea under or alongside SK Telecom. But now Afreeca Freecs with Spirit back in. Lauren not overextending early.
I mean, if you watch the games, I think SKT looked on a level above KT. Clearly their records were the same, 6-0 for both teams, but SKT had little to no weakness, whereas KT kind of just chilled their way through games with little opposition, so they kind of got to play themselves into form. And you're right, this is the toughest ask, at least this particular game. Close second will be Longzhu game 1, where Longzhu had a really good start and then fell away.
And then Deft woke up on Ezreal.
Such champion in this case. QSS is taken by Pawn, so they want some map pressure. They want to be able to walk up, but build delayed for Pawn in the mid lane. Maybe should have been rushed, hard to say. Could have been Stinger into the QSS if he wanted to play up in lane, and maybe it's a non-factor now, because now we will see team fighting phases where Pawn will be significantly outranging the Afreeca lineup. So it might have just been 1250 gold misspent.
I'll have to see. I mean, he already showed that big miss on the Shurima Shuffle, trying to get the kill in the mid lane. So you can't afford to have any more of that when it comes to these team fights. Pawn has to be the playmaker on this Azir. That's the reason why you pick this champion. Create those big openings, the big divide between members of the Afreeca Freecs. And if you can't pull it off, then things are not going to be good for KT, and they might suffer their first game loss. Still a ways away, gold lead. Not stretching too far, 2.7 thousand in favor of Afreeca Freecs at 24 minutes. So KT definitely still in this, but they need to be able to net themselves an objective. So far, it's just been the Ocean Drake, hasn't garnered them much. They need to take a tower.
Jace is very close to doing that, has the enemy turret down to about a 5th health, maybe lower. This is the build that Smeb goes against difficult tank matchups. He's the only person I've seen straight up win 1v1 Jace vs Poppy at 2 items by going the Black Cleaver into Lord Dominic's Regard build, maybe even the Yomu's 3rd to continue along that train. So we'll actually be doing decent chip damage, if not actually having a 1 rotation kill potential on Marin.
Yep. He's got an all magic mantle, could go a couple different ways. I would expect it's going to be, I was going to say the Hex Drinker perhaps, but it could be the QSS for the Nether Grasp.
Is a champion from the top lane that can itemize quite naturally into something like the Makura Scimitar. So it doesn't really throw behind his build that much. As you say, could be the Hex Drinker, but the only magic damage you're really negating there is the Shockwave in terms of burst, Shockwave into Dissonance, so maybe Edge of the Night actually will be a consideration. Then you can walk up, siege for 10 seconds and back off. Fits the build a lot cleaner because you just build it out of straight dirt.
Very true. Might be able to find out on this next back. See top laners just swapping down to bottom, just going to start working on that turret. And give the opportunity for Depth and Mata to maybe take that turret in the top lane. Spirit, you can see, it's pretty tanky on the Olaf. Not going to take a whole lot of damage. Almost has a Guardian Angel ready to go. He's going to go ahead, pop that Righteous Glory. Comes sprinting in onto Death. Nethergrass comes through from Deucid. That is one dead Varus. Kuro able to pick up the kill, and Afreeca Freecs just keep applying the pressure. KT, they just can't find a way out of this hole.
Yeah, this blue side buff is becoming a reality for the Afreeca Freecs. Do have to deal with Smeb in a side lane who now is pretty significantly winning these trades against Marin. So that's a potential headache, but that's only a small asterisk on what has otherwise been really clean rotational play. KT have a comp that plays best from ahead, and they are certainly nowhere near ahead. All 3 outer turrets are down at a mark where KT realistically would want theirs down. Only a Jace out-pushing a Renekton is what they have to show for their early.
Yep. And now second Drake will go over to Afreeca Freecs, so just netting everything that they can. Come up with that kill. Cloud taken out. Looks like it's going to be a Mountain as our 3rd. And that could really help out either side. KT with this siege composition would love to have that added damage, but just haven't been in a position to really contest over anything. Still no turrets going down. You can see Score keeping the wave pushed forward. Get a little bit of damage in, but I don't think he's going to be able to stick around. You can see already going to go ahead and hightail it out of here. The Ash Arrow doesn't connect, but still respects Tucson even without the Nether Grasp.
With mid turret down, they also have the extra movement or lack of restriction on the map to...
That does fall in the end. Minions. Good old minions.
The ultimate equalizer. No rumble in this game, we can say that.
Boy, though, definitely plotted. They're pushed pretty far forward for not having a turret, but you can see they do have some vision in the river as well as Score hovering nearby.
Definitely saw on that last turret dive that Olaf is still the answer for a mobile AD carries. QSS, Flash, neither were enough to stop the onslaught from Olaf. This has been a Spirit-only pick so far in LCK Spring. A lot of people thought, myself included, that with Courage of the Colossus and basically there not being a realistic Keystone Mastery for Olaf to take that really fit in his wheelhouse, that Olaf would fall away, but Olaf finds a way back into the meta. And it's been very, very effective so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this blue buff and this Olaf might go hand in hand because I believe it's 2 wins so far for Spirit with this Olaf out of their 3 that they've had. So, you know, combining that with the blue side, I mean, granted, blue side allows them to get the Olaf a little bit easier, but seems like it's a good combination for Afreeca Freecs. But that does cause, that is a little bit of a cause for concern in this series, because if they do win this and they take us to Game 3, then they have to win for the first time on red side.
I mean, everything's working here for Afreeca Freecs. The draft was a lot better than the Game 1 draft. Red side usually gives more draft tools, so you think it'd be better as Smeb finally might be caught.
Yeah, he gets jumped on, and Kuro's going to go ahead and pops him right away.
No vision at all. Smeb far too far extended in the bot side.
Trying to get on the Spirit, pops the Righteous Glory, will get that nice slow coming through, and he'll just Ragnarok his way to safety. Kramer there to back up, doesn't even need to toss out the Crystalline Arrow. And now Marn and Kuro gonna get a lot of damage onto this tier 2, if not just the whole thing. That's gonna be Pawn going forward, pushes Spirit back, tries to get onto Kramer. Exhaust comes through, but he's just not able to lock him up. Nethergrass coming out, QSS off by Pawn. Lotta going low. And Pawn just trying to kite back up the lane, but here comes Marn and Kuro to cut them off. That's gonna be Pawn going down as Kuro finishes him off with the ball movement. And Deft and Score have to run for the hills. Afreeca Freecs is blowing this game wide open. 3 kills picked up and looking like a tier 2 in mid. This can translate into so many more things. They can rotate back down the bottom. They can take the Baron. The world is their oyster at the moment. Afreeca Freecs, they are not letting go.
And you have to say, Pawn is not making us a believer of the Azir. His Azir sec plays, his Shurima shuffles, whatever you want to call it, have been wayward at best, costing his team in more cases. He would have had his Flash Exhaust, being able to play defensively, but went for an all-in, missed it, and then was just too far overextended. So if you're going to play Azir, you need to be a master of the champion, as Bjergsen was able to show in NA. But got flashed, and if that one trick doesn't work, there's nothing left for Pawn really to do in this situation. If you're winning, if you're just a late game Azir with 5 items, free hitting from the backline, sure, Azir does have very good late game damage, but if you have to make the plays and the plays don't register when your team's behind, then it doesn't really achieve very much.
Yeah. I think this was a very bold-faced pick, just not playing out here. Smeb will be able to knock down this turret. Now they try to get onto Marin. A lot of armor shed from Smeb, but he goes low. Ultimate there from Marin, ticking away at him. They'll just come up with the turret. Meanwhile, Pawn getting caught in mid lane, cleanses that off immediately, and he'll dash his way to safety, but the tier 1 turret in mid will be standing still.
Now we do have to take a breath and evaluate that KT have about as much wave clear as you could ever ask for with Jace, Azir, Varus, Karma, like so much range wave clear that all the easy objectives, it seems, will roll, given how the game has been going, and they have some turret dive options, but one of those turret dives goes wrong, the game pace starts to change a little bit, so this game's definitely not over till Afreeca can break the base, and breaking the base is an exercise in frustration against what KT has drafted.
Now though, things definitely going their way. You can see the vision control coming out around Baron, as we're 31.5 minutes in. Haven't seen that become a point of contention quite yet. It's been all about the dragons for either side. Our third spawning just in 40 seconds here. Now Smeb getting chased on, trying to run up the lane, but yet again, severe lack of vision. Looks like Spirit's actually not going to cut through the jungle. Doesn't have much vision himself, and the Ash Arrow won't hit.
Optimistic.
So Smeb, he will be able to hightail it out of there. Yeah, it looks like Kramer wasn't really compensating for the additional move speed you get from swapping stances. So just a slight little miss there. Would have certainly come up with a kill had it connected. But Afreeca just being respectful. They don't have vision in that blue side jungle at the moment. They didn't want to go chasing it just for a kill on this map, only to lose multiple members. So showing restraint even when they're ahead, that is a very good sign for Afreeca Freecs.
And one of the big things to consider there is that when you have Renekton, in a very comfortable position against Jace, where Jace has to overextend just to farm, if you send multiple members bot side, you lose Baron control. And having Baron control, having double, triple control wards around Baron that sticks for a few minutes, means that Baron becomes that objective you can take if ever Renekton is ganked in the bot lane. So given where the game is at, where Baron might actually be able to empower the turret dive that would end the game. So I think playing around Baron is what Afreeca need to do. It's what they've been strong at. I mentioned that Tucson, and specifically his peeling on Malzahar, has been something to note. That given that breaking the base is so hard with the wave clear we've talked about, never give up the Baron dance. That's really your biggest way to win this game.
The tower there getting chunked down. Depth maybe getting jumped on. Marn goes in, finds the stun on Amada, who goes low. Does he have a shield to keep himself alive? Looks like he won't even need it. The flash away is coming through from multiple members of KT though, and Smeb, he'll get caught. That's going to be both he and Mata going down in the end. The Freeca Freecs find the kills. That's a lot of wave clear taken off the board. Where do they want to go? Could just rotate over to this Baron, but looks like they want to stick in. Tucson getting low. Score pops him up. Is able to come up with the kill, but he's getting ticked down. Looks like he might lose his Guardian Angel. Tunnels over the wall, will make it out safely. KT, they're able to trade one back, but they still lost two and their turret.
There was some positioning mistake from KT. What you saw there was that Pawn peeled off with Death to be able to provide the peel specifically for the Varus, but that meant that Jace was caught in the open. Renekton could just run at two members, zone them, and they had good target selection. If it's a three-man core, if it's Varus, Jace, and Azir, Renekton has no answer for the ultimate from Azir. So in that case, because of the split, KT fell behind a little bit. They got one answering kill. They don't lose any objective other than an outer turret. So yeah, lots used on Deft. Nice cleanse comes in instantly.
Well,
then Marwin runs straight at Deft, and because Pawn is so far out of position, the ultimate there doesn't provide anything. He doesn't actually ult during this entire fight, and that's why they can just continue two melee champions to run at someone like Jace, something like Varus. That shouldn't be possible with the Azir.
KT trying to turn up the heat. You can see them pushing forward, but they don't get any damage in onto this tower. The wave clear is still there from the side of Afreeca Freecs. Kuro can do well with the dissonance. Kramer has that hurricane, so they don't have to worry about a whole lot here on the side of KT Rolster. Afreeca Freecs just going to be fighting down. They'll wrap around. Just go ahead, concede this turret in the end, as it looks to be that way. No, then maybe they do want to defend this one. Score's going to get locked up. TP coming in from the backside from Lauren. Who's he going to pick? Tucson's already gone down, and Smeb takes him out of the fight, but Death falls as well. Spirit snatching that one up. They jump on the Smeb. They burn him out. Score on the run. Just has the GA still trying to keep him alive. Looks like Mata and Pawn will be able to retreat successfully. The double dash coming through from Marn. The slicing dice tries to get on top of him. They will do so. Guardian Angel gets popped. Can they finish him off, or does he have a tunnel to get out? There we go. Big burst of damage. The dissonance mixed in with Kramer, and they get rid of Score. 45 seconds on that death timer. They're going to rotate straight over to Baron. They have 15 on Tucson. They can delay the kill until he spawns and have a full 5 buffs.
And the teleport from Marn was really what was needed for Afreeca to win a fight. As KT, you do not have the option to actually go into short range. You will eventually just not be able to close distance because you don't have a frontline tank. You don't have someone to get on top of Kramer. And the moment that Jace is dying in the strafe, consider the options for KT. The moment that Marin shows up behind them, they basically have to go for kills because there's no way to go back. You can't just peel back and use the Emperor's Divide to open up space so they can just focus whatever target Kramer goes on. People will die. So actually getting that deep teleport No options left for KT. They're lucky to only lose a couple of members.
Yeah. Good dashing there by Marin. Getting that double slice and dice and spear, just continually pounding. And you can see he's pretty excited there.
And that sort of play doesn't happen in game one, not because of the picks, but because they never lost turrets. Basically, there was no deep teleports for a tank to come into, given that the poke comp, which is very similar to what KT's running in game two, was hitting all their timings. When you miss your timings as a poke comp, you inevitably will be overextended the first time that you set up around a turret. That was the case for KT there. And the lead continues to inch forward for Afreeca.
I mean, do you think that there's really any hope for KT at this point in this game, or are they going to be able to bounce back, or are they going to suffer their first game loss? Because as it stands at the moment, it's nearly 10,000 gold. It's just off by a few hundred. 10 kills up, a Mountain Drake as well. It just seems like there's not much KT can do.
I think there is a chance. It's a remote one. Getting picks like this would be a good start.
Trying to find Koro. They do pop him up with a Rek'Sai. He throws out the Shockwave, but it barely does any damage, and they're able to take him out, so nicely done by KT. But now the fast track onto this inhibitor turret is there for Afreeca Freecs, as well as the tier 2 getting knocked down, so it looks like they will net more from this. They clear from depth, desperately trying to get through these Baron-empowered minions as quickly as he can, but won't be able to find much in the end. Score goes forward, trying to scout out with that Tremor Sense as best as possible. But it seems like KT are just going to be on the short end of the stick yet again. They shove down mid, looking for that tier 1. Should be able to find it, but now they have an open inhibitor, and they lost a tier 2 in top.
But just to return to your point, as they have the inside track to mid lane, and will take, finally, the mid outer turret. The only reason I give KT a semblance of hope is, well, that hope might be gone now.
This is really aggressive from Score. Goes in on the Spirit. They chunk him down to half HP. Smeb will smack him away, so there's no more follow-up. Ashero connects. Score's able to tunnel out to safety. Looks like that might just be the disengage.
Give
and
KT
you've been
a
playing
chance.
League of Legends for an hour.
Yeah, it's very interesting how in 7.1 that Korean text that pops up when you play here pops up. I've been spectating for quite a while, Kilios. Not 60 minutes in this game, but certainly cumulatively much more. You give them a hope because 6-item Azir can do everything. Can peel, can damage, can take out the backline while also peeling for the front line. So because it's Azir, I give KT an outside chance. I think a poke comp with any other mid laner would have zero chance at this point. Azir's unique as a champion, even at the current balance level where that can happen, but it requires the perfect fight, and it requires Afreeca to misplay. So a remote chance, but an outside chance for KT.
So these wards desperately being thrown down, so KT can know when Afreeca starts up that Elder Dragon, but they say no, I'm just gonna keep sweeping these out, make sure that you have no chance. Take this one away. Ashero comes through. Really good cleanse off by Depth.
Turbo Ola.
Spirit, yeah, just dashing his way in. The Ragnarok does get popped, but he doesn't find much. So now goes down. Marin will get spotted. Does he want to commit in for the fight? Looks like the answer might be a no. Chain of Corruption comes through, but Depth gets jumped onto the back line. Big Shockwave comes through from the Orianna, and that is going to be Depth going down, followed by Score. 2 swift kills picked up here for Afreeca Freecs, and Pawn is gonna follow suit. One more shot would do it. Marin cutting him off with the TP. He'll go down in the end. An interrupt from Smeb won't do a damn thing. 4 members fall, and Afreeca Freecs looks like they've finally done it. Smeb will not be able to stop this. This should be the game going over to them. They'll lose Tucson on the back side, but Afreeca Freecs, they can just shatter the base and take the next.
And they will be the first team to actually inflict a defeat, a single game defeat onto KT's otherwise perfect record. Remember, this team did take down Samsung, even if they lost to MVP to really make us, okay, how good is Afreeca? Judging by this game, pretty damn good, Achilles.
Absolutely. Whether it's the blue side buff, whether it's the all-up, we do not know, but Afreeca Freecs finally take a game off of KT Rolster, which will give the upper hand to SK Telecom moving forward if they can keep their series clean. But now, can Afreeca Freecs close out this game? And that is the question. If they could do so, it'd be devastating to KT.
And I just want to know who has the trump card in this. Who's got that extra something special? It was the Ivern in game 1. It was the return of the Renekton in game 2. It felt like the draft really shaped both games. I want to see both teams show us their best and give us a third game worth riding home for, because this has been an exciting series. We all thought it was going to be 2-0 after the way Game 1 went, but Afreeca picked themselves up. They are veterans. They don't have young players now that Mowgli's out of the lineup to really have to baby. These guys have all been up there in important matches, and they came through in this game.
That they did. Significantly slower paced, but Afreeca, they played it to a T. They knew their win conditions, and they just had it work well. You can see the squad is starting to really mesh, looking much more cohesive compared to their set against MVP, which they lost 1-2. Now taking a game off KT Rolster, but need to close out the series.
Yeah, all eyes on the second round of the draft on red side. There should be so many things Afreeca can do with their drafts that they haven't been doing in previous games. So I want to see them get winning matchups, round out a solid team comp with win conditions. They couldn't do that in Game 1. They haven't done it much on red side. Let's see if they can pick it up for Game 3.
Yep. And KT have to expect they won't be coming into this third one with as much overconfidence as you might be able to say. That Azir pick in mid completely useless for Pawn. Did not impact a single thing in that game. So we'll see what they cook up. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our third and final game of the night.
Grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
あの日星が降った日それはまるで
まるで夢の景色のように美しい眺めだった
They have a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty.
2017 SK 이적 시장이 활발히 움직이며 각 팀들의 판도가 완전히 뒤바뀐 가운데 이적 시장을 주도하는 우수한 실세가 있다는
Tigers fighting for their tournament life here. Baron taken. Oh, taken by Smep. Oh, stole the Baron. Smep stole the Baron. And Rox Tigers.
시리아 셋째 탑은 누구니?
This is Smep style.
경훈아 이번엔
마선 실세
지금까지 많이 봐드린 거 아시죠?
박살을 내면 좋을 것 같긴 한데
그래도 이번에 제대로 보여드릴게요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Smeb doing his best on the Jace, but it's just not enough.
Guess what, guys? Sometimes the damage dealt charts don't actually tell you too much. You look at this and you're like, man, Azir and Jace really decided this game. Nope, not at all. This game was very much on the smart movements by Afreeca in the early game especially. Azir was complete non-factor. All the offensive moves we saw, all the attempted Shurima shuffles went up wide for Pawn, and Smeb was neutralized and then some by Renekton.
Technically, he did help define this game.
We're trying to be...
By being,
you're right.
You know, poor, but, you know, we'll see who the MVP is on the side of Afreeca Freecs. It's going to be Marin in the top lane, 2-1-9 on the Renekton, so bringing back a classic, and he made it work.
Yep, certainly a classic from Marin. He was able to win those Darius and Fiora matchups back at 2015 Worlds that no one else could do on the Renekton, and brought up a brief renaissance of that. Very intriguing that his 2 wins so far in MVP have been on champions that he's trying to bring back into the meta. On-hit Kennen and now the Renekton top, and both of them very effective.
So it is. We'll get a nice little replay of some of these coming through. I mean, really, on the whole, everybody from Afreeca Freecs played excellently. Kramer, you know, maybe one of the weaker ones because he just wasn't hitting all of those Ashe arrows. But overall, these guys played really well. It was very cohesive coming through. Tucson especially, I thought, did an excellent job on the Malzahar, and we'll get a look at...
Aggro so harsh, Kilios.
Poor score.
And the Olaf in this meta where everyone's playing utility carries. A QSS, Flash, Heal, these were very commonly up for deft in fights. You know, a guy who's so well known for holding on to those cooldowns for the last second didn't mean anything when Righteous Glory, Cloud Drake Olaf ghosted at him. And now back to the drawing board for the first time for KT. KT have won every game they have played previous to this. Some of them looking good, some of them very much in second gear. I think it's very good for the development of this team that they're set back now. They had a game victory already, they're not out of a series yet, but if they continue to play at the pace they commonly have, they would have been exploited by a better team. They haven't played against Samsung, they haven't played against SK Telecom. Let's just see how they do, because Afreeca Freecs are no slouches either.
Yeah. And you know, I mentioned earlier how cool it'd be if SKT and KT went undefeated to square off in the Telecom War in March, but this just makes the league so much more competitive here with Afreeca Freecs picking up this win. Even if they don't close out this series, they took a game off KT, they gave them their first loss, and they have, you know, proven that they can be one of the top contending teams here in LCK.
And for a league, it's so important that we have a situation like this where Afreeca have shown we can beat Samsung. We beat them twice. We can beat KT Rolster. On our day, we can win a game against anyone.
But we can also lose to MVP at the same time. So they have their ups and downs. They got to flesh out those problems. But it seems like the break has definitely helped them out.
So we will be having Spirit once again on the Rift on the red side. They tried the Mowgli experiment in game 1. It didn't work.
It went as well as it possibly could have for Mowgli. He still had a really strong performance on the Kazakhs. Just really that big botch at the red buff right at the start of the game that kind of just threw everything off for them.
I mean, I'm a bit more hesitant to give him too much credit because I don't know Is it the level 1 start that was because he was being lazy? How did it change the shot calling? It's very hard to read in short. Mechanics on point, some of his pathing choices on point, but give me a couple more Mowgli games and I'll be willing to say an informed opinion on Mowgli. He didn't embarrass himself in his first game. He came back from a scenario that other junglers might not have, but again, we've seen one game from him, so it's hard to say.
Yep, well, welcome back. You can see our lovely faces yet again. Seems like we just have a little bit of a delay inside one of the booths, so we'll be getting that squared away and get this third and final game underway as quickly as possible, because I'm interested to see who's going to win this one. That was really, I mean, we've seen two pretty consistent and clear-cut games from both sides. Afreeca, you know, not as stompy, obviously, as game 1, but they kept pushing on the pressure. They just kept having advantages. They never were really slipping up and doing things that they shouldn't have. A couple catches here and there from the side of KT Rolster, but overall, just two really clean games from both teams.
I mean, they knew how to win, which for a new 5-man lineup, however the pedigree of the players, you're never 100% sure that they'll have the shot calling, but the shot calling was on point. So, again, another feather in the cap of Afreeca, but they're on the red side, and we have to mention it. They are 3 series in, 0% win rate on red. When you talk to a lot of analysts before the season started, they talked about how the second round banning priorities, basically the order of picks, gave red side a big advantage. We haven't seen that necessarily. Now, a lot of things change at the same time, so hard to pinpoint on why exactly that is, but regardless, on blue side, they've looked accomplished. On red side, especially in game 1, their picks in the second round, I think, hurt them more than they helped them. But with that music, seeing the coaches coming into the booths, we won't have to have too much more of a talk fiesta. We can actually have a third game, a hype third game. This has definitely been our hyper series so far this season, with still some very exciting ones on the calendar. Even if they lose this game, SKT versus Afreeca with that Marin versus Faker storyline is already looking oh so sweet.
Oh, definitely going to be a good one, but here we go. Looks like we're all set, and we are into the pick and ban for our third and final game of this best of 3. Will KT lose their first match, or will they keep the win streak going but give that slight edge to SK Telecom for the moment? Olaf going to be the first thing banned away. Afreeca, again, have not won on red side, and now with the Olaf taken away from Spirit, where will they want to go? Cannon going to be pinched on as well. KT just taking all of the comfort off the board for Afreeca.
And now we get to answer a question. It's not can Afreeca win on red side. It's not something as binary as that. It's can Afreeca win when their power picks are gone? Because what happens when you're on the blue side is that within this Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc must ban on red side, you do get the Olaf. You do get other champions that will just fall through on the red side because you can't ban basically anything. You have to target ban the OP champions. Now do Afreeca have the extended bench? Is there a second and third champion for players like specifically Spirit and Kuro, which we haven't really seen so far this season?
Yep. Well, you can see the Varus snatched up. First pick here for Deft in the bottom lane. Looks like the Ashe could come through from Kramer, but the Malzahar, yet again, could be locked in for Tucson.
And they could just completely lock that in and also have the flex pick of the Malzahar, which we've seen a couple of times already in the mid lane. They've banned away scores at least twice, and now they're looking to actually potentially take it away on the red side. One adaptation already. They don't want to deal with double 80 carry bans, throwing a wrench into their second round pull, so they are smart to just lock in the Ashe for the laning phase against the Varus. But really high premium played on Elise. If you're a pathing jungler, Elise and the Ivern we saw in game 1 are at a super high premium, but passing over the Kha'Zix that score is actually 4-0 on isn't ideal either.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and see that one snatched up immediately, as well as the Zyra coming through from in the bottom lane. So Malzahar passed over by KT Rolster, and yet again, going to be locked in for Tucson. This has been a really big pick for him. We saw him play excellently there in game 2, so he will be bringing that forward here in game 3.
So let's see what happens in the second round of picks, where Afreeca's draft kind of fell apart in game 1. But a lot of respect onto Pawn's Syndra, even though Syndra's win rate, I believe it's 1-6 so far in LCK. Seems like the Syndra ants. It's not necessarily even been things like picking the Echo into it. It's just been skill matchups against things like Ryze or even Syndra focus matchups, but Syndra just hasn't been getting the job done in the late game. Like the Cassiopeia ban, because that's been Korea's most impressive champion. Afreeca don't have an obvious ball carrier, even if, well, Orianna was banned, so I guess it's not a factor to discuss at all.
Well, so far this is looking pretty consistent to what we saw from KT in Game 1. The Olaf was not banned away, but Maokai was in the first round of the draft. So we could see that as a final ban potentially from KT Rolster. Jace is taken off the board from Afreeca, so we'll get to see something new from Smeb in this series.
Maokai versus Rumble, if neither of them are banned, looks very likely to be the completed top lane matchup between the two teams. KT would love Maokai and the comp they have, but they probably don't expect it to get past the first pick of the second round that Afreeca would have access to. Now, Fiora is a champion to consider there if the Maokai, which again, Marin has a very famous win rate on, is selected. I'd love to see Smeb return to Fiora. He's the only Fiora player we've had so far in LCK Spring 2017. And for that reason, I think Afreeca is just going to hold steady, wait for the final picks. Not like Marin can't play the Fiora either. He also played it at 2015 Worlds. And so Ryze is just taken as a fairly safe mid lane blind pick.
So where do they want to go? We can see the hover over the Maokai already here for Smeb, so would be different, go toward that straight up tank rather than the carry oriented style that we've seen from him so far. But as you mentioned, Marin, very adept on that Fiora, could certainly bring that out yet again to counter this, and they will go ahead and lock it in.
But that would finally be the shoe on the other foot. We've had 2 games in a row of Smeb being able to wail away because he picked Jace, which basically wins every early game. Marin has the option to go for the carry choice, but hasn't consistently. And if he was to go Rumble, they'd be very overloaded on magic damage and have no frontliner, which cost them a lot in Game 1. So, very intriguing to see where Marin goes. Fiora makes sense in damage type, but it'll be a very squishy lineup. And yeah, it's Corki to deal with the Ryze.
I mean, it's a really good blend of damage coming through from the side of KT. The Zyro offer up a little bit. Varus, of course, and Kha'Zix with 80.
Downside of KT's comp is there's a pick comp from Afreeca, and there's only Maokai to put down vision, and everyone else basically dies during a Malzahar ult and Elise Cocoon. So the pick comp can certainly get far ahead.
Oh, and he's just going to do it again.
Just going to pick Renekton. Seems like it's a confidence pick, Achilles. They wanted a tank. They got a tank. It's another pick champion in some ways as well if you're face-checking a brush. KT have a sole tank lineup, but crucially, the player that's going to be splitting against the Renekton is also the only one that can face-check. So closing a game and actually pushing vision deep into the red side is going to actually be an exercise in frustration for KT Rolster.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really patient, really cautious with this one when it comes down to the vision. I mean, Zyra can check relatively safely by throwing out the plant, seeing if she connects onto something. You have Foss Bomb and Rockets, but even then, you have to walk very dangerously close to a Malzahar that can just flash Nethergrasp onto you.
And when was the last time we had Maokai versus Renekton? This is an intriguing one. The build here for Marin is certainly no guarantee. Could be Black Cleaver like Game 1, could be the Tiamat that we saw so frequently. We saw Shen with Tiamat as the answer to Maokai in the last series, and very frequently so far in LCK. So how much damage Marin elects to go for will be a fun thing to track. Then in the jungle, a lot of respect shown for the Kha'Zix. Basically, for the Elise, sorry, because Spirit hasn't been winning with the Kha'Zix, so he gives it away, he takes away the Elise. Should definitely have great pick options here, Afreeca. But KT, they got some real laning power as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be worried about that really big spike that can come through from Pawn on this Corki. It's definitely going to have a lot more power than Ryze when we hit a level, level 11. But now KT, their backs against the wall. They need to be able to push back against Afreeca Freecs.
Kramer and Tucson were able to do that in Game 2. They held their own against Deft and Mada. They need to do that again in Game 3 because they were another asterisk in Game 1.
Yep, well, all right, let's go ahead, get on a Summoner's Rift for our third and final game of the night. KT versus Afreeca. This one's for the win. Let's go.
Let's slow down.
Let's, you know, I was trying to get all jazzed up. Like, let's get into it, and then it seems like we might have a problem.
Hopefully just a short-term one. We're all waiting with bated breath to see this third and final game.
Yep, score back onto the Kazakhs. As you mentioned, he's got a pretty devastating win rate on that so far. So that has to be a worry for Afreeca Freecs, but they were in a bit of a bind. They had to get rid of that LeBlanc, Rengar, and Camille, and they let that one go through. But here we go. Looks like everything's taken care of. We're on to the Rift. Here's a real battle in the audience. I think it's pretty even.
It's pretty cool to see. You know, only 3 weeks into the season. It's not a telecom war, but there's a finals feel in the crowd. As a shout out to Korean caster Dongjun, who did cosplay as Pool Party Tarek in the official Riot KR music video to announce that skin. Not much excitement here in the Keystones. I love those finals feel. I love games like this where both teams have shown they can stand up. Neither team won by mistakes, they won by good play. And now the draft. No obvious shortcomings of either draft. My biggest question mark is, what does Fervor Renekton's laning phase look like against Maokai? Because Maokai usually is the ultimate equalizer of whatever lane. Is considered looking for a late invade, but against the Maokai, very difficult to do.
Yeah, Smeb, he's already got that E. Just tossing out the saplings, trying to spot out, see if there's going to be any sort of invasion. Was able to chunk Spirit down a little bit on that at least, so could exacerbate things for him as he tries to progress through the jungle. But otherwise, looks like we're just going to have a bit of a mirrored jungle coming through, as both will start on the top side of the map and work their way down bot.
If you want to evaluate the bot lane matchup, it is very KT favored in this particular lane. Malzahar's laning phase pre-6 barring an exhaust all-in hijinks, not very strong. Zyra has a super oppressive laning phase, and Varus is the strongest laning AD carry right now, so advantages go to KT without even discussing the personnel involved. Both AD carries have gone for the 3 potions build because it turns out that Malzahar and Zyra do a lot of ranged trade damage, so you know, people kind of will probably be watching other scenes and wondering why, you know, why the 3 potions? Seems greedy, what about Doran's Blade? But the thing is, when you're against a ranged mage, I mean, you call it a support, but they're basically a second damage dealer. How often do you actually get to walk up and put that life steal to use as Tucson falls so low?
Yeah. That is going to be a really early recall coming through from Tucson. Probably won't be able to net himself much. Meanwhile, Spirit going to rotate over, find Score in the river. He's going to jump in, goes for the trade. Spirit has to flash away. Flash forward by Score. Doesn't have anywhere to go. With that repel, the Cocoon comes through. Now Kuro sprinting his way through. Will lock him down to the Rune Prison just to make sure he can't follow. So flash for flash. But Spirit goes low and might have to recall out of the jungle a bit earlier than his opponent.
Yeah, Spirit actually showed a lack of game sense there. He didn't understand that Malzahar was chunked out, therefore he can't go for any sort of skirmish because they will be outnumbered. Mado was walking up from bot. So whether it wasn't so much the mechanics, but just the poor decision making. The moment you see your Malzahar chunked out, you walk back into your jungle, you're not giving anything up except for Scuttle Crab control. Yep. Not punished so far.
Smeb does spot out Spirit. You know that this will be him trying to take away this Grump. You can already see Score roaming his way up, still has the double buff. Grump will go over, they'll see him on the exit. Score, how hard in the paint does he want to go over this one? Looks like he's just going to let Spirit see his way out and back into his own jungle.
I mean, Corki had recalled and it was level 4 versus level 3, so that time threat wasn't there from Score.
Smeb's been pretty low on mana, so wasn't really in much of a position to roam down from the top lane.
Significant experience advantage for KT's bot lane duo, specifically over Tucson, is something we'll have to keep track of. The level 6 ping will come a lot faster. And remember, the bot lane has gone very topsy-turvy for Afreeca. In Game 1, they did not get much done. They had a favorable lane matchup but did poorly. In Game 2, they were much more on form and went very equal, so while Tucson's feigning aggression at level 2, he shouldn't push up too far.
The exhaust in on the bot as they try to get the kill, but Tucson's going low, doesn't have the exhaust there anymore. It's not going to do enough to mitigate the damage. He flashes away, but still goes down. First blood picked up by Deft. A nice start for KT, and if they can just keep this rolling, this is going to get out of hand very quickly for Afreeca Freecs.
But why? You have to ask the question, why Afreeca? You don't have the matchup to be able to do this. You didn't have the experience on the Malzahar, and going even is just fine against Deft and Mata. You give Deft an inch, he does it on the world stage, he does it on the national stage. He is a massively strong AD carry. So you have to wonder why they played with fire when they didn't need to. It's an unforced error, first by Spirit, then by Tucson in the bot lane, that has allowed KT the small, slender advantage they have.
Yeah, and now such a strong start coming through. Tear of the God is completed for Deft as well as that serrated Dirk. So he will still be pushing out quite a bit of damage as he builds towards that Manamune and that Yomo's Ghost Blade. So things are about to get very painful if you're Kramer and Tucson. We'll see how they manage to fare, but just way too aggressive from Tucson. He's going to fall even further behind in experience. And KT already off to a very nice start as far as the bottom lane is concerned. Mid lane still going to be faring pretty evenly, whereas Marin is coming out with a bit of an advantage in the top lane.
And you just wonder, how does Afreeca enter lane 2v2 in bot? When Malzahar loses the shield, especially from the passive, the only way you win this lane is an all-in trade on the side of Afreeca. You get poked out earlier. You need to be even in experience, but when you're so far behind in experience, you're basically a free kill as Tucson. So laning phase is going to be a headache and a half for Afreeca to get through.
Really aggressive here from Spirit. As you can see, Smeb not going to be pushing the wave up. He's perfectly content to keep this here. Looks like they might go for the dive, but Score is waiting in the wing. Stun comes out. Smeb throws up the Vengeful Maelstrom. Marin taking the tower. He's isolated at the moment, but you can see Spirit wrapping around to get close to him, so he doesn't take that big burst of damage from Score, who doesn't decide to leap in. So they'll just go ahead and peel back.
Good pathing from Score. He was where he needed to be. Looked like Smeb was able to drop aggro anyway. But because he hasn't recalled and has no mana, this is also good for Afreeca. This will require minimum Corki to stop the blue from being stolen away.
On is here, throws out the rocket. And that's actually going to be picked up by Score. Yeah, spites it perfectly. But now TP into the bottom lane, coming through from Marin. Deft and Mata way too far forward. The silence connects. Can Marin get in there? The slice and dice comes through. That's going to be the stun. That's going to be the kill. Marin takes him out. Meanwhile, in mid, Kuro goes low, but he's got the ghost. Doesn't need to pop the flash. And now Mata gets hit by the Ash Arrow. Silence connects. Can he make it out of here? Throws down the roots. Will it be enough? No. The volley from Kramer does hit him in the end. He comes up with a kill, 2 on the board now for Afreeca. Nice turnaround.
And vintage Marin, his map play was always his strong suit. His teleports were unrivaled on SK Telecom. It's one of the reasons why he had that streak, 29-1 on the Maokai. Specifically around his teleport players, Lissandra also was super notable. Remember, just a second ago, he was looking to assist a blue buff invade, hadn't shopped, went straight bot, noticed that Deft and Mata were overextended, as you'd expect, given they'd got the kill on Tucson just before, and punishes them with aplomb. Great stuff from Afreeca, and now they're the ones with a slender lead.
And he knew that there was no way for Smeb to answer. If he had TP'd alongside him, it would have been a manaless Maokai who has not bought anything at the moment, but finally the recall does come through. Smeb able to pick up the Bombing Cinder, a second Doran's Ring, and a Cloth Armor as he builds towards that Sunfire cape. But with that kill picked up on Marin, he's got a significant buy in the inventory. Phage and double longsword as he works towards that Black Cleaver.
Yeah, 14-minute Black Cleaver is looking like the power time, maybe even earlier than that if he gets more done. Well, that's pretty overly aggressive, but it's only level 5 from the Malzahar, so no lockdown provided there.
And that play in the bottom lane just kind of nullified a lot of the work that Deft and Mata had been able to do. You can see though, gank maybe coming through. His pawn is waiting in the brush, has the package available, but there's 4 members in the bottom pawn. He goes into the back lane to try to cut them off, but he's going to find 4 members waiting for him. The Cocoon does not connect, but the Ash Arrow does. TP comes through from Smeb. No, interrupted actually in the top lane by Marin. And that's just going to be a trade 1-for-1. They lose their mid laner, get a support. KT definitely coming out on the backside of that exchange. They do get a lot of damage onto the turret, but looks like that first brick will be evading them for quite some time. And now Deft getting a turret shot, definitely a bad look. Score's here to back him up. They're going to try to shove them off. Looks like they will be able to get the turret, so this should be a more beneficial exchange for KT in the end. But definitely a hard-fought one by Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, it was a really great setup by Afreeca. They knew exactly what was coming and were in position to try and counter. Ended up going 1-for-1 because there was no way for all 4 of the Afreeca Freecs to get out of dodge. You know, one person had to go down. It ended up being Tucson, who now obviously still continues to be starred for experience, but that was the best counter setup I've seen to what was a staple of the Rocks Tigers, those turret dives around the bot when the turret fell low.
That's going to be the Realm Warp coming through.
No turret, no minions though.
Yep, don't have a wave. And Marin, he's not quite tanky enough yet. Does have that ultimate to get a little bit of burst of extra HP, but still way too risky, even with Kuro. Having that innate damage on the rise, they will go ahead and peel back off of that one. So Realm Warp down. That's a nice timer for KT to track, so they can know when Kuro is able to just TP into bot, TP in the top, and affect a kill. For now, KT, they have a very slight lead, 500-600 gold at the moment. Afreeca Freecs, they are not going to go down without a fight here.
We knew this series would answer a lot of questions. Where are Afreeca at? The Smeb versus Marin rivalry, where's that at? A lot of people were ready to write off Marin. He didn't get on to SKT or KT, one of the true dream teams. Didn't have a good year in China, an older player, the oldest player in our league, 1991, so he turns 26 later this year. People were ready to say, he had his time and he was done. You watch this series and it's clear Marin is not done. This guy still has a champion pool and knows how to teleport in a way that other members or other players can't really hold a candle to. And it's happy to be optimistic about Marin again. It feels like there was that narrow time around Worlds 2015 where you could really trumpet Marin as one of the world's best. And since then, there hasn't been that time. On a team like Afreeca, where he is the superstar, they may have Spirit, they may have Kuro, they look to Marin to win them the game. And Marin's been very, very good this series.
Yeah. I mean, as well as, being on a team where there are no language barriers coming through. So definitely a factor that could come through when he was playing in China with that poor performance. But things on Afreeca definitely paying off a lot better for him.
We withhold our judgment. Very, very even, 12 minutes in. Scaling from Kuro has been pretty delayed. Went for Merc Treads first for a bit of insurance, but means we won't be hitting the 10-minute Rod of Ages timing than we saw in previous games.
I wish we got a replay to see exactly where Smeb tried to teleport down bottom in that play.
We didn't draw a flash, so it had to have been a pretty aggressive teleport.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So maybe he thought that he could get the teleport off in the window, the cooldown of a W, perhaps. Not really sure.
Flash arrow goes wide.
Yep, not going to connect. Depth trying to sprint his way out of here. Roots will not connect on the Spirit. He'll take a big chunk of damage from that piercing arrow, though. Won't get the turret quite yet, but they get a hell of a lot of damage onto it.
Marin has his teleport, so KT have to be careful with how much resistance they show.
Oh boy, Score going in really aggressively. Has a flash over the wall.
Oh!
Blast code coming through from Marin. Score is invisible, and Smeb is there to pick him up with the Twisted Advance. He'll get a good burst of damage in. Kuro
spotted.
Gonna reveal him, but they can't follow up for the kill. And Score will make it out with his life, but has to pop the flash.
So for now, Afreeca will be frustrated in trying to take a cross-map bot lane outer turret to answer the one that KT picked up earlier. Score does have time to go. Spirit has time to go into the enemy jungle and do some counter jungling. So the team play is good here from Afreeca.
Thought maybe they'd be looking for a Realm Warp there as everybody was collapsing in towards the rise.
Still level 1 Realm Warp. The range is really, really short. So
there's no vision there really for KT. They do have one ward right next to the ramp up into the jungle.
That's why it feels like their outer bot lane turret staying up is kind of a bonus. They were really in no stead to be able to keep it up. They couldn't really fight for it because of that lack of vision you described, Achilles, but they put enough doubt into the minds of Afreeca that they pulled away. So clearly that turret will go down in the next 5 minutes. But the fact that they don't get a big shop at this point, maybe boots to complement the Essence Reaver that Kramer picked up. Item timings are such an important factor when the gold is so even between the two teams.
Score gets spotted there. Looking for a pick with Tucson here. Is level 6, 3 levels down under Kramer at this point. Pretty significantly. I mean, he's bounced back a bit.
Amada's level 6 as well, to be fair.
Amada should still have an experience advantage over top of him. Again, there's an extra assist here for Tucson.
Usually when you get ahead as a support, you end up roaming more because you're like, well, my opponent has to stay in lane, so I'll roam. Sure. It's not often that you're just sapping an equal amount of experience with an under-leveled enemy support. KT are making the sort of moves they weren't able to early in the game, and this is risky to score.
And then the grass being on the score. Cocoon lands perfectly. Kill comes through from depth, but it's just not nearly enough. Now the chase coming through. Repel won't connect, and a nice Zyra ultimate thrown down by Mata will pop up too. Ash Arrow comes in, Realm Warp straight in on top of depth, and Mata,
taking it.
find him, and they take him out. But Pawn is there to answer with a bit of damage. Mata gets caught by the good flash forward from Pawn, does come up with the kill, and now Smeb has TP'd down into the, or ran down into the bottom lane, gets on top of Kuro, comes up with one, but Marin slicing and dicing his way to a kill onto Pawn. Helps equalize the count. That's gonna be several kills picked up for Afreeca, as well as the outer turret in bottom lane. They will profit heavily, and they will net themselves a gold lead.
Yeah, 2 for 3, but they do get the outer bot lane turret. However, I think it could have been so much cleaner for Afreeca. The Realm Warp was a mistake from Kuro. It was a face check by Score. So this was a nice start to the fight, but they could have just guaranteed the bot lane turret and not necessarily gone for more. The Realm Warp up top was ill-conceived. It was when the minions had died, and this Realm Warp, you're Realm Warping into basically melee range of Zyra and Corki. You're never going to be able to get a favorable trade in that scenario. So even if Marin spares the blushes by turning around and getting one single kill on the backside of this, it should have been more for Afreeca, given that they didn't have to commit all 5 members. They kind of get the minimum in a scenario where they could have got a big lead over KT.
Now just 300 gold separating these squads. A turret each, a dragon there for the side of KT Rolster. Just an Ocean Drake. Cloud will be the next one to spawn. See what comes after that, but for now, Afreeca Freecs seem to have the vision priority over that bottom side of the map. See wards on both sides of the pit surrounding it. Pushing forward, he'll be taking out these Raptors, and Spirit just patiently waiting to see if somebody wants to walk through. So he can line up that Cocoon. Tucson has the Nether Grasp available yet again. That could very easily follow up, but for now looks like I'm just gonna go ahead, start up the Dragon. Voidlings not nearly as adept at tanking as before. Spiderlings, they do a pretty good job still.
Yeah, Voidlings and Spiderlings were free Barons in previous patches, although Malzahar's support is stronger. The Drake and Baron isn't as much as Marin's tankier, but still not that tanky.
He throws up the ultimate, he's just gonna slice and dice his way out. And will have to go ahead and concede this turret in the end. Keeps himself alive, doesn't have to use the flash. And that's gonna be the Dragon coming in for Afreeca Freecs. So just a bit of an exchange coming through on both sides. And now maybe looking for depth in mid lane, but he spots them out. They pass through a ward. Can't really clear this way. There's going to be a very aggressive teleport coming through from Smeb. He's going to cancel it in the end. Actually gets canceled out by Marin yet again. Dashes forward and interrupts it. But did he make a mistake? Gets slowed up by the slam. Sunfire is just ticking away at him. Big twisted advance following forward. Marin had already used that ultimate. Has to flash away. Smeb can't follow with his own. And Spirit is here to answer, so won't be able to come up with that solo kill. So Marin doing a damn good job getting rid of that TP, but he loses his flash for it, and Kuro, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, gets into a bit of a scuffle, but he's able to exit with his Realm Warp.
Yeah, the defensive Realm Warp was a lot better than the last 2 offensive Realm Warps. Marin ends up trying to flash for teleport to Spirit.
Walking forward. Smeb and Mata find him. Nethergrass comes down onto the Maokai. Still very tanky, but now Depth arrives at the backside. Throws out the Chain of Corruption. They lock up Tucson, who should be going down.
Marin's here.
Yeah, Marin arrives, and Mata is going low. Has those Malefic Visions. Marin gets locked up, however, and there's just too many members of KT Rolster. They stomp him out. They get rid of Spirit. Now Kramer, Manalus on Ashe, has to run back around to this tier 1 tower. KT picking up 3. Nicely fought by them. Can they transition this into a turret, though?
Yeah, super nice catch from KT. Because there wasn't much setup, Afreeca didn't have exclusive vision. They're the ones that ended up getting picked with the pick comp they've drafted. Now KT able to clear out wards. Not able to answer. Marin gives up quite a lot of gold and experience, given that he was at 2-0 before the start. Afreeca understand that they need the earlier power spikes because they are outscaled in multiple roles by KT Rolster, but it was Spirit face checking and being out of the fight from the start, and then everyone on the side of Afreeca is out of position as Deft is free hit.
Yeah. You can see Mata, knowing his limits, just fearlessly sticking around. I mean, even if he does go down, he's going to be taking those 3 members of Afreeca Freecs with him. So really wonderful play coming through by him on the Zyra, helping to lock down Spirit to really get that kill And the rest of Afreeca Freecs just kind of spilled forth one at a time.
Now Pawn and Deft can both look for sieges and have got the QSS as a potential out for the multitude of pick CC. Every member of Afreeca has pick CC, so
yeah,
certainly not going to be enough in late game team fights because there will be the follow-up CC, but it does make poking under turrets, which is what Corki and Varus do so well, relatively safe for both.
Looks like they thought that somebody's going to walk into the brush here and find Smeb. As you can see, that Yomu's Ghost Blade was popped. They really just want to be able to stick in on mid lane and keep the siege up. Spirit, Cocoon not going to connect. Marin's here to back him up. He'll stun up Smeb, but a lot of damage goes forth onto the Elise. Could very well just be yet another recall coming out. Kramer will spot score over the wall with the Hawk shot. As the turret eats a bit more damage, but they still can't finish it off quite yet, even with that Trinity Force Corki there.
It's almost an inevitability, though. Wave clear is pretty low on the side of Afreeca. Rise, if he walks up, can, for sure. Ash will help, but a lot of siege from these two you see on the screen. Pawn Deft.
Ash arrow comes out. Deft, really nice cleanse. Almost immediately takes that one out. Spirit, oh, gets hit by the piercing arrow straight into the rocket from Pawn, and they take him out. Koro going low, has to flash to the other side of the turret, which is going to go down. Barn coming in, but he's just going to get rooted. Might just lose the Guardian Angel right here, and he will. Slice and dices forward once, can't get the second cast off. Can they finish him off is going to be the question. They root him right there with a twisted advance. Smeb will pay for it with his life, but that could lead to yet another turret going down in favor of KT Rolster.
Could even be 3 Achilleos. It's a very fast push available. No minion wave will slow things down, so it'll only be the inner turret, but there's no threat onto Corki and Varus in the backline. Unless Marin's getting one of those flank teleports we saw in Game 2, he will not be the one to do that. Spirit has been DPS out of fights twice. And you just have to consider that Deft and Pawn are at very high amounts of damage. Trinity Force just completed a couple of minutes ago for Pawn. And the moment that they go all in on trying to take down Deft, no one's there with Tucson, no one's in the backline, and everyone else. They can turn on Marin because the AD carries are free hitting from KT.
Yeah, it seemed like Tucson maybe playing on 40 MS right there, flashing over the wall after he loses the jungler for the follow-up CC. It costs him his life. It costs Afreeca Freecs a hell of a lot. And Marin now going to be without that Guardian Angel. The raw stats alone not going to do much to mitigate the damage that's coming out of Deft and Pawn at the moment. So he is going to be in a bit of a bind. Can't go as ham as he wants to on this Renekton. We've already seen how fearlessly he's playing. And it's really just causing Afreeca Freecs to start suffering for it. Spirit as well. Not looking nearly as adept on this Elise as he does on Olaf.
Triple QSS from KT as well. So much respect to CC. Maokai is just tanking up this Baron. Afreeca doesn't have an idea of the HP value. Spirit might just have to try and suicide on it.
Goes up with a repel. They can just buy some time. He will have to come back down. TP does get burned out by Marin. So KT, if they just want to disengage here, that's still profit gained by them. Can they find the chase? Tucson still has his passive up. They're trying to poke it off of him. Maybe line up a chain of corruption. But it looks like KT, they're just going to play this top side of the river.
KT have all the options. They turn back onto Baron, clear the ward.
This is the point that could make or break the game here for either side. Spirit gets chunked out to half HP. Smeb not able to follow in with the twisted advance. KT just going to play this out patiently, but looks like they will wrap back around to defend this turret at mid as best as they can.
Chains of Corruption accuracy isn't usually a big point, but it's the only true ranged initiation that KT have. So repelling on the Chains of Corruption stopped KT from being able to turn. Means that Afreeca slight breathing space, but no more than that. They got KT away from the Baron, but still not able to dictate anything. The game is being played at the pace that KT decides.
Sword just jumping over the backside of the pin. They know exactly what's happening though with the Afreeca Freecs. It looks like it might just be another Ocean Drake going over to KT. Marin trying to contest this one, but a bit foolishly. We'll slice and dice on the backside of the pin, but the rest of Afreeca Freecs are going to try to start this up, but the TP comes through immediately from Smeb, and they just have to back off. So that'll be canceled, so they get a little bit of that cooldown refunded here.
Season 6 strats right there with the Elise Malzahar Baron attempt. Not to be.
Not nearly as effective, though. As we already discussed, it looks like Deft will arrive in time to stop this minion wave from taking the tier 1 turret. Top lane. Score
Ooh,
gonna be
KT
pushing
want to stop these
forward.
recalls.
Kramer all alone. Did they jump over the wall? There we go. Big burst of damage. Cocoon connects, but the QSS comes through and Pawn finds the kill. Can they get more? Bro getting spotted out. Now Smeb coming in on the backside. Locks him down. The Realm Warp won't connect in time. And they get 2 picks. And you can be damn sure KT are going to go straight back to that Baron yet again.
A decisive call to stop the recalls. Only one went through. That meant the rest of the damage dealers were going to be free food. Smeb can tank up this Baron for days. And well, good luck, Spirit. You're going to need it.
Needs the Miracle Steal. Has the wards in the pit. Can see the HP. But might be a bit of a suicide mission. Meanwhile, speaking of that, Marin comes in on the sidelines. No one else from Afreeca Freecs following
no control
up.
water. He does have
down.
vision here.
Spirit just patiently waiting this one out, but he's going to get locked down, and they pop him over the wall. Beautiful play by Mata to just get the root. And everybody turns on to him. That's going to be the Baron picked up for KT. That's going to be a 7,000 gold lead. It looks like they might just be able to close out the series.
And this play call, we knew that one of Mata or Score would be able to really lead from the front. Both of them experienced shot callers. I'm sure Smeb, Deft, and everyone else can help out as well. They interrupted the recall. Smart, decisive call. They get the Baron they've been fighting for the last 3 or 4 minutes. And this should be the breathing room to allow KT to take a series. A blemish on their record, but really set up to take over this series.
Yeah. And now Afreeca struggling, and you have to, kind of consider this Renekton pick here from Marin was doing decently well, stopping the teleports down from Smeb. Had that big impactful TP into the bottom lane early on, but since then hasn't been able to do anything. Every time he walks up, they just completely isolate him. They eliminate him, whether it's getting rid of the GA, whether it's just killing him. And he can't do anything in these fights.
I think that's the easy thing to say. This Pawn plays with his life a little bit. To me, the bigger question mark has been Kuro's rise. I think he's contributed very, very little in this game. The Realm Warps haven't been on point. He hasn't threatened the backline or appealed for his front line, or his backline either. In general, I don't think his command of Rise has been good enough to justify the premium they paid to take it here. It's certainly not been his Orianna performance from Game 2.
He is just getting chunked down.
Elise and Renekton being launched in the backline, maybe you do instantly kill an AD carry and win a team fight, but that sort of coordination or the item timings haven't been there for Kuro to be a threat, whether with the Realm Warp or just as Rise himself.
Well, Corruption not going to connect from depth, but might be enough for them to push back Score. He will pop the QSS, but the turret falls all the same, and now KT looking to break the inhibitor line here at 28 minutes. Pawn has a hell of a lot of damage with that Triforce. They will be able to knock this down. How much more can they get? How much do they want to stick around for? Minions are knocking down the tier 2 in top lane. Wave's already pushed up for them.
A double ocean Achilles, so they're actually pretty happy to stay from here.
Yeah, this gives them so much more sieging potential, as if they didn't already have enough. See, not a big wave. Another one is coming in right behind. See if they want to just stick up for this and take out the second turret. Looks like that is going to be the game plan. Just ignore the top lane for now. They can always rotate straight up to there from here as they get ready to knock down yet another inhibitor and just bleed Afreeca Freecs dry inside their base.
They're running out of Hail Marys. Maybe a Realm Warp. I think that would just be a suicide journey. The Ash Arrow's been on cooldown for the last bit, so it hasn't been an option for them. Double inhibitor down. They'll go and take the top lane turret as well. And then plenty of gold in the purses to shop and look for the final push for KT Rolster.
See if they can ride this Baron buff all the way to 3 inhibs. They only have a little bit of time left on it. Tier 2's down. They still have a pretty strong wave with them, but looks like they're going to go ahead, spend this hard-earned cash they have netted for themselves, and come back with even more items and finish stomping out Afreeca Freecs.
11,000 gold. Hasn't been a series stomp, which for Afreeca is a big win. They took Samsung to 3 games, beat them 2-1. They take KT to 3 games, and
sure,
looks like they'll fall down, but for a new lineup of players that have no experience or synergy playing with each other, it was kind of patchwork towards the end of the transfer season. I mean, pass marks and then some for Afreeca. They look like a top 5 team, which had to have been their goal preseason.
Yeah, when they're on blue side with Olaf.
They look like a top 2 team on blue side.
Can you check off those 2 boxes? Congratulations, you're going to playoffs, boys.
Imagine if they beat SKT on blue side. That'd be a story.
That would be very impressive.
The blue side specialist.
But for now, it seems like Afreeca will be suffering yet another loss. As you mentioned, not that many Hail Marys left that can be made. And even if they do get a
who's the Ash Arrow hitting at this point? Zyra, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, kill Mata. He's been pretty crucial in these fights.
The layering of CC is not realistic because let's say Ash Arrow comes, Annalise walks up, or Malzahar walks up. They just turn and kill the relatively squishy people looking for a follow-up catch.
Yeah. It's going to put a pretty serious dent in Kramer's KDA, you have to feel. Might fall out of that number 2 spot.
The fact that he's above Bang is kind of a minor miracle, though.
Very much is.
I guess someone has to die sometimes for SKT.
Everybody dies. Some just need a little help. One of Kramer's big 80 carries last season.
That's true. Outside chance the Lucian will come back in future patches. So people have been playing around with it. Third and final inhibitor goes down. Will we see the final fight here from Afreeca?
Oh, looks like Smeb wants to say yes, goes in on Decora, but the Nethergrass immediately comes out. Kramer just firing away with the volleys, will be able to pop the GA. Marin as well, one final auto attack by Mata, able to get rid of his. Tucson eats that piercing arrow, goes low, but will be able to retreat, but Kuro cannot say the same. The Rise goes down. 3 waves of super creeps getting ready to crash into the base. One Nexus turret already down to half HP. This is looking quite done for Afreeca Freecs. Need an absolute miracle to come out on top. Marin dashing forward, trying to get on top of score, gets the stun, but immediately cleansed off, and they pop him in return. And with no tanky front line, a Nexus turret down, this is going to be the game. KT Rolster coming in on top as Pawn just picks up a couple kills inside the fountain. 32 minutes on the clock. Not as clean as game 1, but still pretty damn good. KT 2-1. They will continue the win streak.
Yeah, congratulations to KT Rolster. Will go 4-0 after this series, but Afreeca can hold their heads high. They were not stomped out. They had a very good performance in game 2. And KT will just have to go back and realize that they are fallible. They are not immortal. Jury's still out on SKT. They look just so damn strong. KT have some weaknesses, especially if they fall behind. They haven't had a lot of experience playing from behind, so they need to get kind of their chops in terms of finishing that. But it was a fun series, it was a good series, but KT, better team on the day, deserved the win.
Absolutely, and you can see a little bit of disappointment on some of the players' faces, knowing that they were that close. They were able to take that one game off of KT, just needed one more to get the match win in. But alas, they cannot do so. And Afreeca Freecs will just have yet another loss on the board. So another 1-2 after their loss against MVP.
And I think we can now answer the question, what is it about the blue side, red side dichotomy that has held down Afreeca? And it is the fact that when they get their picks, they look so powerful, whether it's the cannon coming out from Marin, whether it was the counter picks they were able to get. When they get their power, like the Olaf on Spirit, they look great. But when they're on the red side, forced to ban the OPs, and then you can ban Cannon, Olaf, all these fringe champions that they have mastery out. When the mastery champions are out, first for Marin, then for Spirit, doesn't feel like Kuro is drawing any of those mastery bans. Doesn't feel like Afreeca have the extended bench to take a full series. So I think Kuro especially needs to get the return of a champion, whether it is Victor or a champion like Victor, where he can blind pick, where he will draw bans. Because when he's playing the Rise, when he's playing champions like Katarina that are outside his comfort zone, he's not drawing bans and he's not putting forward enough, even though he's picking up high contested picks like Rise.
Yep. Well, a tough loss here for Afreeca Freecs. And yet again, as we said with Kongdoo Monster, they also have to play back-to-back days. So they'll be coming in, and have to play against Jin Air Greenwing, which is going to be a very exhaustive series.
That's the sort of series where Afreeca will be like, okay, we played well today, we're confident. If Jin Air win game 1, anything can happen in that series.
Absolutely, and I mean, I want to see who Afreeca is going to bring out in the jungle, whether it's going to be Spirit or whether it's going to be Mowgli going up against MT, who's looked very good for Jin Air.
And that will be the two, kind of pick of rookies fighting against the same position. Mowgli versus MT, that'd be a fun one to see. It is a tough loss, but it's a good loss for Afreeca. They don't hold their heads in shame for this loss. They still clearly are exploitable in pick and ban, but they can always improve from there as poke champs do damage, it turns out.
Yep, I mean, we saw this very clearly on screen. Pawn and Deft is absolutely decimating.
Can I point something out?
Sure.
Every single member of
they exceeded
KT
their
Rolster beat the highest member of Afreeca.
Oh, that too. Yeah, wow, that was Mata beating Lawrence Renekton by about 20 damage.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, where every single member had higher than the highest of the enemy team. Congratulations to Smeb. He did Maokai things.
Yep, 3-1-6 in that game. He'll get himself his second MVP. So now I think we have like an 11-way tie at 200 points at this current stage. So it's getting a little ridiculous. We're gonna have to see who's gonna start inching ahead, try to catch up to Deft and Faker. But I mean, was really on point. Getting his teleports interrupted in the early game, definitely a bit of pain in the rear for Smeb, but he still made it work in the end.
Yeah, it was a good solid game. I don't know if I would have given him MVP because I didn't feel like he was really the turning point. I think Score did a really good job on the Kazakhs. Now 5-0 on Kazakhs. Going to start drawing Kazakhs bans, especially when maybe the ban pool changes.
But he got a
on
double
7.2. He did, and he didn't even have to build a Haunting, guys, to do it.
Maybe he hasn't seen that Mobile Fire guide yet. He's too busy getting ready for
He
the
can
day.
check out the VODs from Game 1, Series 1.
But yeah, I mean, Smeb did exactly what he needed to do. Maokai thinks just absorb all the damage, walk at somebody, hit W.
I'm going to be interested to listen to the interview that we'll have after this, because this could be one of those weird scenarios where Afreeca feel better in losing than KT feel in winning. It was a win. They played good, but I said this when KT named this lineup. Winning LCK is not enough when you have so much talent on the line. They're shooting for Worlds, and the KT that lined up in this series will not win World Finals.
Oh, absolutely not. They might not even make it to the World Finals, if even the semis. So a lot of work to be done still by both sides. But let's go ahead, throw it over to Droll for translation on our MVP interview.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here with KT Rolster, who received a 2-1 victory against Afreeca Freecs, and we are here with today's MVP, Smeb and Score, for the interview. Score, Smeb, congratulations on the win. Would you like to say something, Score?
좀 생각보다 많이 당황했던 것 같아요.
I feel like we were a little surprised seeing how it resulted out, but
볼수 있는 팀이 없다고 생각했어요.
I feel like Afreeca was never a team to look down upon. There were a lot of speculations between the top lane matchups, Smeb. How do you feel today? Yeah, Marin is a legend, as he always was. I think I was a bit emotional in some of the plays that I made today, but I think that really hurt us in the long run. But I think our teammates did well for me, so we were able to pick up the win. It seems like the Jace pick is sort of a very flexible pick between the top and mid lane. But was there a strategy behind why you guys took out the Jace pick so aggressively? I always feel like Jace is a very valuable pick, and I always try to pick champions that can have domination towards in the laning phase, and I feel like that's why I picked Jace many times today. We saw that you picked out the friend of the jungle, Ivern, today. Do you think Ivern is a very good pick overall? No, it's a very niche pick for sure, and it's not something that to be played every game, but it's very situational. What kind of situation are you talking about specifically? If I would like to give a hint, it all is based on the allies composition. This is a situation where you really use the Daisy to your advantage. Did Daisy follow your commands well? Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with Daisy during practice, so we're good friends now. Smeb, for you as a top laner, what kind of jungler do you like better, Ivern or something like Kha'Zix? But in this situation, you have to think about it differently. When you have an Ivern as an opposition jungler, it really frustrates you as a laner. So it's really nice to have it in your team instead.
좋은 플레이를 보여준다는 얘기와도 통하는 것 같은데 실제로 아이번이 꽤 괜찮다고 생각을 하시는 건지.
Do you think Ivern is valid as a top laner? Yeah, I think it's something to very experiment with.
오늘 마린 선수가 오늘을 위해 준비했다는 듯 레넥톤을.
It seems like Marin was waiting for this day to pick out the Renekton today. How was it today? Well, first of all, I felt like I had a feeling that Marin was going to use the Renekton today. And it is a current trend that is a trending pick that is getting higher in priority for top laners. You had to face two junglers today, Score, and facing Mowgli and Spirit in the same series. How was the difference? I felt very bad for Mowgli. I feel very sorry for him because it was his debut match and he had to go through that early struggles in the first game. But with Spirit, his positives and his strengths are using champions like Olaf. So it was a very scary moment for us. Do you want to talk about the second game aftermath when you guys received your first loss of the season? Like I said earlier, I was too emotional in some of my plays, not really came out in the second match. And there was a situation where I should have backed off at certain times, but that emotion got the better of me and I was too aggressive at times. Well, for me, I thought the Kha'Zix was a good pick to go with. That's why I picked. But you know, with something like the Ivern, you could see it next time. You never know when the situations are right. Smith, lastly, do you want to say anything to your fans who are staying out this late to cheer for you guys? Yeah, today was a very tough one, falling into the late times today. We always thank the fans for always supporting us, and we want to keep practicing to get better to continue to entertain you guys. So that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, for the translation, as always. So, yeah, you know, just we got that loss, but, you know, we still win in the end. But either way, work to be done by both squads, as we mentioned. Kuro and Spirit perhaps having to work on their performances. Spirit, especially his champion pool, as it seems like Olaf is really his strong suit at the moment, and it's very easily exploitable.
I mean, the Olaf replaces his old Nidalee playstyle, the Battle Ward, but we've seen Peanut kind of move away from that. You kind of need a different speed. You can't always be invading in the face of your opposition. So a very strong 1-win, 2-loss is Afreeca, who find themselves in 6th, but positives to be taken away. And I like how down-to-earth Smap was in that interview, where he was honest and said, look, I was taken up in the moment. You're laning against Marin, feeling the, you know, Jace pressure of having to win the lane matchup, and did get taken out. But we will have more matches to bring you guys on OGN on Saturday. BBQ Olivers versus Kongdoo Monster, and then we get some more Jin Air.
Yep, so we will have tomorrow off and then come back in on Saturday. And we get to see Afreeca Freecs yet again on Saturday as they take on Jin Airs. So I think that that's a matchup that they can definitely handle a bit better than they did the KT Rolster. Then on Sunday over at the Gangnam Studio, there will be Samsung versus Rocks Tigers, as well as SK Telecom T1 versus MVP. I think we can kind of guess how both of these matches are going to go, but you never really know. MVP surprised us by taking down Afreeca Freecs. They've surprised us in the past against SK Telecom, but they've also gotten stomped out against SK Telecom. So that one, I think, is probably a little bit more clear as far as SKT having an advantage, but who knows?
Yep, SKT. If you see them, they're going to win 2-0.
All right.
That's how they roll.
Well, we'll have to find out when it comes down to Sunday. We got a little bit of time. We'll see how much they've prepped. Maybe they slacked off during the new year, focused too much on streaming over on twitch.tv. But that's going to close it out for us, guys. We'll see you in 2 days for those next matches. So have a good one, and we will see you then.
And we all just need a little something to hold